Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Today is Wednesday, October 8th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of October 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please stand. Well, first silence your cell phones and then stand to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we will be covering all items noted on our October agenda. So with that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So with that, let's first go to Carson City. It doesn't appear that there's anyone in Carson City to be heard. So let's turn to Las Vegas. If anybody here is wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium, state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comment this morning is about an internal Station Casinos document entered into evidence in a National Labor Relations Board proceeding. We believe this document contains an admission of unlawful activity that fits a pattern of a habitual disregard of federal law by a license holder. In 2021, the NLRB's General Counsel issued an unfair labor practice complaint alleging Station Casinos engaged in a scheme to use employee layoffs during COVID-19 pandemic to undermine unions representing or seeking to represent their employees. As part of its ongoing prosecution of that complaint, government lawyers entered into evidence a document that supports our belief Station Casinos eliminated jobs it considered might be occupied by union supporters in order to undermine the union. The document is titled Corporate Human Resources Project List, dated February 25th, 2020. It describes the status of ongoing corporate HR projects. Among them is an on-call reduction project whose purpose was to reduce on-call from 21% to less than 3%. The project priority is marked high. It states in the comment box the reduction of on-call employees will result in eliminating approximately 1,700 union votes for elections, re-elections, deserts. The term desert refers to a process of a union status as bargaining representative is eliminated. The project list likewise references a recognition program rollout project marked as high priority. This document states this project is to aggressively pursue non-union strategy, will hire supervisory communications consultant for Spanish-speaking leaders in back of the house, continue to train supervisors, and above on overall non-union strategy. A comment states, underground desertification strategy ongoing. Upon completion of reduction in on-call staff, we will aggressively pursue this back of the house issue. In sum, the corporate HR document indicates in late February 2020, as Vegas and the gaming industry were heading into the pandemic and the shutdown, someone within corporate HR at Station Casinos had a project in motion to undermine the union by eliminating on-call jobs. And while it is unlawful for management to orchestrate a desertification, the document indicates that there was an underground desertification strategy ongoing as of February 2020. Station Casinos later withdrew recognition from the union at Boulder and Palace Station based upon employee signatures on a petition the government alleges the company unlawfully assisted in gathering. Today, please ask Mr. Walsh, Mr. Cooley, and Mr. Nichols if their employer has a habit of disregarding federal labor law. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to submit anything for the record? Sir, oh, this way. Ma'am, thank you. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Thomas Principe, Principe with the Culinary Union. My name is Thomas Principe. I am 24 years old. I have been a part-time bellman at Green Valley Ranch for 8 months. Before my job with Station Casinos, I was working as a part-time bellman at the Mirage, where I had a Culinary Union contract. At the Mirage, I was getting 30 hours a week, 8 hours guaranteed a day, and 17 starting hourly pay with guaranteed raises. I was living by myself and was comfortable financially. Now, working at Green Valley Ranch, I'm only making $12 an hour. Sometimes checking our daily weekly schedule, I'm disappointed by seeing only 8 hours posted for the entire week. I'm rarely giving a full 8-hour shift. I usually work odd hours, such as 5 or 7 hours for the day. I feel as though I'm not truly a part-timer, but a glorified on-call worker, and that's hoping that I do get called in. I'm currently living back home with my parents, and with the raising price of living today, I don't know how I could even be able to live on my own with this Green Valley Ranch current wages and hours. When I was covered by a contract with the Culinary Union, I felt safe knowing that I had protection for work hours and livable wages. 9 years ago, GVR workers voted to go union with a 78% vote. A union contract gives transparency and, most importantly, respect to someone like me who is just trying to survive. Workers at Station Casinos deserve these things, and I ask you, the Nevada gaming regulators, to take what younger people like me say very seriously. Because if the younger people don't see that they have an opportunity for a career in this industry, then the industry's future may be in trouble. Thank you for listening and your understanding.
Thank you very much. Would you like to submit a written statement?
Yes, I will.
Please do so. Is there anybody else who would like to be heard during public comment? Seeing none, that will oh, I'm sorry. Judge Stott.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. First of all, we lost Tony Alamo last week. He was a longtime executive in the casino industry, a very well-respected man, a friend of mine, a pioneer in the industry. And I just want to say to his family and his friends and all those that knew Tony and worked with him, that our hearts go out to him and his family. It's a great loss, and we will miss him dearly. Secondly, I'd like to comment on recent case by Judge Gordon. Got very little publicity, so as a public service kind of an announcement, I'd like to inform all those participants like Kalshi and Crypto.com, Polymarket, et cetera, that the gig is up. These judges are starting to wake up, and they're starting to see that this word salad that they've been producing is nothing more than a word salad. A derivative contract, whatever you want to call it, is nothing more than a sports wager. A sports wager is a sports wager. Every bet made in this town is a contract. You can call it a derivative contract. You can call it a credit default swap like they did during the housing bubble. Whatever you want to call it, it's still a sports bet. Therefore, it's under the jurisdiction of the Nevada Gaming Commission and Nevada Gaming Control Board. The recent decision by the judge in Maryland made it crystal clear that the federal government does not have exclusive jurisdiction in this field, that states have a right to control, as they have traditionally done, the gambling in their state. And then these people like Kalshi and Crypto want to come in and impose their will on the sovereign nations like the Indian tribes, which is outrageous, and on states like California, Texas, Utah, and others who don't want gambling at all. And then they want to impose their will on Nevada when we want to protect 18 and 19-year-old kids from becoming possibly addicted to gambling at a young age where the immaturity level is not sufficient enough to know how to treat gambling. We putting a stop to this. They've made millions and millions and millions of dollars. That's deprived Nevada of a lot of tax revenue. And hopefully our attorneys will seek to recapture that ill-gotten gain. And so it's just a word to the wise out there that you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still going to be a pig. So with that, I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Okay. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for September 2025.
We all have had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the disposition?
I move that we approve it.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. With that, we'll turn to our non-restricted agenda for this morning. We're going to start with matters on our non-restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's non-restricted consent agenda.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terrible's Gaming doing business at Terrible's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only. Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations doing business at Lucky's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Is there any discussion on these items at the board level?
None by me.
Yeah, none by me. Thank you.
Thank you. So therefore, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll move that we recommend approval of items on the non-restricted calendar, number 5 and number 6 for approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I believe there are conditions on both of those items.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. On number 5, let me read that condition in there, that the location is limited to the operation of slot machines only. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. The location is limited to the operation, that's number 6. We're moving on to number 6 now. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines only. With regard to number 6, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. And lastly, prior to commencement of gaming operations, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of William Hornbuckle IV for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a key executive and/or manager as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chandler Pohl. I'm Vice President Legal Counsel with MGM Resorts International. With me is Bill Hornbuckle for the various positions noted on the agenda. At the pleasure of our, good morning, Chair, Judge Assad, Member Sendall. At the pleasure of the board, what would you like to start with? Direct questions or?
Well, I believe the board would have some direct questions for Mr. Hornbuckle, but if you have an affirmative presentation to start with, we're happy to take that. So however you'd like to proceed.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. And Judge, thank you for your comments on Tony. Obviously, we all knew him well, and he was a pioneer to this industry. So thank you for that. And thank you for your clarity on Kalshi. That's interesting and appreciated. Look, I've been in this town since 1977. I've not had the opportunity to stand before many of you in a while. I came here to go to hotel school. I ultimately migrated my way through the industry. I spent a better part of 15 years working for the Wynn organization. Had the honor, if you will, at the time of being the Vice President of Operations to open the Mirage. Migrated from there over to the presidency of Caesar's Palace in the mid-90s. And then I've been with MGM ever since. In 1998, I became president of the MGM Grand, and I've seen our company grow from a property and a half. At the time, we owned half of New York, to ultimately, we stand with 19 properties on a global basis, a growing digital business, which is important to us and I think the town. And so I'm excited by where the company is. I'm pleased to be here this morning. I'll open myself up to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for appearing before us today. I had a few questions for you.
Sure.
Given your vast responsibilities, how do you prioritize your time on a daily, weekly, monthly basis? How do you know what to pay attention to and deal with your team?
Look, much of my job and my roles, there's two facets to it. There's the culture of the company, the people, what we're doing and how we do it and how we conduct ourselves. And there's ultimately the growth of the business. And so with culture, I literally have held probably 50 odd positions in the company, and not in our company, but over the years in many companies in the industry. So I understand the nature of our workforce and what they want and what they need ultimately. And so we tend to spend a great deal of time on that. Second piece of it, on the growth of the company, we have a massive project today underway in Japan. We and our partner at Oryx are spending $12.5 billion on a complex there in a place called Yumeshima, which is right off a small land-based island off of Osaka. That'll open in 2030, and it directs, particularly right now, because it's under massive development, a great deal of my attention. We have a project, as we talked about earlier, Judge, in Dubai. It's a non-gaming project today, but it is a massive resort that will have an MGM, a Bellagio, and an Aria in it, and hopefully someday a casino. There's a platform being built to accommodate that. We will see ultimately how that emirate rules, and we'll go from there. And then our digital business, which is growing. We have, between our partnership and our JV with Entain, a 50/50 BetMGM product here domestically, and we're in 11 other countries. We have a growing marketplace in Brazil of note, which we find extremely interesting, and it's at an early stage. And so we pay attention to particularly new markets, everything from regulatory compliance and ultimately the growth, because it is a place like Brazil. And so we're highly focused on that, and we're excited by it, and we're excited by the direction of that. And so those are principally the two places I spend most of my time and energy.
Do you see any opportunities for some domestic growth?
Yes. Look, I think we've all heard and seen and read the press on Las Vegas and what's happened, particularly this summer. I said yes. I was at the G2E yesterday, spoke before the audience, speaking about this notion that Las Vegas has lost its value proposition. This notion that Las Vegas is dead, I think, is some of the headlines, is silly. Look, we've all seen, and if you look at the last 30 years, I think CAGR for this community on GGR is like 4.5% or 5% over the last 30 years. And while we've all seen ebbs and flows, in 2023 and 2024, in my mind, parallel 06 and 07, amazing years, maybe years that won't be replicated for some time. But we are in good stead. We're in a quiet period, so I can't give you too many numbers, but we're in good stead right now. I think the community is. There is a bifurcation of markets. There is the luxury marketplace that is doing better than the value marketplace today. And so we have to pay attention to that, understand value proposition. But I'll reference 2 weeks ago, the community ran a sale called Fabulous Las Vegas. It was in concert with a promotion with the Convention Authority. We ran, normally we do 150,000, 160,000 room nights a week in terms of reservations. We did just under 300,000. So the idea that Las Vegas as a marketplace that people find attractive is compromised. We're not buying it. We look forward to investing here to continue to grow this market. There are domestic markets that attract us. We have a proposition in New York. We watch Texas closely, see what might happen there over time. So no, I think there's plenty of growth opportunities still.
Very good. Thank you for that insight. I noticed you are the chair of the U.S. Travel Association.
I am.
Could you speak a little bit about that role and how it helps to promote Las Vegas? And
Yeah, my timing was probably not impeccable. Having said that, I served before this as chair of TTA, which was part of the Commerce Department, a travel association as well. And from that, ultimately participated more actively with USTA. There's interesting with the administration today, and with many things are interesting with the administration today, but there are two sides of it. One side recently with the big, beautiful bill gave the FAA $12 billion. And so thinking about that, much needed money to improve airports, to improve technology. They put $6 billion into Visa in the context of technology to get people in and out of this country easier. We're on the precipice of 2 Olympics, World Cup next year. So the opportunity for America to shine and do well is great. There are other policies that are concerning folks and visitation. There is a fee right now that's being about to be imposed on new visas for $250 on top of the existing fee. So a family of 4 pays $1,500+ to come to America as a starting point. And so there are many different things that are out there that we're fighting that impact Las Vegas directly and significantly. The whole Canada issue, we're down substantively in this community. We hope to repair that, and we're working towards that. We're working with the administration to fix that, if you will. And so all of those kinds of things come up on the agenda. And given our scale and scope here in Las Vegas, they all have impact. And so while it's work for the broader country and tourism in general, it specifically helps Las Vegas.
How long will you remain as chair?
2 years. It's a 2-year journey.
So you feel you have some opportunity to make some good change the next couple of years?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely, I do.
Very good. Looking back on your career, you certainly have had many leadership positions, certainly within MGM and elsewhere. Has your leadership style changed at all given the modern workforce in 2025?
I don't know if the style has changed. I've always been collaborative in the context of what I think works. I've always viewed it that I need, I've always had this expression to my, if I'm running for mayor, I need to win the election. And what I mean by that is people want to work for and feel secure by people who can move them forward and that they trust. And so building that trust, in our case in Las Vegas, we have 55,000 employees here alone. It's important that they understand your values. It's important they understand the culture of what you're trying to create. We often speak to why. We often tell employees, you must do this. They need to know why they must do this. And to the extent that they understand that and they're able to say yes to a customer, we end up in a better environment. So I don't know if my style has changed. Obviously, it's gotten more complicated, particularly when you talk about international. We've now been in Macau 20 years. We're digitally all over the world. We have the 2 locations I mentioned earlier. So it's gotten more complex in that context. But at its core, no, I think ultimately we are a service business. And I was asked a question yesterday about AI and tell me about the impact on this industry. Look, we're a service-based industry. And yeah, it will have impacts in some areas and some jobs, particularly front-facing call centers and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, it's not serving you eggs in the morning. And so to the extent we understand what those people go through, what they need, what they want, what they desire, and we're communicating effectively on that, it's meaningful. And so that's our style, and it's been our style. I think it's our company culture.
Well, Mr. Hornbuckle, your application was well presented here today. I appreciate the answers and insights. Of course, you've had a long and incredibly impressive career. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And with that, I'll ask Member Sendoff if she has any questions for you.
Good morning, and thank you for the background and all that you've done here in Nevada and globally in the gaming industry. It's very interesting just to hear you speak and your role in that. 55,000 employees, I mean, that's huge. And I think you kind of said it, that kind of the tone from the top, the leadership style, and people understanding what the purpose and the direction is. And no, thank you for all that you do, and happy to support your application. And
Thank you.
hope to continue speaking and doing things for the Las Vegas and Nevada community as a whole. So thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I read through the application itself, and one of the questions I had yesterday for the investigators is, isn't Mr. Hornbuckle the CEO of MGM Grand International? And they said, yes. I said, so why does he have to go through all these other applications and filings? And it was just a cleanup matter. So I don't have any questions on the application itself. I just want to comment that I got here in '76, about a year before you did, and I've followed your career, and I've seen how you rose through the ranks, very humble beginnings. I started out as a busboy and then a dealer and so forth. So our paths have kind of taken a similar course. You're right up there. I mean, you studied under Mr. Murren for a long time. You worked under him, learned a lot from him. I put him right up on the Mount Rushmore of gaming executives in Nevada gaming history, and you're right there behind him. So when one of those other people move out, like E. Parry Thomas or Howard Hughes, then you'll probably have a spot up in the 4 Mount Rushmore folks that helped develop this gaming industry.
No comment.
And no, I love the initiative, moving into Japan, the United Arab Emirates. I think globally, this is a smart move. It's a really impressive move for the stockholders, the shareholders. You could have saved the shareholders a couple of bucks. I don't know why you brought in Mr. Madamba, the A-team.
Yeah,
And you
well,
have
you
Mr.
know.
Chandler and John McManus there, but that's all right.
I haven't seen John in a tie in like a year and a half.
So-
Yeah.
So I just want to congratulate you on all your success, individually, personally, and the company's success. You're doing a great service for the state of Nevada and all these 55,000 employees just right here in Nevada. It's amazing. And with that, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So we'll assume the judge supports your application as well.
I think
And
so.
with that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that we recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of John Bryant for finding of suitability as a director at Flutter Entertainment PLC.
Very good. Ms. Zuckerberg, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer. Good morning, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, John Bryant. He is the chair of the board. He is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so I would like to ask him to share an overview of his background and tell you about his duties and responsibilities, if that's acceptable.
Very well. Please proceed.
Thank
Nice
you.
to have you here this morning, Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Member Sendell, and Judge Assad. It's wonderful to be here. A little bit about myself. You can tell by my accent that I grew up in Australia, but I spent most of my adult life here in the United States. From an education perspective, I have a Bachelor of Commerce from the Australian National University. While I was in Australia, I also trained as a chartered accountant, and I have a graduate diploma in finance, which enabled me to be a registered securities dealer in Australia as well. Both my chartered accountancy and securities licenses have lapsed since leaving Australia and moving to the United States. In the US, from an education perspective, I also have an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania, from the Wharton School. After finishing full-time work, I went back to school, and I have a cybersecurity diploma from the Harvard Extension School. And of all things, I have a Master's of War Studies from the Australian Defence Force Academy at the University of New South Wales in Canberra. From a commercial sort of business background perspective, I started my career as a chartered accountant in external audit. I worked in mergers and acquisitions for a number of years, and I worked as a strategy consultant for a number of years. But most of my time has been at the Kellogg Company, where I spent 22 years. From roles ranging from the head of strategy to the chief financial officer to running all the international operations of Kellogg and then running all the North American operations of Kellogg, and then being the chief executive officer for several years and the chairman of the board as well. I left Kellogg around 2020, and I've been focused on board work since then. I serve on 4 boards. I serve on the board of Ball Corporation, which is the largest maker of aluminum cans in the world. I serve on the board of Coca-Cola Europe Pacific, which is a London-based company, which is the largest bottler within the Coca-Cola system. So it bottles for Coca-Cola in Western Europe, Australasia, Indonesia, and Philippines. And I serve on the board of Compass PLC, which is also based in London. Compass is the largest food service company in the world. It's about 500,000 employees. It provides food service operations to sports arenas, to hotels, to healthcare, education, etc. In my role at Flutter, I joined the Flutter board back in around April 2023 as chair designate. I became the chair in September of 2023. I also chair the Nominating and Governance Committee, and I serve on the Human Resources and Compensation Committee as well. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here this morning and giving us your very impressive background. A couple of questions. I'm curious, given your extensive background with large corporations, non-gaming large corporations, what is your perspective in terms of now having involvement in the gaming industry for the first time?
So obviously, it's a very different industry to what I've come from. It's highly regulated, but there are a lot of similarities as well. At the heart of what the food business does is it feeds people and keeps them safe. At the heart of what we do is we entertain people and we keep them safe. There's also a lot of compliance in both sets of industries. And so there are more similarities than what might appear at the surface. The enterprise risks are very different, cybersecurity, all of those elements.
Do you find that it's compelling to you in ways that many of us who have been in the industry, it gets in our bloodstream, so to speak? Does that sound familiar?
It is compelling. It is compelling. You know, as an Australian, we like to have the odd flutter every now and again, the odd gamble on things. Both my grandfathers were in the horse racing business back in Australia, and my father owned a quarter of a greyhound. Unfortunately, the greyhound never won anything, so obviously the wrong quarter. But it is something that I do take pleasure in and do enjoy. And like most people, I find it increases my enjoyment of sports, the ability to bet on a game.
Of course. So with respect to your role as chairman, that's obviously a visionary type role. What's your vision for Flutter moving forward as chairman?
So I think we have enormous growth potential ahead of us. Obviously, in the US, as the market continues to open up, as it continues to grow, it's incredibly exciting. But also outside the United States. I mean, we have major positions in the UK, Australia, Italy, but there are a lot more markets out there that as they regulate, and we focus on playing in regulated markets, we can come in and we can provide the sort of service that people expect in a safe way and leverage the scale of the company to do that. So we think we're very early stages in the growth profile for the company.
Could you talk a little bit about that growth as it pertains to Nevada and the United States? What are your thoughts about this country?
Well, I think we're still early days in the development of these online sports betting business here and online casino as well in the United States, both from a state opening perspective, but also as we provide new products to consumers that enable them to enjoy and have access to entertainment in different ways. So again, you know, even though new state openings would be great, even the states we've been operating in for some time, like Nevada, we're still seeing good growth.
Very good. Do you still have your bar bouncer license?
Actually, recently the UK decided that the board of Compass no longer requires to have the bar bouncer license. So I'm no longer able to keep people out of bars in the UK.
I must admit, I never heard that one. But we thank you for being here, and thank you for lending your vast experience now to the gaming industry. And it sounds like it's been a good journey so far, and a lot longer to go. So I support the application, and thank you very much. With that, I'll ask Judge Assad if he has any questions. Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I don't really have too many questions. I just want to note, I went through your application. Justin Schweitzer, our special agent, along with Matt Doyle, Deputy Chief, Christopher Moyle, Supervisor, and Chief Luke Rippey did a fabulous job. Very thorough, very comprehensive application. You're eminently qualified. I could never get into Wharton School of Business, so I'm envious of you for that. That's one of the best business schools in the country. Harvard maybe 4th or 5th place, Wharton #1. So congratulations on that accomplishment. Your career is excellent. You have a stellar application before us. I'm in complete support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being here and telling us a little bit about yourself. Commenting on your education, I guess if you could just highlight a little bit why you picked Master of War Studies.
Yes.
And just also the cybersecurity and kind of what your thoughts were over time on why you studied and what you thought where you'd be.
So both of those were partially related to my board service. So the cybersecurity first, I was the chair of the audit committee at Macy's for a period of time. Retail is heavily exposed to cybersecurity events. I didn't feel like I had the experience there, so I did an 18-month course to come up to speed on that. The War Studies was a combination of board responsibility and personal interest. I served on the board. I still serve on the Ball board. Back when I joined Ball, it also had a major aerospace division creating satellites for various 3-letter US agencies that look down to the planet and look into outer space. And because of the nature of what those satellites do, I wanted to better understand how the world was evolving. I do come from a military family. I very nearly joined the military, so for me it was the path not taken. And when I left Kellogg, and even though I have a pretty heavy board schedule, I'm used to working 80, 100-hour weeks, and so I had plenty of time on my hands.
Understood. It was a very diverse educational background. I found that super interesting. And I did want to ask, I know the chairman touched on it a little bit, but how did you first get engaged with Flutter from your background more in, like you said, food and beverage?
So it was a search firm reached out to me and spoke to me about Flutter. Obviously, I had been aware of the business and the industry, but not active in it. And so I did quite a bit of work to understand the nature of the industry, where it stands, and it was a little bit fortuitous for me that the opportunity came my way. And I think what I brought to Flutter that was a little bit unusual is I serve on boards both in the UK and the US. And at that time, Flutter was a primary listed business in the United Kingdom. It has since moved its primary listing to the US. So I understand the governance differences between the two regimes to help them migrate over to that US governance regime.
Okay, that's great. And I noticed you've never been licensed in Nevada before. So welcome, assuming this all goes well over the next couple of weeks. And all your current kind of filings in other jurisdictions is all related to this role as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. I think you went over your job duties. I guess maybe if you would touch upon, are you in your current position at Flutter, are you working 80 to 100 hours a week?
No, but Flutter is more work for me than my other three boards combined.
Okay.
So now remember, I'm chair of the board, so I'm a non-executive director, so I'm not an employee. But I probably am spending 20 to 30 hours a week on Flutter, which is very heavy for a non-executive director, particularly in the US environment. It'd be more like a UK chair. But that's because we're still transitioning that governance model over to the US model, and because this is a compliance-heavy industry, and I spend a lot of my time in that area.
Do you then have to travel much for your role, or where are you home based?
Yeah, so I live in Michigan,
Okay.
where Kellogg was headquartered. And I do travel, serving on 2 UK boards, and I do travel to Ireland for Flutter as well. But most of the board meetings are actually now in New York. And really, we are a primary listed US business. And now Flutter really has moved into becoming a US company.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here today, and I appreciate you walking me through my questions, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Before we go to ask for a motion, I do want to say for the record, I appreciate the way your company and your council have worked with us proactively and kept us apprised of all things pertaining to your relationship with the CME. And I would certainly expect you to continue to do so, as you will, but I wanted to put that on the record that we do appreciate that level of insight and cooperation. Thank you. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'm happy to make that motion. I move that we approve non-restricted agenda item number 2 for approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert. There are no conditions.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck. Thank you. With that, we will turn to Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Kenneth Ostampowski and Mark Hughes for licensure as a key executive and key employee as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindall. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm of McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of the applicants. First on my right is the applicant Ken Ostampowski. He's, as Madam Secretary says, has applications pending here today for licensure as a key executive and key employee of Paris, Las Vegas, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino, and Horseshoe Las Vegas. And also to my left is Mark Husey. He is Senior Vice President, General Manager of the what's commonly known as the Row Properties in Reno. If you'd like, I can have each applicant give a brief presentation on their background, training, experience, and I'm happy to take questions after that.
I think that'd be fine. Thank you, Mr. Giordano.
Ken, why don't you go ahead?
Well, good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, fellow board members. It's really an honor to be here again today with you guys. Give a quick background on I grew up in Buffalo, New York, son of a police officer. He was strict. He had 3 boys, myself and my 2 brothers. And, one thing he always taught me is to be a rule follower. So as I grew up, I I knew I wasn't going to be a police officer. I decided to be an accountant instead. So also following rules. I started my career as a CPA in Buffalo and in New York. I had the honor and privilege of one of my clients to be the Lady Luck Gaming Corps in downtown Las Vegas. And when I was part of the team to write the initial public offering for that, they offered me a role, and came to Las Vegas in late 90s, early 2000s, where I had my fourth child. I have four wonderful children. My youngest daughter was born here in Las Vegas. Company was acquired by the Isle of Capri, who then moved me to Mississippi, Louisiana, Iowa, Missouri. My kids were thrilled. While in Missouri, got acquired by Eldorado Corporation. Eldorado then moved me to Ohio, Colorado. While in Colorado, the Eldorado Corporation acquired the Caesars Corporation. They moved me to Reno, where I was licensed back in 2022. Since that time, we had wonderful successes there, and they gave me the honor to come down and run the three properties here on the Strip, along with the other general managers and regional vice president, Sean McBurney. It's been truly an honor. Truly love Las Vegas. Special place always in my heart, and I'd like it to be my home forever. Of my four children, one of them came here, is working in Las Vegas and going to school now, so thrilled to have her here. My wife, Dana, and I are just bought our home and excited to be here.
Very good. We appreciate that. I had a couple of questions. With all the places that you've been, how do you take, for lack of a better term, the best of breed in terms of practice and bring it with you along the way in your career?
Yeah, one thing it's taught me, and as I continue to lead people, is perspective. Seeing things from different angles, seeing cultures and styles and personalities. And the greatest thing about Las Vegas is all those places that I've, formerly work is that they come here, and you learn those perspective and you apply them to these different locations, and it helps with leadership. I believe I'm a strong fan of emotional intelligence and making sure that we make sound decisions. We work together, we work collaborative, and being a very approachable general manager. One of the things as I've gone through my career, I found that the team reacts well when you're there for them and you listen to them and you're there to provide feedback and give them guidance. So being a leader is approachable, while at the same time making sure that we are good stewards of gaming, and also making sure that we're keeping in mind that we are here for our customers, and we got to make sure the best experience we can for them.
Given your responsibilities across multiple properties, multiple big properties, how do you divide your time, and how do you maximize the impact you have on your staff and the experience you provide for your guests?
Yeah, it's Chairman, I've gotten that question many times from people across the nation. You ran one property, then you ran two, then you ran three, and now you're running three again. And there's still only 24 hours in the day, and be able to prioritize your time. It's finding the things that have the largest impact. And I would tell you, it's a daily review of your schedule to see how can you make the biggest change? How can you make sure that the employees know you're there? You're still meeting with guests, and I don't have as easy a schedule as my former colleague who's only working 80 to 100 hours a week. I'm in more 160. But I make that joking, but my brothers and I always say that my job isn't a job, it's a lifestyle. And I love when customers say, hey, I'm on the property, and I come down and say hello. And at the same time, making sure that we're meeting with my fellow GMs and establishing strategy, making sure that everyone who visits, as well as our locals, feel comfortable and are happy. Caesars is dedicated to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that the tourism state in Nevada continues to thrive.
Which I guess brings me to another question I'm sure you've heard. The notion, as was talked about earlier by Mr. Hornbuckle, that Las Vegas is somehow not a good value anymore, that the customer experience has been diminished. You're right on the front lines of that center strip. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely align with his comments. He called it a bifurcation. I would break it into threes even. There's a value, there's a second tier, and there's a luxury. And seeing each of those customers are wanting different things, and people have budgets based on those. We completely disagree that the narrative, we continue to, we've had value propositions, we were probably talking more about them, with more signage, more feedback, more talking to our local news agencies, making sure they understand that these value things exist. We had the honor of rolling out our current locals deal with free parking and 25% off our restaurants. And, those types of things we've always, it's funny, my regional president, Sean McBurney, made a comment. It's like, we've had free parking for so long. I know, but now we're telling people about it and making sure that they understand that it is here midweek. So I do really believe that there is something for everyone in Las Vegas. It's making sure that they know what that something is.
In your role, what are you most concerned about going forward for both your properties and for Las Vegas generally?
Yeah, I would say that, I often talk to my team and make sure that I give them the confidence that society evolves. If I think back to my career in the 90s and then in the early 2000s, then 2008, you can take going back to my CPAs and you look at the historical model of how it's a bell shape. It continues to go up and down and continues to change. And I believe Mr. Hornbuckle referenced, he remembered 2006 and 2007, and we all hated what happened in 2008, so things go down, but they come back up again. And Las Vegas is resilient. That's the best thing about Las Vegas. We're the type of organization, we're battle-born for a reason. We're here to make sure that this continues. And so I think tourism, I feel good about it, especially as an organization. We've engaged in some strategy on how we can further evolve in the current landscape. And that evolution that we'll be rolling out soon, I think is pretty exciting.
Very good, Mr. Ostampowski. I appreciate those comments. And might I say, I was at the Horseshoe yesterday for the first time in a while. It was terrific.
Oh, it's good. Thank you.
The rebrand and all that looks like it's going very well. So I compliment you on that.
Oh, I appreciate it. We're very lucky. We've got some great things that we're doing, and hopefully we can continue to do them.
Very good. So with that, I will say, of course, you're very well qualified. We're happy to have you here and to offer your talents and your energies to the gaming industry as a longstanding, talented participant. So with that, I certainly will be in support of your application. And with that, now I'll ask Judge Assad if he has any questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. You were from Buffalo, you said?
Yeah, I grew up in Buffalo, New York. Yep, but go Bills. So.
Yeah. So what's the story? Are they going to make it this year or what?
Yeah, listen, they have had me on the edge of the seat way too often. Obviously Josh Allen is Buffalo, and we got to believe, and so we're one game at a time. So I'm hopeful. So
Okay.
I'm going actually, my son who goes to Emory University in Atlanta. I'm flying out this Sunday. We're going to go to the Bills Atlanta game on this Sunday. So I'm hopeful we make up for the mistakes we made last week.
Well, we have a chief of investigations right there, Luke Rippey. He's a big Buffalo fan as well. You got room on the plane for him, maybe?
Absolutely. You want to come along? Make sure we'll break some tables together.
Your credentials are fabulous. I don't have any specific questions. I just wanted to kind of add to what well, tell me first of all, more about the free parking. Is it
absolutely.
free or 3 hours? How's that
No,
work?
no. It's Sunday through Thursday. It's completely free. So you don't own it. Used to be 3 hours, but we changed it. So it's all Nevada residents. So if you drive down from Reno, Mark, you can have it. You get also all Nevada residents will come down and they get.
That's for any Caesar's property.
Any Caesar's property. That's correct. So all 8 properties and 25% all of our restaurants. It's our customers can get to spare world-class chefs, and why not our locals too? And a 25% discount. It's hopefully generous enough that people want to.
I mean, I think that's a great marketing idea. I've been advocating that for a long time, but nobody ever listens to me. I just think Nevada residents should be able to bring guests in from out of town or themselves, their own family, and go enjoy and experience the world-class chefs that we have.
We're very lucky. And sorry, I was just going to say, we bought a home and talking to our neighbors, these are our neighbors. These are people, our kids go to school together.
Yeah.
Why don't they have the same experience?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's $40. It's not a whole lot of money, but it's $40.
Absolutely.
Money you could be spending in the casino, right? So
Yeah,
I compliment you for that. And as far as the up and down of Las Vegas gross gaming revenues and numbers and tourism, little unknown fact, but gross gaming revenues are still up.
Yes.
They're going up every month. They're over $1.2 billion, $1.3 billion every month. So the numbers are high. The revenue's great. The tourism, yeah, it's down 5%, 7, 8, 10%, whatever. But it doesn't mean anything because if you look back since '76, it's up and it's down. It's up and it's down. It used to be a town for kids, we had Circus. So that was the marketing plan. Let's bring in families with kids. And then it changed to a different, now it's great chefs and tourism and restaurants and merchandising and so forth and so on. So the people that are running these casinos are very smart when it comes to marketing. They adapt and with the times, and they adapt to the change of circumstances that surround them. So I have no worries that Las Vegas is going to bounce back. Don't forget, we had the Super Bowl here a couple of years ago.
Yep.
We had Formula One a couple of years ago. So those numbers are going to be, obviously, it's going to come down after that.
Yeah.
So I don't know why the press makes a big deal about it. I guess it's a slow news day. They have nothing else to write about. But Las Vegas is strong. It bounced right back after a lot of 9/11 and after October 1. And we're going to keep moving forward because we have the brightest and best marketing people, I think, in the world here. And Mr. Giordano, always nice to see you. Glad you could make it here today. So your application's fabulous, your impeccable credentials, and I'm honored to support your application as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Thank you, and thank you for your background. And it looks like you've gone around the country and worked your way up. So congratulations. You're
Thank you.
in Las Vegas and in this new role, and you're very well experienced. And it was a pleasure to listen to your mindset as a leader. And it sounds like you'll do a great job. And I think the chairman peppered you with a lot of tough questions. And of course, the judge did too about the Buffalo Bills. So I have nothing further to add for you today.
Thank you, Member
So
Sindall.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sindall. With that, we'll move over to Mr. Hoos. Mark.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Member Sindall. Mark Hughes, I'm the Senior Vice President GM for the Reno properties, Circus, El Dorado, and Silver Legacy. I grew up in Louisiana, started my career there. After getting out of the Army, went into the National Guard, thought I wanted to be in chemical engineering, and while I was doing that, got in gaming as a count room person. That's been over 30 years ago. I have absolutely loved it. Went from North Louisiana to Iowa to Maine to New Orleans to Vegas. Was here for 3 years and then went to Reno a year ago. Serve on a couple boards. I sit on EDON's board, which is the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. Also sit on the trustee board for Hot August Nights, which is a major driver for us in Reno. And I'm the board president for a board here in Vegas called Gigi's Playhouse, which is a Down Syndrome Achievement Center, where we provide free services for any individual or families with Down syndrome that's purposeful as it pertains to literacy and acceptance and workouts and everything else. So excited to do all those things. Honored to be here today. Love the state of Nevada. It's being in gaming 30 years and moving here, it's really refreshing to see how we continue to remove barriers and drive revenue and drive experiences. And so with that, happy to answer any questions.
We appreciate that. Some of these questions may sound familiar, so you had a preview a moment ago. Talk to me, if you would, about your career in the sense that you've been many, many stops. How do you take the things that you learned, best practice across your career, and bring them to your next stop, and now to Reno?
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think, a company like Caesars does it really well. And, in my career, 16 years was with Isle of Capri, which Caesars now owns. And the other 13 years was with Caesars, which is all together. So most of my career, but 6 different markets. And so as you go into each market, it's really identifying what drives that customer, what's the best administrative practices, how do you ensure that they're finding value. And, as a company, we do a really good job of talking to each other, understanding, having conversations with Ken and the other GMs and the other marketing leaders of what's working, what's not working, how can we ensure that we're driving incremental revenue. And so this market, this career has shown me that there's more than one way to do something, and it's just a matter of trying to figure out which way is the best for the market you're in.
Very good. I appreciate that. So to that point now, you've reached the Reno market, flip-flopped, I guess, both of you. What are your thoughts about the market in Northern Nevada, specifically, but broader Northern Nevada? What are your thoughts on that market?
It's really strong. I think it goes back to, it depends on who you're listening to from the media and what story they want to tell, because good news doesn't sell, unfortunately. But I would tell you, without divulging numbers, we're in a really good spot this year over year. And that's without, I didn't know what a bowler was until I moved to Reno. and found out bowlers drive a lot of revenue for the state. And so this year we went up against the open last year that we had. And we're still doing really good even without that. And so we pull a lot of business out of the Bay Area and across the hill. And so as long as the pass doesn't close because of snow, we usually do pretty good. So I think it's a growing market. EDAWN has done a fabulous job bringing new businesses up with Tesla and some of the other companies. And, I think it's a really good cohesive unit up there when you look at all the different businesses and how we can drive visitation. It's a destination. I had never been to Reno before I accepted the job. And ironically, my wife asked me how I could accept a job for somewhere I've never been. And so I told her, obviously the Chronos live there, so it can't be too bad. And I knew Ken from a previous life. So Reno's a fabulous place. And it's definitely a gem for the state of Nevada.
I was going to ask you roughly what percentage of the play comes from the Bay Area?
It's over 50.
Okay.
Over 50%.
That's great. That's higher than I would have thought. That's nice.
Yeah, we do well.
Very good. Well, first of all, certainly you've had an exemplary career. You've been in gaming for a very long time and have had, seems like, very good results all along the way. And so I am very happy to support this application. And similar to Mr. Ostempowski, we're very happy to have you continue to participate in the industry with your energy and your experience. So I'm happy to support the application. And
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad, any questions for Mr. Hoots?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. The Deputy Chief Matt Doyle did a fabulous job overseeing this application. It's very thorough, very comprehensive. I read through it. You're eminently qualified. MBA from LSU, right?
Yes, sir.
Tiger fan?
Yes, unfortunately, after last Saturday, I was
Yeah.
going to say that,
That
but
was a disaster.
we're going to come back this week.
Yeah.
So,
What do you think of the coach, Kelly?
I don't know that I'm thrilled about it. Really wasn't happy with the quarterback play. I think we need some offensive changes, but then defense struggled too. So, a Nick Saban fan, even though he went to Alabama, a great coach, and so it's hard to follow that even with Les Miles and so on. So.
And now with the, all the money they can spread around to these athletes, LSU should be competitive. They got a lot of money down there.
Yeah, it's a tough division they play in.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
But it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it.
It said you were born in Texas? Did you spend
Abilene,
much
Texas.
time down there?
We moved when I was probably 2 or 3.
Oh, okay.
Had family there, but didn't spend a lot of time there.
All right.
Drove through a couple times.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the chances of getting gambling legalized down there, but you're not the person to ask.
No, absolutely not. Sorry.
No problem, no problem. Well, I'm, like the chairman said, I'm happy to support your application as well. You're eminently qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. I'm the one board member from Northern Nevada. So
Oh,
I
awesome.
grew up in Reno. So it's great to have you there. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I hope you enjoy it and your family enjoy it as well. I think I saw that you guys recently sold your house and now looking to buy a home in Reno or have?
Yeah, we sold here and we're leasing there. It would be nice if the interest rates weren't 7% like we moved here and I complained about 3.25. And so now I wish I could get that. I eventually will buy. My daughter just got enrolled at UNR. So after leaving UNLV, now she's a 2 Nevada State School alumni. So we're looking forward to it. But yeah, the wife's hoping maybe this is the last move for a while. So.
Yeah, well, welcome. It is definitely a little bit colder than Las
Yes.
Vegas, but you'll get used to it and it's great. I also noticed you served in the Army and served in the National Guard for over a decade. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And it is very impressive how you've worked your way up from all different aspects in the gaming industry. I especially noted count room manager. I mean, that's incredible. So great. Wish you all the success and welcome to Reno. And hopefully I'll see you around town.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Member Sindall. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'll make that motion. I would move that we recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. Very good. Then let's turn, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 4. Please read it into the record.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Tammy Smith for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc.
Good morning. Please state your appearances for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me is Tammy Smith. We're before you today for Ms. Smith's application for licensure as General Manager for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. Before handing it off to Ms. Smith, the company would just like to express thanks to Agent Chad Jackson for his work on this application. And if it's acceptable to the board, Ms. Smith would like to tell you a little bit about herself and then is ready to answer any questions.
That would be very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Smith, please. Welcome, by the way.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me here today. My name is Tammy Smith, and I have been a resident of Las Vegas since 2011. I have been employed with NRSI for 14 years. What initially drew me to this company was the family feel that it exudes. After being employed with the company, I learned that it wasn't only at patron level, but also at employee level. I have spent most of my adult life working with this company, and coming from a small town, I appreciate the familiarity it has at all levels. Most of the milestones in my adult life coincide with my career at Nevada Restaurant Services. In fact, my water broke with my youngest son while we were in the middle of opening a new location. I was only hours away from having a Dottie's baby. I started out as a bartender with this company and have worked my way up through different levels of management. I was a bartender for just over 4 years when my oldest son started kindergarten. At that time, I decided I was ready to take on a different role and applied for a position as an assistant manager. I have since grown through multiple levels of management with the company, resulting in my current position as GM. Although it requires a great deal of work, one of the things I enjoy most about this position is the flexibility it allows, giving me an opportunity to be able to balance a work and home life routine. I am a very family-oriented person, and to be able to succeed both work and mom life is a huge accomplishment of mine. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Smith. We appreciate that. And first off, let me start by saying how commendable it is that you worked your way through the company.
Thank you.
And I think that's just great, promoting from within and moving towards, more and more responsibility. I think that's terrific. You have a large set of responsibilities, certainly. With the help of 7 managers, you manage 44 locations?
I believe it's 44.
Yeah. So with that, can you talk to us a little bit about how you approach that, how you divide your time? How do you make sure that you're addressing all segments of your vast responsibilities?
Thankfully, we get to monitor our day-to-day operations remotely. And with the help of the 7 store managers, we also have assistant managers under them. So the duties are able to be split so I can prioritize where my time needs to go, or if we have certain locations that need a little more attention to the detail, I'm able to spend time there. But throughout, I would say, a few weeks, maybe like on a 2-month time frame, I am able to visit all locations and then go back and forth and touch base at the locations that need a little more attention. So I utilize and rely on my store managers to help me.
That makes sense. And do you find yourself, although you do, sounds like a fair amount of work remotely, do you find yourself going hands-on at the properties from time to time?
I'm at the properties 5 days out of the week. Some days I will pick a location and I will do majority of my computer work to stay out of one. And then the other 4 days out of the week, I go in and out different locations. Go and check on our day-to-day operations. Are policies being followed? Are we in safety compliances? So I'm in the locations 5 days out of the week.
I'm curious, having come up the ranks from within, do you feel a sense of responsibility to then bring others up through the ranks and mentor them to come to achieve some of the heights you've achieved?
I love that aspect of the job. Everyone has their own strengths in life, and some people just love being bartenders, and that's where their strengths are. And then when you can see that we have a bartender that has the ability to grow, I love giving them the knowledge and experience that I've had so that they are able to make that choice if that's what's best for them. I've had a couple people who have been my bartenders, then when I was a store manager, became my assistants, and I've had some assistant managers become store managers. So I've had a few people under me that have grown with the company as well.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked two prior applicants, but obviously from a different perspective, different segment of the market. What's your view of how business is and, you know, this concern that somehow Vegas has become overpriced and doesn't give a good value experience to the customers? What are your thoughts? What are you seeing?
I think people are going to do what they want to do, and we all need to find times to relax and unwind from our crazy day-to-day operations. And that's what Vegas gives us, right? We provide an escape, whether it's gambling or an experience or an attraction with the kids. People want to come here to relax from day-to-day life, and everyone finds a way to do that in one way or another. So I don't think that it will affect us as directly as or as drastically as it's made to be sound, because people will always make the choice that their peace of mind is more important. And gaming sometimes is what people need to unwind from their day-to-day.
Good answer. I appreciate that. And I will say I am happy to support your application. Again, it's very commendable the way you came through the ranks. And I think you're a credit to the gaming industry. Your energy and interest and involvement is most welcome. So I will support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Good morning. Thank you for your affirmative presentation. It was interesting to read about your background, and I was curious, what made you move to Vegas?
I initially had one brother here, and I wanted to try something different. Like I said, I grew up in a small town. There wasn't a whole lot that it had to offer, and I figured if I had one family member here, I had something to fall back on, so why not try it?
And then I think shortly after you moved here, did you start working at Dottie's then? Is that-
Yes, I
Okay.
want to say it was within maybe a month
Yeah,
that I was employed with the company, and
Well,
then I've
that's
been here
great.
ever since.
so gotcha. And that's great to hear that you enjoy kind of the mentorship, leadership, guiding role that you play, and as you've moved up at Dottie's and you've experienced the job, so you know firsthand what your employees are sort of going through on a day-to-day basis, and that you're able to give back. I'm happy to support your application, and I didn't have any concerns. Thank you for being here, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I wanted to commend you actually for coming from a small town, having two small kids and then working. And you're an example for a lot of other young ladies out there that you can have a good life and family life and still work, and you can juggle all those things at the same time. So that's really commendable.
Thank you.
Also like to commend, I believe, Ms. Graziano back there. She's probably the one that promoted you. Is that right? Oh, she was instrumental in it?
She was instrumental in it. Yes, I think that with her and the gaming director, Tom Katsaros,
Yeah,
make
good
those hiring
choice, good
decisions.
choice. And, you know, the fact that you could come from a small town and achieve great success here, it's remarkable. It's an inspiration for a lot of other young women. I also believe that the company is growing. And with that, you're not just going to be general manager. I think you're going to grow with this company too. So you have a lot to look forward to as well. No relation here, Smith and Smith, right?
No.
All right. I just had to get that on the record. So, and Cannon, good to see you as always.
Thank you, Judge. Nice to see you.
I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So with that, I believe we're ready for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would like to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Ofer Saloni for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a key executive and/or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Thank you. Before you make appearances, Ms. Rushton, I just want to indicate how we're going to do this. We're going to first address the applicant, Mr. Saloni. From there, address corporate matters, but we will have 2 distinct portions of this appearance this morning. So with that, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton. I'd like to say hello to Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall. Joining me today is the applicant, Mr. Offer Cellini. He works for Evoke PLC, formerly known to the board as 888. As read into the record by Madam Secretary, he appears before you today for licensure as an officer director. He is the director, or excuse me, as an officer. He is the Director of Engineering and Gaming for the Evoke Group and serves as the Chief Technology Officer for the 888 entities, 888 US Limited and 88 US Services. He's been with the company since 2014. Prior to that, he had an extensive background in the area of computer science and technology. He is from Israel. He is joining us today from Israel, where he lives and works, as I indicated. He served in the Israeli army, was honorably discharged, and thereafter attended Tel Aviv University, where he obtained his degree in computer science and economics. As I noted before, he lives in Israel with his wife of 30 years, close to 30 years, and his 3 children. At this time, Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Cellini to provide you with a more extensive overview of his professional and personal background.
Thank you very much. That'd be fine. Welcome, Mr. Cellini.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Member Sindall. As Kimberly said, my name is Offer Cellini. I'm Director of Engineering for Evoke and CTO for the 888 services in the US. I've been with the company for 11 years. I'm licensed in several jurisdictions in the US and in Europe. And I found the process here in Nevada to be very professional and very thorough. And I would like also to thank Senior Agent Thompson for her investigation. As Kimberly said, I'm 11 years with the company. I started 30 years ago in the technology industry in a company called Converse. It used to be a communication company, but I'm 11 years in the gaming industry. I started as a VP Gaming in 888, and I'm familiar with activities in the US and Europe, and I've done it in the last 11 years. In my role as Director of Engineering and CTO for the US services, I overlook all our deliveries, product roadmap, and the integrity and quality of our products. I live in Israel, and I'm honored to be here. And I want to thank you for considering my application. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Cellini. Can you give us an overview of your staff and where they are and how they help you discharge your responsibilities?
The staff is located mainly in 3 locations. So it's Israel, it's Romania, and Poland, with some people in the UK and 1 or 2 in the Philippines and Malta. But the vast majority of the technology is served out of Israel, Bucharest, Krakow, and Leeds. Most of my staff are in the first 3 areas. I manage it via regular routines that we run in order to overlook all the activities. There are activities that I will focus much more into them according to their importance, and others will be focused by my direct reports or their direct reports. And in this way, basically, we control everything which is going on. We implement the known software development life cycles, and we have the relevant system to control all the activities that we are doing, all the tasks and all the requirements, so that everything is under control.
And how many direct reports do you have?
I have 4 direct reports. Okay. And all in all, I'm managing a group of close to 300 engineers.
On what would seem to be a 24-hour basis, right?
No, we try to make it to balance life and professional life as well.
Can you speak to your relationship with your colleagues within the senior leadership and how you interact with them and how that works?
Basically, Rick Barker is my direct manager, and he's part of the executive team. And then Arinder, who sits here, and Ian Gallagher, who is the chief product officer, they are in a way my internal customers in the company, because at the end of the day, engineering needs to implement the compliance requirement, the product requirements, and to make sure that they are operating properly in production. So they are our internal customers.
I'll ask the question, and maybe you can give us a little bit of insight. I know it's a big buzzword, but in what ways are you looking at the usage of AI and your ability to deliver better product?
So this is a very hot topic now, probably the hottest topic. And what we are doing now, we are basically experimenting in different ways on how to implement it into the software development lifecycle. So if you would take, for example, small requirement and you'll ask AI to implement it, it will be quite simple. But when you want to integrate it into a complex product that has hundreds of thousands of lines of code and needs to stay intact, it becomes more complicated. So what we are doing now, we are experimenting with AI, starting from how to analyze product requirements, how to turn them into tasks, how to use it for development, how to make sure that the unit tests of what is being done are implemented properly. So it is a lot of learning, a lot of focus is given in the company. There is a special strategic initiative that is looking into it. And specifically, we within technology are looking deeply into it, because I believe that those who will not invest the effort now to be there, they will be behind in several years, if not less.
Do you feel as though, in comparison to prior hot topics or leading edge issues in technology, do you feel like AI is going to come faster?
I think it's going to come faster, and I think it's going to come bigger, because the capabilities are very impressive, and we have to make sure that we are on top of it.
Very good. I appreciate that. And then the last question I had in the area of cybersecurity, of course, that has been a hot topic for some time. How do you look at managing that critical risk?
So basically, there are several ways in which we look at it. So we have the right product that are installed in our production environment to make sure that the systems are protected. But that's not enough. You have to embed it into your development cycle so that when you develop your software, you make sure that it is secured enough. And that's also not enough. You have to make sure that people are educated to know how important it is, and to make sure that if we missed something, then people will notice that. So that's another layer which is important. And you have to look at also the physical security, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't forget that this is also a way in which a breach can be created. It's a very hot topic. And the more technology becomes sophisticated, cyber security becomes complex. And it's like it's like a chase, right? You always have to run and to be on top, because it is evolving all the time.
Of the industries you've been in, where does gaming rank in terms of interest for you personally?
Gaming is one of the more interesting ones. So I've been in communication in various companies. It is less regulated. So in a way, it is a bit easier to perform. And I think working in such a highly regulated industry is challenging. And over the years, when you do it, you understand how important it is that it is regulated, and how well it protects the players, and that actually it serves the company just the same way that it serves the player, right? Because when players understand that they are in a safe environment, they are more likely to stay with that site. So definitely it's a very interesting one, a very exciting one. Yeah, and I like it. That's why I'm here for 11 years.
Well, of course, we certainly agree in the importance of proper compliance and to have that environment. So we appreciate those comments. Certainly, you're very well qualified, have a tremendous background, and I have no hesitation in supporting your application. I want to thank you for traveling a long way to be with us here today. That also means a lot. So thank you so much for that. And with that, Judge Assad, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dreutzer. I'd just like to commend Elisa Thompson, our senior agent, along with Matt Doyle, deputy chief, and Supervisor Jeff Zinn for compiling a very thorough, comprehensive application. This is your first license here. You've been licensed several other jurisdictions. Tell me how you experienced it. How did it go for you?
It
What do
was
you-
a very.
Compared to the other jurisdictions?
So as I said before, it is a very thorough and very professional process, and I appreciate it very much. It took a certain amount of effort to bring all the required information. So I guess I know much more about myself now following this process, but I appreciate it very much. And as I said before, Agent Thompson was great. Cooperation was very good, and I hope that the result is also good.
And now that I'm presuming you're going to get licensed in a couple of weeks by the commission. Once you get that Nevada license, all the other ones will be smooth sailing. It'll be a piece of cake.
I guess you're right.
Just to follow up on Chairman Dreitzer's AI question, of the companies that are out there, NVIDIA, AMD, Taiwan Semi, Microsoft, which ones do you like, or which ones are you using?
We're using Microsoft, we're using OpenAI, but we are also experimenting with different products. This domain is so hot now that if you decide that this is the right one, you have a good chance of being wrong. So it's better to experiment with a lot of them, to do a lot of POCs in order to really know what's working well for you. And I think that the next year or two, this domain will start stabilizing and we'll understand better. So in all honesty, I think that at the current stage, you better watch out a bit wider than just saying this is the better one.
Yeah, they say NVIDIA is probably the leader in chip development and technology in that area. It's the so-called gold standard. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I would say that when you look at software development lifecycle, they are less relevant. So there are others that we are looking into. They are more, as you said, into the hardware.
Yeah. And then I don't know if you'd be the person to ask this, maybe Ms. Rushton. Can you just give us a quick little history of how we go from Brandywine to William Hill to 888, the whole history of how we get to where we're at now?
Want me to? Yeah, sure. So as I said, I started in 888, and I believe close to 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 888 basically acquired William Hill, and the deal was approved.
Non-US William Hill, right? Or
Non-US.
US.
Sorry, you're correct. The international business, not the
Yeah.
US. Sorry for that. You're correct. So the international business of William Hill. The deal was approved like 7 or 8 months later. And since then, we are in the process of merging the two organizations together. I wouldn't say that it was a piece of cake, right? It's a complex process to go through. There were a lot of changes also with key employees. But I believe that now in the last 2 years since Per, our CEO, I think he appeared here as well, joined, the company is in a good track, and it's starting to show that the fruits of this merger.
Great. Yeah, I too am in full support of your application. You're eminently qualified, and I'm thrilled to support your application. So good luck and safe travels.
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Yes, thank you for being here. And you have a very diverse background. I was curious how you ended up at Random Logic back in 2014 and kind of into the industry.
Yeah. So I worked, the company that I worked before 888 was sold to Intel, actually. And after 2 years, most of the operation was closed by Intel. And I started our operation in Bucharest in the previous company. And 888 was looking to open a site in Bucharest. And I knew a guy in 888 from my days in Converse, and told him, listen, we're closing the site. It's a great opportunity. Why don't you? So they took, basically they took many of the employees of the previous company in Bucharest. And then Few months later, he introduced me to the relevant people in 888, and that's how basically I got there. And I still manage people in Bucharest that I used to manage also in the previous company.
Interesting. That's great.
Yeah.
You were touching a little bit on AI and its importance and role in the industry coming forward. How, if I may ask, do you see from a regulatory standpoint, the board, our role in overseeing or implementing some sort of controls or regulations regarding the use of AI in the industry, and how is that going to develop and how is that going to come about, just in your perspective?
It is an interesting question. So I'm focused on implementing AI into the software development lifecycle. So basically, we want to accelerate the process, and we want to make it a higher quality process. From that perspective, we just need to make sure that none of the compliance or other requirements are not being met in production, because AI did something that we are not aware of. So it is up to us, basically, to make sure that the fact that we are using AI and potentially moving faster does not mean that we are compromising the quality. And I think this could be a concern to you. Another aspect would be at what points AI could serve the product, not from a software development lifecycle, right? To be part of what the product offers players, and to see that that does not create a situation where it could confuse players or whatever. And who knows where that are going to lead us. Yeah.
Right. Almost like a patron dispute, or just being able to mediate the use or implementation and integration of AI into the games. It's just interesting with G2E going on. It's definitely a hot topic, as you mentioned. Great. I guess overall, the judge kind of asked you, but can you just give us a general update on Evoke and its financial health and anything new you want to share with us?
Not sure it's really for me as engineering, but what I can say is that in the last, I think it's already now 4 quarters, the company is back to growth, which is very positive. And there is a lot of focus on making sure that we are working efficiently and that we are focusing on revenue generating activities. That being said, making sure that we are staying secured, as we discussed before, and compliance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Saloni, for being here again, and I'm happy to support your application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Member Sendall. So with that, what we'll do is we're going to take a pause on the motion for a moment and go to part 2 of this presentation. So, Ms. Rushton, did you have
Yes,
a
sir.
presentation?
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to invite members of Evoke's compliance team to come forward. Specifically, we have Mr. Harinder Gill, the Chief Risk and Intelligence Automation Officer, Ms. Laura Bird, Director of U.S. Compliance, and Mr. Matt Chia, Director of International AML. Chairman and members of the board, there were issues and questions that arose in August relative to the application of Mr. Sean Wilkins. There was a request that the compliance audit proceed as it was at the time, and that we in the company appear in October to give you an update on that. The objective today is to give you a brief overview of the compliance and AML functions at Evoke, and then to discuss the ongoing audit and other issues that I think are important to the board for your consideration. So at this time, may I invite them up?
Please do so. Thank you.
The other thing, Chair, is prior to the meeting, we provided a PowerPoint to Ms. Rupert. We've asked that it be maintained as confidential, but we will be referring to it during the affirmative presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. I know that Ms. Rushton introduced you, but why not introduce yourself?
No problem.
Could you please turn on your microphone? There's a
Yeah,
little button.
little button right there.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. My name is Harinder Gill.
Matt Chaya.
Laura Bird.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you for allowing us to join today. Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Member Sandel as well. As I said, my name is Harinder Gill. I'm the Chief Risk and Intelligent Automation Officer for Evoke. I'm based in London and in the United Kingdom. My primary responsibility is for the global risk and compliance function, but also have oversight over AI and automation initiatives, some of which were referenced earlier as well. I'm a member of the Evoke executive team, and I report directly to our group CEO. I'm joined, as mentioned, by Laura Bird and Matt Chia, both of whom report to me and work in my team. Laura is our US Director of Compliance based in New Jersey, and Matt, to my right, is our Director of International Anti-Money Laundering, and he's based in Malta. On behalf of the compliance team and the company, I want to kind of thank the Nevada Gaming Control Board for the opportunity to appear before you today. What I would like to cover today is a few things. I want to give a quick overview of the group's operations. I want to discuss how we're organized as a kind of global risk and compliance function, and also want to highlight a few points in relation to AML, internal audit, and procurement processes that could be of interest here. Before going into those items, one thing I wanted to do was to really note how important it is for Evoke, as well as for me personally, that the board and the commission have complete confidence in Evoke's commitment to complying with all of our regulatory obligations and all of the expectations that we have from the various regulators, including yourselves. We do recognize that it is a privilege and not a right to operate in licensed markets. And as such, I'm grateful, as is the company, to all of our regulators, including Nevada, that provide us with licenses that allow us to operate within their local jurisdictions. That's very important to us. And again, it's a right, not a privilege, and we appreciate that. The other thing I want to say is that, as an organization, we are human beings. We do make mistakes from time to time. However, we do always work very hard to learn from our mistakes and think about what we do differently or better going forward. So importantly within that is kind of striving to engage our regulators in a way that's timely, in a way that's transparent, and in a way that's cooperative as well. So we believe that's in the best interest of us as a corporate entity, it's in the best interest of regulators, and as importantly, it's the best interest of our customers as well, to have that open, transparent relationship. At Evoke, we also recognize that there are high standards that regulators place on us, including from the Nevada regulator. And it's quite right the Nevada regulator hold its licensees to high standards. What I did want to say here, though, is that you've got my personal commitment as well as that of the organization, that we will seek to meet all of our regulatory requirements and expectations, and wherever possible, we will endeavor to exceed those requirements and expectations as well. And again, that's really through cooperation, transparency, and good dialogue with yourselves. Moving to the main points, and some of them are covered in the presentation, so I'll kind of stick to the highlights here. So in terms of group's operations, we've got offices in 10 countries. And in some of those countries, we've got multiple sites within those locations as well. We operate in 17 jurisdictions around the world, including 4 states within the United States. From a customer brand perspective, we operate under 4 brands globally. So in some markets, we use the William Hill brand. In some markets, we use the Mr. Green brand. In some markets, we use the 888 brand. In some markets, we use the Winner brand. Evoke is kind of the corporate name and the corporate entity. So a bit how you may hear about kind of Google and Alphabet, and Alpha being the kind of corporate name and the corporate group, and Google being the kind of customer-facing brand that's used. Similarly for us, Evoke is the corporate name. That's the corporate entity that we all work for. However, William Hill, Mr. Green, 888, and Winner are the customer-facing brands that we use in different markets. In the US, of course, we provide B2B services. And as you're aware, we do that with partnership with Caesars, particularly focused on World Series of Poker, where we provide shared liquidity poker. In terms of compliance structure, we broadly have 2 types of compliance teams that report to me. We have what we call kind of local or regional compliance teams, and we kind of have group service teams as well. When it comes to local or regional compliance teams, such as the US compliance team, which Laura leads, they'll focus on things like regulatory engagement. They'll focus on making sure we meet our local licensing obligations. They'll work on things like product certifications, any kind of safer gambling requirements, anti-money laundering, and internal controls. So our idea is we have a local team, a US compliance team, a UK compliance team, and what we call an international compliance team broken out into further markets that have local knowledge, local expertise, and very much focused on meeting our local obligations. In addition to that, we have what we call kind of group compliance or risk services. And those are kind of more centralized teams that do activities that will span across the markets we operate in. So there'll be certain monitoring assurance teams that are done from a corporate center. There'll be certain kind of anti-fraud activities to support the local teams that will happen. There's kind of broader enterprise risk management activities that are kind of held there, and other things like data protection, which are often done centrally to support those local teams. But we think that gives us a good balance, having local knowledge, local expertise, but kind of sense of excellence in the group center that can provide certain services or support or activities across our organization to those local teams. In terms of areas of focus at the moment, one big area of focus we've got is what we call embedding a 3 lines of defense model. It really is an industry-leading approach, which we've, which we're proud of. And what it essentially does, it gives a, much clearer, structured, and universal framework or recognized framework for managing risk, managing accountability, and fostering collaboration. And in a nutshell, what it allows is us to say you've got first line teams which are essentially responsible for day-to-day operations and kind of they own their processes, own their risk, own their controls. You have a second line team, which is essentially the risk and compliance team, which sets policies, sets frameworks, does assurance, has oversight. And the third line is essentially internal audit. So we believe that's a good model. We've had this model in place for a while now, but we're very focused on how can we kind of further embed this model as well. We're also particularly proud of the governance structure we have in place. And so we've got various committees within the organization. The ones I'd highlight for here, we've got a group board audit and risk committee, which has independent members of the board on there, providing oversight of audit and risk matters across the organization. We, of course, have our board-level Nevada Compliance Committee, and that's very focused on ensuring that we meet our Nevada compliance obligations. So it's a senior group of people who are very much focused on what we need to do from a Nevada perspective. We have an Executive Risk and Compliance, Risk and Sustainability Committee, which I chair, that looks at risk and compliance matters across the organization. And underneath that, we've got various kind of local compliance teams and kind of topic-specific compliance teams, depending on matters that are important at the time. So we do like our committees, but we do believe having the right committees with the right composition gives us good oversight, good structure, good visibility, and allows us to preempt risks, stay on top of matters, but also deal with issues that inevitably arise in a large global organization such as ourselves. It also links to some of the questions earlier about AI as well. So, our committee structure allows us to be more focused on emerging risks and opportunities. And when it comes to AI, there are clearly significant opportunities for us and other operators, but there are clearly significant risks as well. So one of the things we have introduced is an AI committee that focuses on what we're doing on AI and other emerging technologies. And I kind of personally chair that, and that gives me a focus on risk management within that, so that we can kind of operate in a way that's fast-paced, effective, etc., but also in a way that thinks about what some of the new or different risks might be that AI could present and how we bring them into the organization. Briefly touching on a couple of other topics, so anti-money laundering as well. So, we're very committed, as you would expect, to keep financial crime out of gambling. And that, of course, involves complying with the various AML rules, codes, guidances, obligations that we have in all the markets that we operate in. We're very focused on identifying money laundering that takes place, and we kind of got processes around that. We've got policy and procedures to kind of reduce the risk that might arise from anti-money laundering. And of course, monitoring is really important as well to ensure that we've got oversight of what those activities are that we're doing as an organization, and where there is particular risks that presented, we take action in a timely manner. So some of those processes, just to kind of briefly note as well, we would do screening of customers and third parties against sanctions list. That's very important to us. We also do screening when it comes of kind of adverse media. And some adverse media is out there, and that's important for us to know. We do screening of politically exposed persons because there could be unique risks there as well. As you'd expect us to have, we've got in-depth KYC procedures. We do suspicious activity report filing. And of course, we'll have kind of effective governance around all things to do with anti-money laundering and financial crime. The other kind of process to brief that is procurement, and that's something that we have got an independent team on that focuses on procurement with third-party vendors. We've got an onboarding process that's what we believe is comprehensive. So when we're looking at third-party vendors, we look at things like financial stability. We look at any open source data that's there. We look at licensing. Are they licensed for, depending on the service they're providing to us? But also it's an area that we constantly kind of strive to do more on as well. So a good example of that was actually during the interviews as part of the audit that's taking place. We're working with the teams. We noted that there were some enhancements we could make, particularly on documentation of some of these diligence that we're doing, and so we're always receptive to that feedback to kind of do things even better. So that was helpful for us. Touching on internal audit briefly as well. So the primary goal of internal audit is part of the third line of defense that I referenced earlier. Their primary roles for independent assurance to the group board. They will conduct their own tests of whether we've got effective risk management in the organization. They do it independently of myself, and they would report that to the board audit and risk committee. So that probably just gives a whistle-stop tour of some of the things that are, sort of how we organize risk and compliance, what some of the key activities are, and again, how we're constantly looking to learn from the past, improve our processes, and always strive to do more, do better, etc. Happy to take any questions on that before I was going to pass to Laura to have a few comments as well.
So I appreciate that. I'm happy to have Ms. Bird make some comments, and then certainly we'll have questions for the group. Ms. Bird.
Over to you, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Member Sindall for allowing us and me specifically to appear before you today and provide an update on the positive progress that has been made since I last spoke with you in August in regards to our compliance audit. Since that time, the agents have met with more than 15 of our staff members on site in London. They met with me in New Jersey, and some interviews were conducted remotely. We've supplied many document requests, both initial submissions and some subsequent follow-up submissions. Also had some ad hoc meetings with the agents to walk through some processes. And I think as we sit here today, everything has been supplied. We've gotten positive feedback from the agents on the substance of the materials and the cooperation and timeliness of the submissions since we were last here in August. So we look forward to continuing to work with the agents as they complete this audit, which we just met with Sean here earlier this morning. He expects that to be done by the end of the year. And I want to further reiterate today our commitment to continued cooperation with all regulators, including the Nevada Gaming Control Board regulators, and that we understand and value the importance of maintaining good collegial relationships with our regulatory partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further on the affirmative presentation, Mr. Gill? Very good.
No.
So if I may, appreciate the presentation, and certainly it was thorough, professional, thoughtful, all of that. So very happy to have received that and to hear your perspective on your company's attention to compliance and the importance of it. Now, having said that, there was a substantial breakdown that was of great concern to us in Nevada. I certainly am glad that you're here today. Certainly we've gotten your attention. We appreciate that. We appreciate the fact that the progress undeniably has been made and things have improved greatly in terms of your cooperation with our agents. So that's all well and good and understood, and it's appreciated. However, we do need to understand a little bit about how we have a terrific policy, but how did we break down here? I appreciate your earlier comment that everybody's human, and that's fine. But there's a concern here about, we're at a good spot now, there's no question, but it cost a lot of time and you a lot of money, frankly, to get to this point that in many cases were unnecessary. And so what I would like to do is hear from both of you, but I'm going to start with Ms. Bird. Ms. Bird, as I understand it in your background, you were a regulator at one time?
Yes, I worked with the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board for a little over 10 years.
10 years, okay. So you, of all people, would understand the importance of prompt cooperation with requests from the agents. And so I guess the question I would have directly for you, being responsible for the US and thus Nevada, given your background, when you were at Pennsylvania, did you not expect applicants to provide information timely and promptly? Was that not something you expected?
No, of course we did.
Right. And so yet there was, understood failures in your company's timeliness with which we provided information. Again, we're getting better and I appreciate that, but it doesn't mean we can't just erase what happened. And so I want to understand from your perspective as a seasoned regulator, and now working in a key compliance role with Evoke, what was the failure? What have you learned from that? And what are we going to do to make sure that we're not back here when the spotlight is off this in 5 years? Because frankly, again, it was a waste of a lot of time, a lot of money, all unnecessary. This was, by all accounts, to be a very routine matter and should have been handled in a much more summary and frankly less expensive and less time-consuming fashion. Our agents felt disrespected. Our agents felt ignored. And as I'm sure when you were in Pennsylvania with the shoe on the other foot, you would not have wanted that. So I'd like to hear your honest perspective on those concerns.
Sure, I think one of the biggest lessons that I've taken from it, because the audit was so comprehensive and covered our entire group that spans many different locations, that I needed to more earlier engage some of my overseas partners, knowing that there was going to be an extreme amount of participation and a heavy lift for some of them. That if I would have done that sooner, I think it would have allowed us to provide things in a more timely fashion.
So you, as I understood it, you were aware of certain, and I appreciate that, and certainly we want you involved in your capacity earlier, the better. But there were some very specific requests that you knew about, and they were ignored, delayed, and things that sort of extended the process. So what accountability do you take in that moving forward?
So I want to make clear, I don't feel that I ignored the agents. I feel like I got the request, and like I said, I needed involvement from the rest of my team who are overseas that work on many different, markets and jurisdictions. So should have involved them sooner so that the materials could be provided in a more timely fashion. But I don't feel that I ignored the agents.
Okay, so what did it take now to turn the corner, right? Most certainly things have gotten better. What changed between where we were, frankly, in July, which was not in a good place, to where we are now, which is in a better place? What has changed from your perspective?
Internally with us, I think more engagement and involvement, maybe Harinder can speak to this, from some of our team members overseas and prioritizing this more than other matters, right? It's a priority for me because I'm only focused on the US. But I think getting the other teams that needed to be involved to prioritize this with the assistance from Harinder and other EXCO members facilitated moving this along more quickly.
Mr. Gill, what's your perspective as the global head of this? You have to look at this and look back and say, Nevada is a premier gaming jurisdiction in the world, and the interactions were much less than stellar. And in many cases, self-inflicted injuries, making it take longer, and as I said, cost more money. So what do you do as the head of this organization, this compliance organization, to take accountability for this and make sure that we're not back here again 5 years from now when, we don't have your attention anymore?
Yeah, firstly, it is a premier market, it is a premier jurisdiction, absolutely, as you said just now. From my perspective, ultimately, I'm accountable to make sure that we do have the right engagement and the right relationships with our key regulators, such as yourselves and others around the globe, and that is my accountability and is my responsibility. I think one thing I want to stress is that from what I've seen when I'm trying to look back on, okay, what did happen or what did not happen, and what do we do differently or better? And as you said, things have changed now, and we're in a good position now, which is great, but we don't want to be in the same position again. And so from kind of my, I guess, exercise of looking back, the positive has been that we've not had any deliberate not sharing information. We've not had deliberate obfuscation. We've not had deliberate ignoring. There's been no, bad intent. And that's important to me, because if there had been bad intent, then relevant people involved in that bad intent would not be at the organization. And it would be my role to kind of exit them if that's the appropriate action to take. But there's not been any bad intent, which is helpful and important and critical for this. I think it really comes to what Laura said as well, which is that we should have had probably better communication internally within the organization on what was needed and when. But also, I think we should have had better communication with the agents on where we did have challenges on providing things in a timely manner. So there's transparency on what the challenge is, what the timeline would be, or what else we could do to kind of make it happen more quickly. And particularly when it comes to, meeting with the agents in person, which is important, and you can, Nevada is well within its rights to request in-person meetings with whoever you would like to meet within our company. We had some logistical challenges because we've got individuals based in different countries, different places, etc. But we should have been much faster at resolving those and putting ourselves in a position where the agents could meet who they wanted when they wanted to. So we can see what the learnings are. A lot of it is internal communication within us, but also how we communicated out to the agents and the challenges and done that earlier and more vocally so we could figure out how we can move forward if there were any alternative options available. And that's why I'm really pleased that we have got to a better place now. I think we've got an excellent relationship with the agents. My understanding is that there are no material issues so far being identified. Of course, the agents will complete their work and come to their conclusions in due course. But I think because we've got a culture of actually taking regulators seriously, because we looked back, thought actually we need to do better, that's why we're in a better place. And I'm pleased that we've got to that better place. And it's my role to make sure that we're not in this position, whether it's 5 years or in any other kind of time period, and that we do provide what you guys need when you want it.
I appreciate that. Do you feel as though the plan itself failed you or needs to be specifically revised? I mean, you have a good plan. Companies have great plans. They look great on paper, beautiful PowerPoints, but in the actual application of it, sometimes there's failure. Do you see that here?
It's a good question. My view is that we've got a very, very strong plan and we don't have any material gaps within there. And that's why I think that's what you'll see when the audit is concluded. I don't believe we have any material compliance failures. There'll always be things, of course, that we can learn from and do better. I'm not saying that's not the case, but we do not have any material issues. And I believe our plan is robust. I think it's a communication issue as opposed to a.
Well, communication is part of a plan, is it not? In the sense that, for example, if there were issues at the U.S. level that perhaps your involvement at a different point might have potentially produced a quicker, more improved outcome, as an example?
But potentially, yeah.
Well, from where I stand, I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that certainly we've gotten your attention. And as you've said, it's compliance is critically important, of course, and you believe and understand where we're coming from on this. But at this stage, it's just nice words back and forth, right? I'm glad that there has been marked improvement. That's a big deal. That's the main thing, and we just hope to and expect to have that continue. And again, when the spotlight comes off of this, that you will continue to act in the right way and continue to do what's necessary. So I'm prepared in view of looking at this over the course of the last, say, 90 days, actually since I started, things have gotten better. And as I'm sure you know, it's a really good idea to listen to Ms. Rushton and Mr. Levinson. That's a really good idea, right? They have great advice. They're strong professionals. I've been doing this for many years. So it's important that you listen to your counsel in any way possible. And I think that Ms. Rushton's involvement in particular helped to make this thing get better as we moved along here. So I'll accept at face value that you have this commitment, and we look forward to positive interactions with your company moving forward. And so that's my perspective on it. I had just a question on the AML side, if I could. As you know, AML, of course, here has been a hot topic for us. Just on a general basis, maybe describe what you do and what you view the hot buttons are in the AML area from your perspective.
Oh, absolutely. So I look after the AML for international markets. So this is anything with exception of the UK.
Yeah.
And then in US, I work with Laura and her team on the AML matters, of course. As an example, some of those markets are Italy, Spain, Sweden, Denmark, so mostly in Europe, as well as we've got a market in Ontario. So AML has been hot topic for many years now, Now with a proliferation financing, terrorist financing, sanctions screening, and everything else in that case. So we've got quite robust procedures in the screening of sanctions. That is absolutely our key aspect of our AML program. We've got a group level AML program that then goes down to jurisdictions where we operate. And then in line with what Rinda said, we've got a UK program, then we've got the international and the US. There will be some aspects we do on a group level, and sanction screening is one of them, where we use a third party and we take absolutely no risk appetite on having anyone who is on sanctions list or even suspected to be on sanctions list in that matter. Next one is KYC. So any type of processes where we identify our players, that we know exactly who those players are at all times. And that connects to, once again mentioned by Harinder, the adverse media and PEP screening at the same time. And then we do STR reporting, which is a suspicious transaction reporting or suspicious activity reports, where we look at the holistic activity of players as well as the transactions that they conduct, any level of relationships they might have with other known individuals in US or outside of US. So we look at this on a global level. And then we look at how do they align with our risk-based approach, our risk-based framework. And then we make a decision whether to report or not report. Once we report, of course, we cease any type of business with that individual in question, and we don't allow them to come back. Fully expect this to grow and develop in the next area. So AI, once again, in the aspect of AML will be helpful at some point with screening of transactions. And I'm sure sanctions and PEP screening on even greater and more robust element. And we are fully engaged with those type of developments.
I appreciate that. And thank you all from my perspective, once again, for appearing. And I look forward to, better and better interaction. So thank you. With that, I'll ask either of my colleagues if they have questions for the panel.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, Chairman Dreitzer is very diplomatic and very nice and cordial and sweet. But for me, I was outraged when I read the report on the way that our agents were treated, mistreated, and a complete lack of cooperation from, I don't know who's at fault, but your company. And I was ready to not approve this application 100%. And I just want to put out a word to the wise that this is the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and then you go to the Nevada Gaming Commission. This isn't some East Oshkosh gaming regulatory body. This is the preeminent gold standard in the entire world. So we demand respect, we demand cooperation, and our agents deserve better. These are the best people I've ever worked with in my life. They know what they're doing. They're completely professional. They hardly ever raise the issues that they raised in this application. And Ms. Bird, I was ready to haul you over the carpet when I read what they said about you and how you completely ignored and give them a hard time. I don't know where the communication broke down, but it's not acceptable. You can't do that here in Nevada. So thank God that Ms. Rushton got involved. And there were a lot of bumps in the road, a lot of concerns that I had, and she was able to smooth things over. And as the chairman said, you really need to listen to her. And when she gives you advice, you need to follow it, because this isn't some Mickey Mouse gaming regulatory body. We demand much better from our applicants. So with that being said, how do you pronounce your name? Saja?
Chaya.
Say that again?
Chaya.
Chaya?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chaya, on the AML side, what type of documentation do you require to verify SOF, source of funds?
So we look at different types of documentations depending on the jurisdiction when the player is present. As an example, we look at pay slips, look at bank statements.
Look at what?
Pay slips.
Pay slips?
Like wage slips, when they get paid from work,
Okay.
where the money is coming from.
Yep.
We look at bank statements, we look at current accounts, we look at saving accounts, we look at any type of savings or investments they might have. We look at the payment methods used by those players. So where the money is coming from, are they using a debit card, a credit card, a bank account, PaySafe or a wallet? And then we look at the flow of funds from that payment method into us. We also look at type of connections they might have with any other players that we are aware of course, based on our systems. And then we look at holistic view of that player, whether that level of activity and where the monies are coming from fits with the profile of that player. So if there is, as an example, if someone earns 2,000 a month, but they are able to deposit and spend over that amount, that would immediately force a question for further types of docs to come through and evidence, is it savings, is it inheritance, is it money that they won with other operator? here. So it's quite a defined process of profiling of a player, and source of wealth is only one part of it. So we built a profile of the player first, looking at what we know of them from the open source, what they told us about themselves as part of the KYC process, and then what type of docs we've received from them as the relationship progresses. It's not a static matter, so we look at it throughout the life cycle of a player. So what might have been enough and sufficient at the start of the journey may not be enough and sufficient after 6 months, 12 months, or 24 months. Depending on the type of a player, also they may stay with us longer and shorter. Some players just gamble on occasional level, £20 here, £20 there. Some players engage in a greater level of activity, and on a risk-based approach, we apply our controls and procedures depending on the level of exposure we see with that individual player.
Do you engage with data analytics?
Yes, of course. Of course, absolutely.
With regard to, say, a patron who puts up front money, do you accept third-party front money deposits?
No. So this would be a risk flag for us. We don't accept cash, of course, but any attempt at using third-party payment method is an immediate risk flag in any jurisdiction that we operate.
Have you had any issues? Anything pop up?
With regards to the attempt?
No, in general, any AML issues, compliance or otherwise?
No, so the program is robust. We manage it in a robust way. We manage it through a governance structure. I look after a number of jurisdictions. We've got process for each of those jurisdictions in isolation. We've got Group FinCrime Committee that looks at all of them. And then we've got the Executive Risk Committee that Harinder chairs. So there's sufficient level of layers to raise level of controls. We also got now the team of assurance agents, as well as the internal audit to help us in identification of any potential issues, as well as we screen for emerging risks at all times.
With respect to the risk assessments that you engage in?
Yes.
Do you find any particular countries of note with regard to a higher risk assessment evaluation?
So depending on what aspects we look at, we accept players from different countries, from different jurisdictions. Of course, not in the US. In the US, we accept only players from the US and from the state. Looking more at Europe, for example, we accept players from different countries. We risk rate each of those countries. We've got a jurisdictional risk assessment that's prepared for any country in the world. And then we look at the level, what level of risk that country presents in itself. Are they on a sanctions list? Number one, this is blacklisting immediately. Are they engaged? What is the level of the regime with regards to financial crime? How robust is it over there? What was the latest assessment, let's say, from UN on that jurisdiction? So yes, we look at it at all times, and we adjust it as and when it's needed. We look at the grey list from FATF also. We look at any recommendations from OFAC on those ones. So there is a great deal of work, and in my team, I've got a governance manager who looks after that in particular, as well as a training manager who then trains it out to the rest of the business.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we pass it along, I just do want to address this notion that somehow I was sweet. That's something I'm not used to hearing. But I can say this, with 25-year career in business and earlier in regulation, I can say that oftentimes a calm voice that's well-reasoned can be as effective, if not more effective, than a loud one. And I think you took my meaning in terms of where we are on this. Certainly, my style differs from Judge Assad, but I think we have the same message to you, which is this is unacceptable. And I know you've heard me, and you've certainly heard him. Member Sendal.
Well, thank you. Yes, I think we all talk differently and get our points across differently. And from my perspective and kind of reflecting on all of this, what I sort of see here and what I'd like you to address, Ms. Bird, in your own words is can you describe to me in your own words what you think emotional intelligence means?
I'm not sure I know what the formal definition is. To me, it's maybe being able to read somebody's reaction to a situation, being able to identify that if somebody's upset or uncomfortable in a situation.
And how would you self-assess your level of emotional intelligence?
I don't know how to answer that.
And the reason I ask is because what I see here is a breakdown of emotional intelligence on your part in communicating with our staff. And, emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, as you sort of identified, the ability to see how your communications are being taken by the other person. Empathy, right? Being able to kind of self-regulate what you're saying and understand what's going on in the situation. Some of the conversations, as the chairman and the judge mentioned in our materials, were provided and what was stated by our agents, to me, was just a lack of emotional intelligence. And the only way you can really get over that is the first step of accepting that you're aware that you lack those skills, right? And then you need to accept that and move forward to fix that, right? It takes self-awareness and empathy. Leaders require a high level of emotional intelligence, and is your role over regulation, you're a former regulator, I'm assuming you work and manage over people. This is not just for your own professional development, but also for your personal development in your personal life. I would seriously ask that you reflect on that and really focus on that for your future development and happiness in your life. Because overall, that's really what I see here is just that skill. It's super important to be academically smart. You can be the smartest person in the room, but if you can't effectively communicate to others or resonate well and work well with others, it's really not effective. You cannot be very effective. You cannot work alone in certain jobs. And in this instance, in working with our agents, that to me was the breakdown. That was the failure, is just this lack of emotional intelligence and your ability to be successful in the workplace because you're just not aware that what you're saying is disrespectful and rude in those situations. So that would be where I'm at. I don't know if that's yelling enough or berating enough, but that would be my advice to you moving forward. And for Mr. Gill, I would just say, you nailed it on the head that at the end of the day, you're responsible, right? Tone starts from the top. So you're the leadership. So I would ask you and challenge you to work with Ms. Bird in improving her emotional intelligence so she can be more effective in her job. That's all I have.
With that, I believe Evoke has heard from the Nevada Gaming Control Board and our messaging in different ways, but loud and clear, the same message. So we will leave it there. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. And I really appreciated Member Sendall's comments. I think she was spot on. I get a little bit emotional. It's my Mediterranean hot blood, but her statements are really something you need to let resonate. And please listen to Ms. Rushton. All right? She's been through this 100 times. She knows what we expect, how we like it. She knows how our agents operate. She's going to give you good sound advice, and word to the wise would be to listen to her every time. So with that being said, Chairman, I would move that with respect to non-restricted agenda item number 7, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for your time. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, we are back. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Lawrence Woodhouse for licensure as a key executive at Neo Games Solutions LLC.
Very good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Once again, for the record, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of the applicant here, Lawrence Woodhouse. With your permission, Chairman, we thought we'd have Mr. Woodhouse, since it's his first time, for a brief just presentation on his background, training, experience, then be happy to take any questions after that.
Absolutely. Please proceed. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer. Good morning, Judge Assad, Member Sendal, Madam Secretary. Thanks for having me. As Mr. Giordano was saying, my name is Lawrence Woodhouse. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Aristocrat Interactive, which is the online real money gaming division of Aristocrat, newly formed through the acquisition of Neo Games Group by Aristocrat. So merging what was the Anaxi brand and Aristocrat and the Neo Games group of companies. That's why you'll see as well on the application there. Obviously, there's a number of different entities under that division, but Neo Games Solutions LLC is where the application is made for. I've been at the organization a little over a year now. In terms of my career background, I started life at PwC, where I qualified as a chartered accountant, and I spent the majority of my career in a number of different finance functions, roles, and more senior leadership positions across a number of different types of organizations, from kind of scale up to much larger multinational global organizations, predominantly in technology or tech-driven businesses, as you'll see from my application, mainly in the travel and hospitality space in the first 10, 15 years of my career, and then more recently in ed tech, so education technology. I think that background obviously led me to Aristocrat, and particularly this division. I think I've been fortunate enough to be part of teams and organizations that have scaled businesses of this type of size. And I think applying technology and driving business growth is something I've obviously worked with previously. So there's a nice synergy with that too. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. So how does this industry compare to travel and education?
Yeah, it was interesting what Mr. Bryan was saying about the overlaps there. I think it's a super exciting industry to be part of. I think there's our mission about bringing joy through the power of play. There's a lot that resonates there and resonates with the travel and hospitality space. It was interesting what Ms. Smith was saying about why people maybe come to Vegas. I think there's a lot of overlap with what people want to spend their disposable income on, both in terms of travel and hospitality and the different experiences that come with that. And so, yeah, I think there's a little overlap, certainly, in terms of those two industries.
Thank you very much. Can you, Mr. Woodhouse, maybe go through your organization and how you manage your duties as CFO?
My own team, you mean my own organization?
Yeah, your organization, how you manage them. Obviously, you have areas of wide responsibility. How are you able to take care of all of it in a growing business?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Interactive is quite a complicated organization, partly because Neo themselves had a lot of different entities and divisions within them. I think it's important to have a regular cadence of meetings. I think the Aristocrat Group does a great job in general of communicating, being part of a global business. I think it's important to have the right structure and the right data to enable us to make decisions. And ultimately, it also boils down to having the right team. At the end of the day, I couldn't do my job alone. And so having people in the right locations and with the right level of experience, and then giving them the tools and the opportunities to do their best work ultimately is what my job is. And obviously that experience I've had over my career working in like I mentioned, similar size and complex organizations leads me to be able to kind of put those things in place.
How would you describe your leadership style?
I'd say it's quite open and collaborative. I like to give people the opportunity and lean on subject matter experts to give their input before making decisions. Having said that, I will make tough decisions if need be. As I said just now, I think my role as a leader is really getting the right people in the right spot and then breaking down barriers so that they can do their best work. So giving them the right data and tools and improving processes and improving their ability to do their work with their peers and with their customers.
Where do you see Aristocrat Interactive's greatest opportunity globally?
I think it's mainly here in the US in the short term for sure. I think the opportunity to bring what is incredibly well-known and well-established content that Aristocrat is famous for and being able to sell that online is a massive opportunity. And it's the ability to do that over the next few years is definitely there. And I think that alongside what is already a very solid systems and lottery set of businesses, I think is a really great platform to launch that and drive growth there.
Any comments about Nevada specifically then?
Well, I think Nevada, it's obviously where we are essentially headquartered from a commercial point of view. It's where a lot of our leadership sits. I think there's going to, as the industry evolves, we will also evolve too. And I think it'll be interesting to see how the industry here evolves with that and makes decisions along those lines. I wouldn't like to comment specifically, but I think it's obviously going to be at the heart of a lot of that change. And I think for us, a lot of our near-term opportunities in particular jurisdictions where we see that growth and where states are legalized and regulated. But I think over time, we're obviously working with our customers to offer different experiences, different solutions that might touch upon interactive, whether it be loyalty programs, whether it be other areas like digital wallets for our gaming customers here.
Right, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, to offer innovation along those lines to help enable them to grow their businesses and create a better customer experience.
Very good. I appreciate that. I thought the application was clean, well done, and I support the application and, happy to move forward. So with that, Judge Assad, any questions for Mr. Woodhouse?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for being here, Mr. Woodhouse. I enjoyed your presentation. So Neo Games is in Mansfield, Mass? That's where they're headquartered?
That's the legal entity for that.
And
entity, yes.
you're going to transfer to Aristocrat in the same position you're in now? CFO?
I'm already present working that position, have been for the last year.
You're already with
Yeah.
Aristocrat?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you give me just a little bit of, besides manufacturing slot machines and gaming machines like that, talk a little bit about the interactive part of Aristocrat.
Yeah, so we offer solutions and platforms that enable our land-based operators to sell, whether it be casino, sports betting, lottery products online through websites, through mobile phones to our customers. So we provide both player account management systems. We provide solutions for our land-based casino customers through larger operators that sell, online content, solutions to enable that to happen. We also sell directly to operators our produced gaming content to sell online, and we have a full service lottery solution. We're working across a number of different states, lotteries to sell lotteries as an iLottery solution online as well.
The whole platform.
Exactly. Yeah.
Great. All right. Great. Mr. Giordano, thanks for being here again. Always great to see you as well. Your resume is very impressive. You've got about 22, 23 years of actual experience in the financial field. So you're eminently qualified. London School of Economics, graduated from there.
Okay.
Doesn't get any better than that. So I'm in full support of your application.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
You're a far way away from a Bachelor of Arts in Geography. So
Really
how'd you go
awesome.
from that to where you are now to accounting and now at Neo Games last year?
It's interesting, and this differs a lot from many countries in the world, but in the UK, it's very common to do an academic subject and then do something completely different thereafter.
Oh, it's normal. now.
So you see lawyers, you see accountants who maybe start with a degree in English or history and then go on. And so really for me, it was just a continuation of school and enjoying the subject. Yeah, I didn't really at that point, if I'm honest, know exactly where I wanted to head to. I think through a number of different internships over the summers and different experiences that landed the graduate job at PwC. And from there on, I was kind of, hooked in on a career in finance.
That's great. And then I might have missed it, but then how did you end up at Neo Games then last year?
Yeah, so it was through a headhunter who came and connected the dots. I think what was really appealing was both the challenge and with the integration itself, as well as the opportunity for growth for the division for Aristocrat as a group, and the fact that it's such a solid, well-run, well-governed organization. And I think it just matched up a lot of the experience I had across different other places. And I think it was just a really great fit for me personally, and hopefully for the organization as well.
So then you're enjoying it, I take it?
I am.
A lot of travel, and you have 6 direct reports, or what does a normal week, month look like for you?
Yeah, I think balancing that is important. I obviously to get the balance both. Obviously, with the last few years post-COVID, it's very natural to do to engage remotely. But I think being here in person, I've got a team here in the office that we have in Summerlin, and I have teams across Europe and in Israel as well as London. It's important to have a mix, both in person and virtual, and getting people together in the right times, and really making the most of that in-person meetings and both, whether that's in the office on a day-to-day basis. So I go into the office in London 3 to 4 times a week, come out here probably once a month or so, maybe once every few months, but in and around events like G2E or other events where some of my other colleagues who are also, we've got offices all over the map. So we've got other finance colleagues in Sydney, for example. So getting together in one location is really powerful, and we try and do that on a cadence of at least once a quarter.
Oh, that's great.
And then, yeah, otherwise it's just making sure I'm checking in with both the individuals and the broader team on a regular basis, once a week at least, maybe more.
Oh, that's great. I did have a couple questions in our materials. I noticed something that you launched your first NFL licensed social casino mobile game worldwide. Can you tell us a little bit about that? How that's going?
Yeah, so we have 3 divisions within Aristocrat. We have the gaming division, we have my division, which is the interactive, and then we have what's called Product Madness, and they've done a release with the NFL on the social side of things. They've just recently developed that with them. We've got that fully licensed to take that to our social platform and release that globally. So we've just launched that. It's early days, but it's a really interesting, exciting product.
Yeah, it caught my eye. So that's why I was just curious how that was going. And then I also caught my eye just in August. You launched a new website, knowyourmax.com. Do you know much about that? It's like a first positive play campaign for gaming manufacturers. Can you share anything about that?
Yeah, I think what's really been really eye-opening and really pleasing to see is the emphasis the group really takes on responsible gameplay, and we have regular sessions. I've had experts from that team come to my team meetings. I think we have a lot of town halls that have that as a really primary focused part of the business. I think that is a really innovative solution in terms of getting that message out there and making sure that we're helping our customers in some of that messaging. And so, yeah, I think it's a really innovative tool that is partly, we have very similar messages we work through with our customers, as well as ourselves on our own materials and our own direct website. And so I think, yeah, it's just a very important part of our offering, and I think it's a good tool.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it up because I don't think I've really read or seen that, at least since I've been here this year. And I think it's a great tool, setting timers and personal limits for patrons and making sure there's healthy play. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you for sharing that. But you have a wonderful background, and thank you for being here. I'm happy to support your application. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 8, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
That brings us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted number 9. Please read the item into the record.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of John Eder, Patrick Miller, and Christopher Balaban for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer or key executive as noted on the agenda. It is also the request to withdraw the applications of John Eder for finding of suitability and/or licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Schreck.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Frank Schreck representing Mr. Eder and the other two applicants that I'm sure will come right after. I imagine that you would like to hear from Mr. Eder first. Is that correct?
Actually, if I could hear from the other two applicants
Sure.
first. And then we'll do Mr. Eder at the end. We have,
Certainly.
of course, a few things going on in this application. So let's hear from the two other gentlemen first.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Chairman. On my right is Patrick Miller. Patrick is the president and CEO of Dreamscape Flamingo Road Management, which is the licensee at the Rio. And to my left is Christopher Balaban, who is its CFO. We also have with us Jorge Morales, who is their general counsel.
Very good. Did you have an affirmative presentation or how'd you like to proceed?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Then I guess let's start with Mr. Miller.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Excited to sit in front of this board again for a second application in my career. Just maybe a little bit about myself and then take questions.
Please.
I think, great. Thank you. So came to Las Vegas in '71 as an infant. So born and raised here, watched the city grow up as I did. Obviously loved what it's about. Got a chance to go away to school, come back, start my career at Mirage Resorts. And worked there for 28 years in various capacities, almost 15 different roles in that company. Fantastic career. When I left there, got a chance to start out at a new kind of takeover with Rio and got the call to maybe go over there, take a look and see what we could do. And so I've been there for almost a year or just over a year and a half now. So.
Very good. Mr. Miller, with respect to the property and the challenges that you've had over the course of the last few years, can you describe the progress that's been made at that property?
Yeah, yes, that's great. Yeah, so Rio, as you know, is a 35-year-old property that was obviously run originally came up and was a beautiful kind of a locals property that appealed to locals. Eventually, obviously, the tourist market loved it, had great outlets, great draws. Eventually, became a group business property as well with the great convention space. And so, throughout different ownership, kind of came into, for lack of better words, just disrepair and maybe disinterest by the prior owners that really took care and concern of that property. Dreamscape bought the property in 2019, really took over the keys in 23. I got a chance to start reinvesting capital into that property and kind of bring this back to life. And you can imagine it's a 90-acre property, a large campus of the building itself. So the ability to kind of work through that has been ongoing since that time. So of the 2,500 rooms, we've had 1,500 remodeled, which was a large portion of the expense. A lot of the public space on the main casino floor is done through some restaurants, casino floor, carpet, lighting, typical things to make that property welcome. Obviously, the exterior was redone, some new lighting that obviously kind of exhilarating light show at night, and cleanup of public space such as the pool as well and the convention space. So still a lot left to do there, but that's really been this first couple years since Dreamscape has taken over.
And at present, you have 1,650 employees?
Yeah, right there, but just under 1,700.
Where do you see yourself in the market? Are you more of a destination or locals or a hybrid? Where do you see yourselves?
Yeah, we're a little bit of all those things. I think, the local market for sure, we're, I guess, maybe categorically, we're a value brand. We're close to the Strip. We sit just off there and you can get almost anywhere on the Strip faster from Rio than you can on the Strip, which is great whether you're going to Sphere or Allegiant or one of the other draws in Las Vegas. But we do draw a lot of locals. I think that the notion of that the accessibility, certain where we're at, and the population around there, we draw a lot from locals as well. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say there's 250,000 square feet of convention space, so we actively drive group business as well.
And how has that effort been to drive, say, convention business?
Yeah, it's been good. It has not been easy as you think. Although Rio's been there, as I said, 35 years. In many ways, we're a startup. as you decoupled from the prior owners, you've got to start out new database, new relationships, and build that trust with the consumer that we're an exciting new property, and remind them that there's new things and fresh things at the Rio.
Right. And how has your room occupancy been going?
Room occupancy is good. I mean, it's, as you know, we heard Mr. Hornbuckle earlier today talk about the difference between luxury and kind of the value brands. And I think, while Vegas is cyclical for sure, and I believe in the rebound and obviously bullish on what Las Vegas will do, when those luxury brands kind of compress in the market and get more aggressive, it pushes down to value, which is where Rio sits. So it has been difficult. Occupancy sits, mid 80s. Overall for the year, but definitely that notion of getting busy is sometimes at a rate differential where you have to lower rate to get that occupancy.
How are you looking at your plans for all that land?
Yeah, so the land is really, we use it for convention space. We have a lot of groups that come out there and do, go-karting and rodeo and other elements like that. I think the long-term view is really discussing with our corporate entity, our lenders to say, okay, what would be out there? We've entertained a lot. There's a lot of different ideas out there, from entertainment complexes to mixed-use residential. And I think it is evaluating all those to understand that excess land. We know it's valuable. We know it's strip adjacent when you think about the development across that corner with the Seminole property and Hard Rock. So we love that we have that land, but haven't settled on an exact component for it.
Thank you for that. As you indicated, you had a long career in gaming, and now you've continued to this next chapter. Do you feel as though you have both the support from ownership and the financial flexibility to do the things you need to do to follow through on the successes you intend to have?
Yeah, I think that's great. As you know, as you saw, probably one of the discussion is that transition with some new ownership and hopefully new funds. I mean, there's a lot of work left to do at Rio, new capital investment. That wind in our sails, so to speak, of additional capital helps us grow, helps us create new restaurants and outlets, what the consumer's looking for. As I said, we still have another 1,000 rooms to remodel. Those aren't cheap. So planning that out, we're excited about that with some ownership to be able to do that.
How often do you speak with ownership?
We talk often. So once a week at least. They've come in the last couple of weeks since the transaction, come in at least twice for a full week. They're actually in town this week now. But weekly we meet and go over key elements, property performance, and really the future.
Can you describe sort of how that decision-making happens between you and ownership? Just want to get a feel for
the decision, I'm sorry,
decision-making process.
Oh, decision-making process.
Call it material decisions, things
Yeah,
like that. How's that happen?
I think elements that involve capital, that involve significant capital, will be vetted out. So we'll prepare analysis to work through, obviously, a recommendation from myself or the subject matter expert from my team, whether it's food and beverage or within the finance realm. And then we'll present and discuss and usually some debate back and forth, and ultimately, hopefully get an approval to move forward on a project or an outlet.
So have you been told yes more than no? How does that work?
No, I think we've been told, I think it's a lot of yes. I think understanding understanding the limited means of capital or where you spend it, also the ability to spend it. If you gave me every dollar right now, it's really tough to execute on capital effectively. You really have to systematically do it, and long-term strategy for how you continue to grow Rio. So I don't know if we'd have the ability to take on every project right now. There's a lot of space on that property. When you think about Masquerade Village and all those restaurants and outlets that are in there that have to be kind of programmed, it's a lot of execution by my team, the operation team, to do that. So I think I'd rather parse that.
So speaking of your team, then how many direct reports do you have?
I have 9 direct reports.
And how do you know how to apportion your time and your thought leadership and actual leadership across them.
Yeah, it is, it's extensive. I think you said it earlier for one of the other applicants. It's in your blood. You have to love this business and be in there because it is time consuming. As you know, we don't close. We're always open and things are happening on the gaming floor in the middle of the night and of course conventions in the early morning. So I think being available for them is important and understand where the important components are, where the levers you really want to pull. And making sure you have the right people in there and there's trust of those subject matter experts to execute at their level.
Has your leadership style changed through the years as you've had different points of executive leadership?
I think it always is evolving, hopefully getting better and growing. So certainly I hope I've become a better leader in that regard. I pride myself on being a servant leader, trying to clear those obstacles for my team, making sure they can get done what they need to get done. I think in the role here at Rio, it's much more entrepreneurial than my prior company where you have to think ahead and understand vision for the property. What do you want to do? Obviously, you're a culture setter for everyone, for the 1,700 employees that you have to make sure you're exhibiting what you want to see and how they deliver the hospitality experience for our guests. So I think it's important to be that leader everywhere you go and everything you do, whether it's in the community or obviously walking around the floor.
So last question, do you have problems with retention?
Not retention per se. I was very surprised how many people were at Rio since day one and love that property. And they recall that, everyone's got this great Rio memory of what it was, back when it opened. And so I was surprised by the number of day one employees that still want to be there. I think the issue with retention is, it's one property. And my prior role in my former company, you were able to move properties and change and grow, similar to what my career was. I can't offer that. So what you offer is this ability to show this future and this vision of what Rio will be. And that's the best level of retention. And some people buy into that, and some people just want maybe a paycheck or a moment and then move on. And so you have to find leaders and individuals who believe in the future of what we're doing at Rio.
I appreciate those thoughts, and you certainly have had a long and successful career, and we welcome your continued involvement in the industry, so I'll be happy to support your application. Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thanks for being here in person, Mr. Miller. Your application is pretty thorough. I only had a few issues. I'm a USC fan, so I don't like that Notre Dame bachelor's degree from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Are you a fighting Irishman?
I am.
No, that's all good. I'm just teasing you. With respect to, you started out as a pit clerk at the Mirage in 95?
Yes, sir.
That's quite a remarkable climb up the corporate ladder, so to speak. Yeah. What did you do after that?
As several jobs. I went into their call center for casino marketing, and then eventually got into the management associate program after those two roles. And again, as I said, many opportunities, Judge Assad, to learn the business and grow through that company. It was a fantastic part of my career and enjoyed it. Loved the fact of starting in the pit. I think it is to that notion of getting in your blood. You see it in action and you got to watch things happen, and the energy of this industry is important. And it drives me to today to still be energetic every day I come in that capacity.
Yeah. Did you ever get into the dealing craps or blackjack?
I never had the chance to deal. I did.
Now you're in the action. That's the real pit.
That is. I got to do a session of it, but it was not for a full-time role.
Yeah. No, that's a great experience there. Yeah, I probably should have stayed in the gaming industry instead of going to law school. With respect to the property itself, when was it Birnbaum? Is that his name?
Eric Birnbaum.
Yeah, well, he was here a couple of years ago with you, I think, Mr. Schreck. Yes. I told him he put that buffet back in there. That was a crowd drawing attraction. There was a line out the door to the parking lot, and then there was another line going the other way into the casino floor. Those tiny little, I don't know what you call them. Not restaurants, but those little, you have the Philly cheesesteak one and the hamburger joint and the
food hall,
gas station sushi guy thing there. Every time I go in there, they're dead. You need to think about the Michael Gaughan formula. Bring in the people, good food, brings in the people. That buffet was fabulous, especially I think on Friday night, they had the seafood buffet. That thing was packed. I mean, you'd have to wait an hour, hour and a half just to get through the front gates. So just a suggestion.
I appreciate
The
that.
rooms are great. I love you still have a lot of suites, right? Most of your rooms are suites, I believe?
They are the all 2,500 rooms are suite
Yeah.
levels. One of the
Yeah.
largest rooms in the market. Again, the product is great.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, when Marnell's had it, that place was cooking, man. You had, it was packed every night, not just on the weekends. And then you have the glass elevator. You still have the Voodoo Lounge up on the top floor?
We do. We're actually opening up a brand new steakhouse up there next week. So
Oh,
High
very-
Steaks opens next week by Chef James Trees, another local that runs a couple places downtown, Esther's Kitchen being one of them.
Oh, yeah.
So that opens up this week. We're in play days this week. So you'll have to
Nice.
come back, Judge Assad.
I'll check it out for
and
sure.
come check it
yeah.
out.
He owns El Posto Solito too,
Yep.
doesn't he?
Also Lido Posto. Yes.
Nice, nice. And then you've got, what happened to the Oyster Bar? Is that still there? The
No oyster bar.
No Oyster Bar?
Yep.
What's in there now?
I think Buzios is what you were.
Buzios, correct.
Yeah, Buzios is a Mexican restaurant there now.
Okay.
So
All right.
Guy Fieri, Burro Baracho.
Gotcha. Yeah, you've got a lot to work with there. That's a great property. Marnell's did a fabulous job, and I don't know what happened afterwards. I guess it changed hands a couple times, Caesars and Hyatt. Does Hyatt still have a portion of the property in terms of bringing in guests?
Yeah.
You draw from their client list?
Yeah, we do. We have a agreement with Hyatt. We are a destination by Hyatt, so it's a kind of a light brand affiliation where we run the property. However, we're connected with Hyatt and all their programs. So it's a great relationship. They help us drive group business and look to us to drive obviously their loyalty members to when they're staying in Las Vegas. They have a resort here. We become in essence the largest Hyatt in their portfolio with that, which is nice as well for them.
Yeah, it's got a lot of potential, and I wish you well. Your application is excellent. I'm honored to support your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall, questions for Mr. Miller?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Miller. So you went to Notre Dame and you graduated in 95 and then you started right away working in gaming. What is that just you knew what you wanted to do? You wanted to work in gaming or?
Well, Dad kind of kicked me off the couch and said, you got to go get a job. And
Okay.
the best place to start is at the bottom.
Okay.
So it was, it was, I knew I studied marketing in Spanish and was looking obviously at that time when I was graduating, NAFTA had kind of imploded and came back home and knew I loved this city. Obviously family was here. And again, the encouragement of my father, not kicking me out, but saying, hey, get a job, start somewhere and learn the business from the very, very bottom, whatever it is. And he didn't care what I did, wash dishes or in this case, being a pit clerk. And I fell in love with it.
Yeah, I mean, to stay in it that long, it's very commendable. And as the judge said, and you have a great experience and long tenure in the gaming business. Can you clarify how you ended up here at the Rio last year? Was it?
Last year, one of my former mentors, a gentleman by the name of Bill Macbeth, was helping Eric Birnbaum with the property. He had called me and had said, hey, can you walk around Rio and tell me what you think? And I got a chance to walk around and kind of look at it. I called him back and I said, gave him some input. And he goes, what do you think? And he goes, well, I'd like you to take a look and go meet Eric and the Dreamscape team and see if you'd want to run it. And I didn't know if I wanted to get back into this business. I'd worked hard at kind of doing a transformation from Monte Carlo to Park MGM, and that was a big part of my career. And I saw a lot of elements in Rio that had that similar fashion, and it kind of refueled my fire of, kind of engaging a culture of the hospitality culture of the individuals who deliver it, but also re-improving capital and seeing how the consumer responds to it. And so the challenge I saw in front of me was like, this is exciting again. And it kind of rekindled a spirit of working in this industry and what we do every day. So it's been great and delivered on that every day.
That's awesome. I have to say, I worked for Caesars for internal audit like 15 years ago, and I had an office at the Rio for a few years. And so it's very special to me. And so I know that property pretty well. And yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's right on the other side of the strip and how it's kind of isolated, but it seems like you did a great job with Park MGM, and you're the right man to hopefully bring this property around and help it grow and flourish into the future, because I think it's great. I think it's a great location, a great property. So I also noticed you have a lot of outside directorships, and I just wanted to commend you for all your work on that. I know some of that you mentioned, Bill Hornbuckle got you involved at Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. I thought I saw in your duties and responsibilities that you work 60, 70 hours a week. So I was like, you got to be up there to the 80, 100 hours that we heard earlier, working every week. But commend you for that.
Well, thank you. It doesn't, I love the job. And so that makes the work part there. And I think the community aspects and the various boards I work on, that's part about loving this state and this city of what we do. I think you have to, not just as an organization, but as an individual, figure out how you're going to give back and make Nevada the state that it is. And it takes, I think, community members getting involved in doing things and whatever the passion is. So it's, and one of those things is you sign up for one thing and then pretty soon you're on three things. And then it's tough to say no and pare that down. But it's important to me and my wife and what we do.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. And it sounds like you're great, as the chairman was asking, your leadership style and how it has grown over the years. And just hearing you speak today, I think they're lucky to have you. And I'm happy to support your application.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Miller. With that, we'll turn to Mr. Balaban.
Good morning to the board, and thank you for having me here again. It's about 4 years ago that I was here for my application when I was up in Reno. So it's been a wonderful privilege to actually live in both great cities. But before that, I started off as a pot washer. That was my first foray into the hospitality industry. Worked my way through and paid my way through high school and college in the industry. I just always had this affinity for the guest experience. And when I got to college, ended up with my bachelor's in finance and an MBA. I guess I just kind of had a knack for strategy and numbers. My first entry into the gaming space was at the Atlantis in the Bahamas. And I've literally just spent probably the last 25 years traversing the country, a little bit on the international side too. But the reality, I think once I got west of the Mississippi and there's a little less humidity and a little less bugs, I said, I think I found a home. And that's with Nevada. So with that, happy to open up to questions.
Yes. Why don't you tell us, Mr. Balaban, what your role entails and how you address all of your duties on a daily basis?
Sure. As the CFO of the property, guess I'm responsible for the accountability, responsible for obviously the accounting and the finance and some of the strategy across the property too. So with purchasing, warehouse, accounting, security, surveillance, IT, my roles and responsibility is day-to-day operations to make sure that we have the tools necessary to deliver on the guest service, the training necessary for the team members to execute and do their jobs, and then the accountability to make sure that we're governed well and we're reporting well and we're responsible as an entity and as team members.
How many direct reports do you have?
I think it's 5, maybe 6.
And how do you divide your time amongst them?
Weekly meetings. From a leadership perspective, you kind of figure out that there's some people you may meet with daily, there's some people you may meet with weekly, there's some people maybe every couple of weeks. So it's really, I'm also a get up out of the office and walk the floor. So I'm down in the accounting offices, the security offices, probably once or twice a day, just kind of walking through, saying hello to the team members, answering questions as necessary.
And how often do you meet with Mr. Miller?
Too often.
Instead,
no, Patrick and I, we actually just see each. It's funny. It's kind of funny. We joke about it. We see each other through the day, just passing, but we really probably meet 6, 7 o'clock at night because we're so busy during the day doing our regular jobs that we usually catch up around that time.
What's your relationship and decision-making process with Mr. Miller? How do you go about agreeing and disagreeing, and how does that work?
It's a conducive conversation. You know, I think we have different leadership styles, which is good, which is what you want to look at information, to look at issues, to look at problems from different perspectives. So we literally sit down and we collaborate and we talk it through from the different perspectives. And then we say what's best for the organization and what we're trying to figure out from the immediate concerns to the midterm to the long term. And a lot of that's either dialogue or naturally as the finance perspective, you walk in with the presentation of the numbers and say, here's how this plays out. But there's also just the soft costs and the soft concerns that go along with all decisions too. So I think it's a conducive conversation.
What's your perspective on the future for Dreamscape for the Rio, given the challenges that you have?
I think it's your Dreamscape and now our new lender with Kenny Lewis has taken on more. My perspective is it's we have a better balance sheet now. We have better funding now. I think we have the runway to make the decisions that us sitting here, you as the chair, and the guests and the team members that we have in the future business we want to build, we have that pathway and that runway to make it successful for everything we want to talk about. Ironically, Judge Assad, Patrick and I had a conversation just a couple of weeks ago. I was like, maybe it's time to bring back a pro forma for that buffet to really see what that looks like from a capital structure, because when you walk the floor and you talk to people, that's what everybody brings up the buffet. It's something that resonates. And there's a lot of, I think, pent up demand from people who had great experiences at the Rio and want a good reason to return.
Very good. Well, I'll be happy to support your application. We appreciate your involvement in the industry and look forward to seeing better and better results and success from the Rio. So thank you. Member Sendall.
I was convinced there that the chairman was going to say, I'm happy to support the introduction of the buffet, but I guess it's just your application. He's still thinking about that?
Well, it is lunchtime, so let's see. But no, I, of course, having lived here for years, certainly knew of the buffet, went to the buffet, and it'd be great to be back, but it was something that Judge Assad's been talking about every day since I've known him, so I'm just going to let him take that one.
I remember my father talking about it. I grew up in Florida. And when his sales trips, he'd come out to Vegas, he would talk about the buffet. So it's even though, unfortunately, Patrick grew up here, he spent his life here. I got to hear about it until I came to work here. So.
Well, anyways, it was just a joke. I actually really did think he was going to comment on the buffet, but he decided.
It wasn't just a buffet. It was like the best buffet in Vegas.
Yes.
See,
I think that got moved up on the priority list now.
I guess so you started just months before Mr. Miller did, I think?
I think it's about 6 weeks, yes.
Okay. And so then how did you get involved in your role?
I got involved in my role. I worked with Hard Rock previously, and I was up at GSR. And I think when they were trying to figure out the process, the bankers are part of Hard Rock and are also part of this. And I think they put my hat in the ring of a potential candidate to help through the transition. My history has been opening properties and fixing properties. It's kind of where I've come through. And then my relationship working with John Eder historically is he called me up and says, the banks asked me to give you a call to see if you'd be interested.
Great.
I originally told them no.
I always find it interesting how people end up where they're.
No, absolutely. I said, Reno it's wonderful. I like it there. But then as the conversation ensued and the opportunity and kind of the passion that you heard from Mr. Miller too of what Rio was and what it could become, it just became a very interesting opportunity to look at.
And I think you mentioned you're really over finance and then the information technology areas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you see as far as, or what's your thoughts on, I don't know if you heard earlier, there's discussion about AI and the integration of AI. Is that anything that you're involved at your level at the Rio right now, or something you're thinking about, or?
It is a conversation that we have holistically at the property. I mean, even the conversation of ChatGPT, should that even be something that people are allowed to even have access to at the property? So we're looking at different programs and processes to mitigate risk, but then also ensure that we have the tools to manage the business too. And in fairness, to be candid, do I know everything about AI? The answer is no, but you hire the right people and you have people smarter than you who are subject matter experts in there to help you develop those. We've looked at AI in some of like our legal areas in terms of looking at contracts. I think it is fair to say that some of this stuff is also new. So we also have to be thoughtful of how we would actually think about and integrate AI. And there's always a conversation. Do you want to be the first, or you want to let somebody else do proof of concept too?
Yeah, fair point. Well, thank you for being here today, and I'm happy to support your application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Any relation to the Balabands that own the cab companies, limousine companies here?
Apparently, I have some kin that owns, that I know of, no, but there's mattresses, there's actors, there's a group in Chicago. When my stint in there, people would ask me the same about, apparently there was an acting troupe in Chicago, but not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay, just curious. George Balaban and his brother, they used to have a big limo company here and taxi cab company as well. And you went to University of South Florida?
Yes.
You know, that's one of the best non-Ivy League schools in the country. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I happen to go there too. Actually, it's a great baseball school. That's why I went there originally, but somehow I wound up out here. So, yeah, you've got plenty of experience. I mean, Hard Rock, Grand Sierra, Dreamscape. So you're eminently qualified as a CFO position. I don't have any concerns at all. Your application is stellar. Your resume is very good. Our agents did a very thorough job. So I'm in full support of your application. I wish you all the best. And if you bring back that buffet, I think we all need to check it out. We'll be there.
Thank you, Judge Saad.
Very good. So with that, we can turn to Mr. Eden.
Fine.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I began to introduce Mr. Eder. He is the president and CFO of Dreamscape Companies, Inc., which is the indirect parent of the licensee. We clearly understand the major issue with respect to his application, and I've asked Mr. Eder to prepare a presentation for this board to outline and address that issue. So if it's the board's pleasure, I would like Mr. Eder to make that presentation.
Mr. Schreck, that'd be fine. Mr. Eder, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sadal. Just to give a little history or background on myself, just before we start into some of these other issues. So similar to one of our earlier candidates that you had, I am also from Buffalo, New York, born, raised there, went to school in Michigan. After college, decided I wanted to live in Pittsburgh for no other reason than we used to compete against Pitt in college. And I thought it was a great city and it just kind of won me. And so I began my work in public accounting in Pittsburgh. Lived in Pittsburgh for 5 years, got my CPA. At that point, I had never been further south than Pittsburgh. And I got a call from the Walt Disney Company to come and interview for an internal audit job, matter of fact, down in Orlando. I started my hospitality career with Disney in Orlando. I spent 3 years there. I moved on over to the Atlantis in the Bahamas. I spent 5 years there. From there, I went to Semel Gaming, 20 years. After Semel Gaming, I spent about 1.5 years with Aon doing some insurance work. And then I wound up at Dreamscape. Also further background, married for 33 years, 2 children, 3 grandchildren. We all live in Florida now, so it's nice to have family all around us. That's a global glimpse of me in 1.5 minutes. And now, with your consent, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to divide my presentation now to 3 sections. First, my employment history with Semel Gaming. Then I would like to describe the RFP, or request for proposal process, that goes into the insurance brokerage that we're going to speak to. And then the last part of it is the facts surrounding my termination.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So prior to joining Semel Gaming, I had worked with Jim Allen, who's the CEO of Semel Gaming and Hard Rock Holdings at the Atlantis and Bahamas. We had worked together for about 3.5, 4 years. And after he left and he joined Semel Gaming, he gave me a call and said, "Hey, I'd like you to join." So I started in June of 2002 with Mr. Allen and Semel Gaming. I worked there up until July of 2022. So for 20 years, I worked at Semel Gaming. Dedicated employee. I relocated my family 2 times during the 20 years to fulfill roles they asked me to fulfill, one in Tampa, and then I came back to South Florida to fulfill another role. I began at as a VP of Finance at the headquarters. I then went to Tampa and became the VP of Finance for the property. I was there for about 3.5 years. I was then promoted to Senior VP of Semel Gaming, where I served for 7.5 years. During that time, because my kids were in high school or just starting high school, I commuted for 5 years back and forth every weekend to do the job in South Florida, but then let my kids stay in school and finish school. Once my kids got out of school, meaning went to college, then my wife moved with me. So we spent kind of 5 years back and forth apart. I was promoted to CFO of Semel Gaming in 2015, and then added the title of CFO for Semel Hard Rock Holdings in 2018. During the 20 years, I was able to achieve significant savings by finding financial efficiencies, negotiating with banks and vendors, monitoring expenditures, and refinancing debt. I represented the tribe all those years in a respectful manner. I dealt directly with the Semel Tribal Council, the government employees, tribal members, and other officials. I always had the tribe's best interest in mind in the dealings, both financially and reputationally. I treated their money like it was mine. And I really wanted to make sure we spent it wisely and as best as we possibly could. So now going into what I would call the request for proposal, the RFP process of how that process works, because I think this is going to be part of maybe some of your questions. So for corporate governance purposes, we conduct an RFP every 3 to 5 years, depending upon the length of the contract. The goal was always to ensure we had the right vendor and always providing the service, ensure we had the right pricing. Semel Gaming put out an RFP for property and casualty insurance and all other non-benefit insurance programs to qualified brokers. The RFP is reviewed, approved, and selected to qualified brokers by a committee consisting of tribal members, financial people, and other employees within the tribe. I was not a member of the committee. My role was to construct the RFP, organize the committee, and coordinate the meetings. In this case, the RFP was sent to 4 qualified brokers, one of which was Willis Tower Watson, who is the current broker for the placement of the property and casualty insurance for Semel Gaming, and it had been on the account for the last 15 years, providing services before I was ever involved in the process. When the RFPs are returned from the broker, the committee reviews each submission and scores them. The committee also invites the bidders to provide a verbal presentation, and then they score that presentation as well. The scores from the RFP submission and the verbal presentation are tallied, and the bidder with the highest score with the company that is recommended to the tribal council for acceptance. Willis had the highest score from the 4 qualified brokers that submitted the RFP during that RFP process. I then am directed by the committee to negotiate a proposed contract with the broker for the submission to the tribal council. In this case, I believe the contract was $400,000 a year. However, the contract also required the broker to offset any of those fees from commissions it received from underwriters that they place insurance for. These commissions usually exceeded the $400,000. So in essence, we were getting the service. We weren't paying any money for that service. So there's a contract for $400,000, they'd receive commissions, and then they wouldn't charge us anything for that service because they already got paid through the brokers. Willis would invoice and collect from the tribe all the insurance premiums, which are directly from the brokers, and then they would pay them directly to the insurance carriers with no pass-through, just a complete pass-through of funds. So we'd pay $1 million, they give them $1 million. So the funds provided to Willis were primarily or really for the insurance premiums for Semel Gaming. Once the contract's negotiated, a resolution for acceptance is prepared for the tribal council. At the council meeting, I'll explain the entire process, similar to what I'm doing here today, and provide the scoring and the proposed contract. The tribal council then decides whether to accept or reject the proposed contract. They'd ask questions, and in this case, they agreed and accepted the proposed contract with Willis, and that was the RFP process. So now I'd like to go into the facts surrounding my termination, if that's okay. Thanks. In June 2022, I accepted a gift from Eric Shockey, the broker from Willis Tower Watson, which exceeded the company's policy of $100. In June 22, I was going to London on a company business trip to host underwriters from Lloyd's of London at the Hard Rock Calling concert. My trip was completely paid for by the company as it was for business purposes. Mr. Shockey used his frequent flyer miles to purchase a ticket for my wife to go to London. After the London trip, Mr. Shockey, my wife, and I took a trip to Normandy, France. Mr. Shockey covered the expenses for the trip, for the train, auto transportation, for the group, and the hotel stay, including expenses for myself and my wife. The total amount, including the imputed value of the frequent flyer ticket, was a little less than $8,000. We returned from the trip in late June. It had always been my intention to reimburse Mr. Shockey for the funds that he spent on myself and my wife. I was waiting for Mr. Shockey to get his credit card statement after the trip to determine how much I truly owed him. On Thursday, July 8th, after I returned, Mr. Allen, the head of HR, unexpectedly confronted me with the issue. I panicked, and although I admitted I accepted the gift, I made the worst possible mistake in judgment and stated I already had paid Mr. Shockey, which I had not. I contacted Mr. Shockey thereafter to determine what amount I owed him for the trip and arranged to meet him on that Saturday, July 9th, and deliver to him a physical check for the amount that he stated was what I had owed him. I also asked him to deposit the check immediately so that it would be paid and cleared. On Monday, July 11th, I provided a copy of that check to Mr. Allen in HR that I'd given to Mr. Shockey on that Saturday. The check was backdated to April 22nd, around the time that we arranged the trip. So again, I was untruthful on that account. Based on my violation of company policy and my untruthful and extremely regrettable statements that I reimbursed Mr. Shockey for the gifts, I was terminated. I was subsequently able to track down Mr. Shockey, and I reimbursed him for the cost of the gifts plus interest. As previously mentioned, I worked with Jim Allen for 5 years before joining Semel Gaming. I spent 20 years working my way up to CFO at Semel Gaming. I never had a blemish on my record. I made a serious error in accepting the gifts and compounded with that a lack of judgment by being untruthful of the repayment. Since my termination, I've constantly admitted and taken responsibility for this action. I made a bad decision. I made a mistake. I made an error in judgment. I completely regret my actions, and I truly think about it every day, and it haunts me. I'm angry with myself for these bad decisions. I paid for these actions with the termination of my employment. I lost my job, money, opportunity, and the ability to continue to work with the tribe, which I thought I was going to retire with. These aren't small items. And I can tell you, the other thing I lost was my identity for a long time. However, reputation and integrity are invaluable. I understand I've made a big mistake, but it shouldn't diminish and take away from 20 years of stellar service that I provided and devotion. Every day I think about this mistake, and it hurts me. I'm remorseful for my actions, and I can't change my past errors or accomplishments, but I certainly can learn from both and improve myself. My conduct was inconsistent with the way I approach my personal and professional life. I exercised extremely poor judgment, which resulted in forfeiting my 20-year career. I had been fortunate enough to be given a second chance by Mr. Birnbaum at Dreamscape, and I assure this board that I've learned a very hard lesson that will positively and has positively impacted my life today and in the future. I've learned a lot about myself. I've stepped back and had some real life lessons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. Could you speak to the issue of your son's potential involvement here?
Yeah, he had zero involvement. So my son works for Willis Towers Watson, which is why I was not part of that committee. I recused myself from the committee such that my son had nothing to do with our account. When he was employed with Willis Towers Watson, I told Mr. Shockey not to put him on our account and not to have anything to do with our account. So he was not involved in our account. He had one email, I think at the very beginning of his career, that they asked him to give a certificate of insurance that he did. And that was his involvement. And I asked Mr. Shockey never to do that again. So my son was not involved with this in any way, shape, or form.
How long after the incident did you reimburse Mr. Shockey?
So after the incident, I tried to contact Mr. Shockey for about a month, and quite honestly, Mr. Shockey was not returning my calls or my emails. So it took about a year thereafter to finally get in contact with him. And so I got in contact with him, I think in late December of 2023. And immediately, I think it was January 10th, I made the payment and wrote a check out to him immediately and sent it to him.
There was some reference to, I think, a statement you made that you wanted to clear this up because you would potentially be coming back to the gaming industry.
I told Mr. Shockey that I wanted to clear my name because I felt like this was something that I knew I made a mistake on, and I wanted to make sure that I was in good standing with everybody, including him. But more importantly, when we first made the trip, my wife was very diligent about telling me to repay this back, and that was the plan, to do so.
But you didn't pay it back just in anticipation of potentially re-entering the industry?
No, I wanted to clear this off. I mean, my conscience, as I said, I've learned some hard lessons in life. This was a hard lesson in life I learned. And so part of what I wanted to do was clear this off and put it behind me completely.
Questions of my colleagues?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. So you have an application to be a CFO along with Mr. Balaban?
No, so
Two CFOs here.
no, I'm sorry. So I'm at the corporate level, what do we call it?
Yeah, he's at the parent company.
Oh, I
the
see.
Dreamscape
Yes,
Companies.
yes.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the topic here at hand, did your wife rake you over the coals?
For the last, let's see, 3 years, I've been raked over the coals. So yes, and she was very upset, and she's still upset. And she's still, even 3 days ago before this trip, she was very upset and really wants for us to clear this and put it behind us.
Yeah, I read that in here, so. And then, I mean, you know, you did what you did. You backdated the check. You weren't truthful, and there was sort of a cover-up, so, but you're here today. You're acknowledging
yes.
your guilt. You're acknowledging your culpability.
Yes,
You're accepting responsibility.
yes,
Mr. Birnbaum wants to give you another shot.
yes.
And so, you know, I'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm
Thank you.
just gonna listen to my colleagues and see where we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Thank you, and I appreciate your affirmative presentation and walking through all the issues. And my understanding is you were interviewed by our agents.
That's
in-
correct.
That was like early January of this year?
I think it was in March of this year sometime, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall, was that interview recorded or was it just? you?
Yes, it was recorded. It was here in Las Vegas.
Okay. Okay, and the reason I ask is because, you know, in our materials, there's just quoted information, so you're saying certain things, so I want to make sure then what I'm reading is, when it's quoted, I'm assuming it says it's from when staff interviewed you in January 21st, 2025.
I
So
think,
staff interviewed Eder, but I don't know if.
I
you
think I
recall
was
them.
interviewed in March, if I'm
I
correct.
can't recall, but
Yeah,
I can't recall. That's point is you did interview. It
Yes.
was
Yes,
about a half a year ago,
yes,
sometime
yes,
recently.
yes.
This issue was discussed with our staff as part of this application process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as part of that, you explained to staff what occurred with Mr. Shockey. Shockey, am I saying that right?
Yes.
Shockey. And how you reimbursed him for the trip.
That is correct.
Okay. And you're saying at that time you had reached out to Mr. Shockey in December of 2024?
No, I had reached out to Mr. Shockey, and I'd reach out actually right after the incident. So I started reaching out to him in July of 22. He was not responding. I finally got a hold of him back in December of 23.
Okay. These years are it's quite a few years back. And then
Yes,
you've been
yes.
re-interviewed. So I just want to make
Understood.
sure I'm not misstating something and not
Yes.
giving you credit for something
Yes.
that occurred.
Yes.
So then you reached out to him, essentially, he didn't respond to you in July 2022. So you waited almost a year and a half to reach out to him in December 2023.
I reached out to him because I could not get a hold of him. And so as I started to go through this, as I started to just wanting to move this past me, as Judge Assad said, my wife was very influential on me as well. We wanted to get this past us, and we just wanted to get it paid and move on with our life.
And clear your name and
100%. I spent a lifetime building it up for one ugly incident that I fully regret, that I want to move outside and not be judged by one incident alone.
And that was after your termination in July of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So then you tried again. What precipitated you to reach out to Mr. Shockey again in December of 2023?
A couple things. One is my wife's influence. One is it had been a long time, and the check never ever cleared. The first one I gave him. And then I started working with Dreamscape, and I just said, if I'm ever going to do anything, whether it's in the casino industry or any other regulated industry, it makes sense to be just fully cleared.
Clear of that,
Yeah.
right?
And
Assuming that you might get called for licensing, because when did you start? I know it's here, but what date did you start working for Dreamscape then? In 2023 sometime?
in 2024, April of 24.
April 24.
Yes.
So you had some idea, I'm assuming, in December 2023 and started talking to somebody that Birnbaum maybe that you might be coming to Dreamscape?
Yeah, Eric had been talking to me about potentially coming. And so
You're like, okay, let me go
yeah.
deal with this. This is,
Yeah,
the check's not
I have to
cleared,
deal with this one
so
way or
let
the
me
other.
go
That's right.
contact Shockey.
Yeah, I have to deal with it one way or the other.
Right. So this opportunity comes in from Dreamscape sometime late 2023, let's say. You reach out to Shockey and then you give him a check that was cash. What I have here is
Yes.
February 2nd, 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
I wrote him the check, I think, on January 10th.
Okay.
And so I had to get his address and make sure, like I said, is this the amount? And just to make sure that he thought it was the amount.
Got it.
And I paid him with interest.
Understood. And then I think I do have in here that perhaps you, others were interviewed as part of this application process as well. And what is your understanding again as to why you were terminated back in July of 2022 from Seminole?
Yes, my understanding is my termination was based upon the fact, one, I broke company policy and procedure. Excuse me. And two is I was untruthful. I did not tell the truth when asked the question, and
you tried to cover
I
cover
did.
it up.
I panicked.
Yeah,
I
understood.
absolutely panicked. I was not expecting it and panicked and just made a horrible decision that I'm living with.
And you're aware that, those sort of covering up, trying to hide and cover up things under NRS 463-170 is part of the suitability findings, right? One of the requirements when you want to find somebody suitable for a licensure is that it's a person of good character, honesty, and integrity.
Understood.
And you've been licensed.
I have been licensed
So
in
you
many,
understand.
many jurisdictions, yes. And unfortunately, it's sometimes in life, we make mistakes.
Understood.
And I made a big, ugly mistake, and one that cost me a lot of time, effort, money, reputation, friendships, however you want to put it. And it was bad and ugly. And I stand here today and say, I did it, but I'm not that person. I'm really not that person. And I'm very, very remorseful for it and not, I hope people that know me, and as my wife said, the people that really know you, and even people in the industry say, people know you, they know that's not you. And that makes me feel okay, but it doesn't make me feel good, okay, because I really, feel like there's this big blemish sitting out there that I want to address, and I want to be able to just move forward, and that's it. I'm peace is really maybe the word I'm looking for.
And I appreciate that. And just to be clear on the record, I think just to clarify, it's not about the dollar amount itself, right?
Yeah.
It's more about the idea of the lying and the covering it
it's
up,
the
right? It
issue.
goes to someone's character.
Yeah, it's the issue. I get it.
All right. That's all I have for now, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. I actually wanted to pick up on the point that I thought Member Sendall was getting to. So I want to quote you. I was contemplating on going back to work. I wanted to clear this whole thing and just be done. If I wanted to get licensed again, I was hoping that this will not be an issue since I have now paid for what I owed him. Is that your quote?
If you're reading from the, yes,
I am, yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
and-
then yes.
I guess my lingering concern about that is
Yes.
that it starts with, if I was contemplating going back to work, you know, I would have liked to have seen or understood why you, I mean, I understand you reached out to him at first,
Yep.
Mr. Sheikh, and then there was a long period where you didn't. But
Yep.
the notion that what prodded you to then try again was the fact that you had a possibility for a job in a licensed gaming establishment.
I think that's part of it, Mr. Chairman, but I also think it's also part of the fact that I really wanted to clear this and put this behind me. There's been too long that this has been sitting there outstanding that I just want it to be done.
But if you, let's say you hadn't had the Dreamscape opportunity or you were happy consulting, whatever, do you think there's a possibility you just would never have paid it because it
No.
wasn't a specter of
No, no.
possible licensure?
No, because as I said, I think between my wife and myself, we're not those people. I don't want to take advantage or take from people. I pay my bills, I pay my debts. That's just who I am. I have zero debt, and that's kind of how I am. I don't like debt. I don't like owing people, and I felt like I still owed him for that incident. And so for me, it was very important to clear that. Whether did the job influence this? Of course, it was part of it, but it wasn't the whole thing. I really wanted to pay my debt and move forward.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you made him whole for that and you paid what was owed. Just the reason for it. If it was at some length due to contemplating going back to work, then that's, you know, you should have to do it whether or not you're going back to work. Right?
Understood. And that's why I say, I already had a job at that point. I was working with Aon. And so I did have a job. So it's not that I wasn't going back to work. To your point, you know, in this industry, and I have a license, insurance license as well, which I exposed this entire thing to in the state of Florida. And so I wanted to make sure that all that was clear for all the licenses. Honest to God, I really wanted to pay him and just move forward. The impact on my life was very negative, and I think the payment helped to just move it forward.
Thank you. Any other questions before discussion?
I'd just like to hear from Mr. Schreck. Let him earn his money.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I hope is not lost on the board is he did try to pay him on the Saturday after this event occurred. He wrote him a check. Unfortunately, this man didn't cash it. And when he found out it wasn't cashed, he tried to find him.
Sorry, you said fortunately or unfortunately?
Unfortunately.
But he asked them to backdate it, so that would have been.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, he did backdate it, but he gave him a check that he could cash.
But the point is, it was deception as part of that, so it actually.
No, nobody's denying there's deception.
No, my point is, had he cashed it, then the deception would have been successful, potentially. Correct?
I think so, yes, but I'm just going, not to the point of deception, I'm going to the point of the fact he tried to pay him back early. Because I think we're focusing on you didn't pay him back until later. He actually tried to pay him back early. Was it a backdated check? Was that fraudulent? Was it incorrect? Yes, he admits that. But he did try to pay him back almost immediately. That check was just never cashed. He showed a copy of the check to Mr. Allen, which had a backdated check, and it was a fraudulent.
Right, but so in hindsight, though, it actually was better for him that it wasn't cashed, I guess is the point, ultimately.
If he had cashed it, he could have said that to you today that he had already paid him back before he tracked him down eventually. This man the other guy lost his job. He was hard to find and wasn't returning calls. So it took a while to get a hold of him. Okay. One other thing I might mention, because it is that when Mr. Eder took that job, there was already an inquiry about what he was doing and what relationship his job at Dreamscape Companies would have with respect to the licensee here. And you've probably seen the letter that I wrote to Mr. Birnbaum. It's in your file, I'm sure. And it was clearly laid out he was to have no involvement and try to no influence over the individuals. And I think they can attest to the fact that he hasn't. He's been hardly any involvement, you know, at that establishment in any capacity. Most of his time with respect to that property has been the negotiation of the new credit agreements and all of the refinancing that took place. That's where the bulk of his time has been for the last 6 months. But knowing that he was working there, Chairman Hendrick called me and he said, you know, maybe, you know, he should come forward for licensing. And I said, because I've been doing this for so many years, I would like a few years, you know, to pass. So showing that, you know, he's not done anything in several years. So I have no problems with him filing an application. I would just like that time period, which sometimes heals wounds. And basically the chairman said that made sense. A number of months later, we get a notice that he's called forward. I called the chairman. I said, I thought we were going to wait. And he said, I didn't know this was going to happen. The investigations, the chief of investigations, you know, directed it to be filed. And so he didn't even know we were going to go forward at that time for licensing. I had anticipated a couple years before we were going to file.
Okay.
I just thought that might help you in terms of the time frame on him doing some of these.
I understand what you're saying. Okay. Sure. One second though. So, but of course, in the role now as CFO, you're going to be in a position to have to make these types of decisions. Again, I'm sure you'll have opportunities for people who offer you things just because you're in a.
It's been real easy. I say no to everything. Honest to God, I say no to and I don't have as many opportunities, but I really don't. I don't go out with, and quite honestly, I considered Eric Shockey my friend. And a lot of this was, we were friends for a number of years and we did things together, you know, on occasion. And so part of this was, I just thought, okay, he's my friend. We're going to do this. You know, he knows my family. I've learned a hard lesson of keep business and friendship way over there.
Thank you. Member Sendell had a question.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, you said you gave Shockey a check back in 2022 and this all occurred after the fact and you were approached about it at work.
Yes.
And it was backdated and Shockey never cashed it.
Yes.
And that was in early July
That
of
was
2022?
Yes, that was on July, hang on one second, I'll give you the exact date.
Because you were terminated July 13th, 2022.
Correct, on July 9th, I gave him a check.
Okay, and so then he doesn't cash it. You say you try to contact him at that point after you're terminated for
Yes.
about a month?
About a month and a half.
And no communication?
That's
no
correct.
response. Do
Well,
you send
the
him
only-
another
the-
check?
I'm sorry?
Do you send him another check or you're just waiting for that original backdated check to be
I
cashed?
waited
Mhm.
and then I sent him the other check as we discussed.
But years later, right? That was in 20.
It was January of 24. The first check was in July of 22 and the second check was January 24.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted.
You're welcome.
Very good. Any other questions or should we move on to discussion?
I'm fine with discussion.
Judge, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I mean, I believe you. I think you've been totally candid and truthful here today. And as a former judge, you know, most judges appreciate that. Like I said, you've accepted your culpability in this. You've acknowledged it. You know, you're apologetic, remorseful. I believe that. Your career is stellar except for this one incident. I mean, who doesn't make mistakes? You know, you made one mistake. I'm of the mindset not to really hold that against you. Maybe a 2-year limited or something like that might be a way to proceed. But, you know, I mean, for me, you know, he who cast the first stone, you know, I mean, you know, you made a mistake. The guy was your friend. You know, I've been in situations like that and you just, you know, he's going to pick up the tab. It's no big deal. If he was a total stranger, this would be a kind of a different mindset on my part, but he was your friend.
He was.
He's probably very wealthy, I would presume.
Yes.
And, you know, at the time, it's like, no big deal in your mind. And yeah, you violated company policy, you've been punished, you've been terminated. I'm kind of not of the mindset to ruin the rest of your life.
So definitely, I want to look at this in the totality of your career. And there weren't other instances that we were made aware of, or that, as you testify here today, didn't happen, meaning nothing else. It was one matter. I very much appreciate that you've come here and taken responsibility. You paid a big price, certainly a career-long opportunity at an executive level within the Seminole Enterprises. And then to lose that job publicly, that's quite a large price to pay. I'm a little bit troubled by the timing of when you then came back and tried to repay it. That's where I'm at, because I think it was in part motivated by the fact that you wanted to pursue a license, and you said that, and I appreciate that. And then the other issue is that this is a position of substantial financial fiduciary, of course, as CFO. But on the other hand, as I said, you paid a price. I would certainly, in view of the whole totality here and the testimony you've given today, be prepared to support an application, but with a limitation on it. And we can talk about the length of that. And the idea being that you would have, of course, a substantial financial fiduciary role. And it's an opportunity. I view limitations not as a punishment, but as an opportunity to continue to have the rehabilitation in this matter. You lost your job. You've now testified here today. Definitely want to give you a chance, but I want to give it in the context of a limitation, not shift the burden. The Nevada licensing process is heavily front-loaded, and so we want to give you some years to prove yourself in context, right? And so I think that I'm prepared to do that. We can discuss the length of the limitation, but that is generally my thought process and what I would support. Member Sendall.
Yeah, thank you. I acknowledge, and why it was so important to me to talk through the timeline for me is, and I think you acknowledge in answering my questions that really you didn't go back to Mr. Shockey to pay the check or try to get the check resolved again until you really felt like, man, I think I'm going to have to deal with this if I'm going to go to Dreamscape, because you were working at Aon. But I don't know if it was necessarily in a bad way. I understand too, where this must have been very devastating to you back in 2022, and you kind of wanted to not think about it and move forward, and didn't want to deal with it essentially, unless quite frankly you had to. I also, recognize in the totality, this dollar amount probably, not to say it's not a significant dollar amount, but I think in the overall picture of your just financial well-being, it wasn't like you couldn't have, it was an affordability thing to whether you paid it off in 2022 or 2023 or 2024 or today. So it really wasn't about that. It was about symbolically getting it done and getting it cleared, if you were going to get back in the industry. Not that you only cared about paying it to do that, but I also recognize there was probably just a huge amount of, as you've kind of stated in your statement, it was a tough situation for you at that time, and you'd already reached out and you kind of just didn't want to think about it anymore, until you really had to, I think, and you realized, I need to make sure this is addressed and dealt with. You have come here today and been very candid, and I feel you have taken responsibility for it. And I am also of the very similar stance with my colleagues, that I would be willing, especially with the time length that has gone since that time and your statement here today before us, to move forward with some sort of two-year limited at this point to come back in that regard. So that's kind of where I stand right now. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I believe we are ready for a few motions, potentially allowing Mr. Eater to move forward with a 2-year limitation, number one, and then by definition, allowing for a withdrawal without prejudice from his application with the Seminoles. Those two logically have to fit together, of course. So Attorney General, did I get that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, I'll accept all related motions from my colleague.
Okay, let me see. We'll go with the first one, the application for finding of suitability as an officer, and also for Patrick Miller, application, and for Neil Balaban, those applications for licensure as key executives. I would, and also, yeah, okay, that's it on the positive ones, I believe, right?
Judge, it might be cleaner if you do 3 motions. 1 motion for the request to withdraw for Seminole for Mr.
Want
Eder.
to start with that one?
1 motion for Mr.
Yeah.
Eder's application for Dreamscape, and then 1 motion for Mr. Miller and Mr. Balaban for Dreamscape Flamingo.
Okay, got it. All right, so with respect to the motion to, with respect to the request to withdraw the application for Mr. Eder, I would move that we accept that without prejudice.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. It's passed.
And then with respect to Mr. Eder's application for finding of suitability as an officer, I would recommend, move to recommend that to the Nevada Gaming Commission, that we approve that as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
No.
Would you be adding a limitation to that?
Oh, I'm sorry, with a 2-year limitation. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
And that 2-year limitation would end on the date of the NGC meeting for
Approval with the
October
NGC meeting, right?
2027.
Yeah.
Correct, October 2027.
Okay, thank you. Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Motion passed.
And then with respect to the application for Patrick Stephen Miller, application for licensure as a key executive, I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. That motion passed. Thank you very much.
Thank
Great.
to,
Chair.
man, I got to do Bella.
Oh, I thought you
Wait,
did
I'm
both.
sorry.
Please go ahead.
With
Mention Mr. Balaban was not included in that last motion. It
No.
was only for Mr. Miller, so
Yeah,
they,
my mistake. I thought they were together, please.
With respect to Mr. Balaban's application for licensure as a key executive, I would recommend that, move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Member
Madam
Assad?
Secretary.
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. That passes. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Timothy Brooks for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Very good. First of all, gentlemen, I want to thank you for your patience this morning, which has quickly become this afternoon, so thank you. Mr. Moran.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed as you like.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Executive Secretary. JT Moran with the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen appearing before you on behalf of our clients, ECL Water Street LLC, and Mr. Tim Brooks, who's seated right here to my right, on non-restricted item number 10, which is a request for determination of suitability of Mr. Brooks as a key employee at both non-restricted Class 1 locations in the city of Henderson on Water Street, known as the Rainbow Club Casino and the Emerald Island Casino. Mr. Chairman, if it's acceptable to you and the other members of this body, I'd like to provide a brief overview, affirmative presentation. I'd like to move into a highlight of our compliance team at ECL. And then I'd like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Brooks for a presentation discussing his history in the gaming industry, number one, and number two, discussing his duties and responsibilities as the general manager today and on a go-forward basis, if approved.
That'll be fine, Mr. Moran. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. As you know, Mr. Brooks was the former owner of Emerald Island and Rainbow Club casinos on Water Street. You will also remember that in December of 2023, the NGCB and the NGC approved applications for non-restricted licensure of owners Mr. Mark Falcone, Mr. Ron Winchell, and ECL Water Street LLC, the company. A condition of that approval was that applications be filed for key employee within 60 days of that approval by the NGC. Mr. Winchell and Mr. Falcone felt Mr. Brooks, in his new role as the general manager of both properties, was the perfect candidate to bring forward given his history with both properties and making them much of what they are today. In early 2024, Mr. Brooks submitted a completed key employee application with Applicant Services in the North, although it was 8 days late, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and after the close of the 60-day period for getting that key employee application filed, completed with Applicant Services in the North. Understand, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this was not the fault of the owner or the applicant. This was the fault of me. We made a mistake on the timeframes associated with getting this thing timely filed based on the closure of the casinos and the new ownership coming in and the transition that took place, including the financial change in circumstances for the now key employee from transitioning from an owner restricted or non-restricted licensed role to a key employee licensed role. Again, I spoke with Chairman Hendricks on February 8th, and we discussed this particular item. This was about 2 weeks prior to this 60-day window closing. We had a conversation about allowing additional time to get this application in. I should have followed up with a written correspondence confirming the request for additional time. I did not do that, but I apologize, and rest assured that this will not happen in the future as it relates to these types of filings. And again, we apologize. I apologize. It's my fault. I'll fall on the sword for that one. Mea culpa. Other than this, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I am not aware of any other areas of interest or areas of concern relative to Mr. Brooks's application today. Mr. Brooks has been a known quantity in Nevada's gaming industry for decades. And Mr. Brooks has been a large part of the smooth and seamless transition which have led to these properties' continued successes. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce our compliance team, not for introduction, just to indicate that they are here in the audience and will be participating in future hearings as we move forward.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I have Jared Hoops, who is our Senior Director of Compliance for Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming. He is also the compliance officer for ECL Water Street LLC. Jared is an Army veteran and also spent approximately 25 years working in the enforcement division at the Nevada Gaming Control Board. You all know of him, and we felt that he was the right person at the right time for this particular position. Another individual that you'll see in the audience is Mrs. Kelly Skidmore. Ms. Skidmore was hired approximately 2 months ago and is the Senior Manager of Compliance for Eclipse Route Operations, LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming. She has nearly a decade of experience as a compliance professional with experience in the gaming industry. Jared and Kelly joined the team just a few months ago and have already made an impact on the company's compliance efforts. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I can turn just a couple brief updates on the compliance related efforts. Our compliance team recently met with our assigned monitoring agents, now Deputy Chief Sean Crowley and Agent Patrick Brown at ECL headquarters. They brought their team along as well, and we went through any issues that we were trying to forecast would be issues that we needed to resolve or possible issues that should be on our radar screen as we move forward with regards to a culture of compliance in terms of what we're trying to move along with regards to the company and the fact that it's growing so quickly. Much as you know, our compliance plan and correspondence compliance committee not only covers the 2 non-restricteds in the city of Henderson, but also covers all affiliates, all of Mr. Winchell's other business opportunities, whether in privileged business or general business, and also the same for Mr. Falcone in different jurisdictions outside of the state of Nevada, for instance, Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. Before turning to Mr. Brooks, I would like to thank the agency, both staff and leadership. In particular, Agent Kyle Gadet. He was very, very helpful. I would also like to echo the comments made by Judge Assad earlier with regards to the agency and its enhanced due diligence and good faith work with applicants to bring these investigations to where they need to be ultimately, so you can consider all facts and circumstances. And it makes us as practitioners be better about what we do. It makes us get to a higher level by having best-in-class, tried and true folk who really know what they're doing. And it's been enjoyable, and the professionalism is definitely not unnoticed. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Brooks, and we're here to answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Brooks, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be before you, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Board Member Sandal, and of course, Madam Secretary. Thank you. I began my gaming career in Reno, Nevada, in Sparks in Reno, Nevada in 1996, 97. I went to work for a company called Gaming Ventures Corporation, who at that time owned and operated 4 non-restricted locations, 3 in Sparks on Victorian Avenue and 1 on Virginia Street in downtown Reno. After about a year, I became CEO of that company and was tasked to oversee all 4 properties, the Buffalo Bar, the Mint Casino, the Victorian Gambling Hall, and the Gambler Casino. And just doing well, learned a lot about the business. Mostly came on to help food and beverage, but realized that there was more to the food and beverage than just food and beverage. It had to do a lot of that to do with gaming. So I learned the gaming, took a course at UNR in gaming management in 1997, just so I could become more familiar with the gaming industry. And then in 1998, my boss at the time and I traveled to Henderson, Nevada to look at a property that was for sale. It was in Henderson. I ended up opening that casino, buying that casino, and opening that casino in October of 1999. I moved to full-time to Henderson to oversee the operation of that casino, Club Fortune Casino, in 2000. Full-time. I had made the drive from Reno to Las Vegas and vice versa probably 50 times in between that short period of time. Was fun to make those drives in those days because couldn't get cell phone coverage and there was no Sirius XM radio. So I got a lot of thinking and cleared my head for about 7 hours, and nobody could bother me. So it was nice. Not that I didn't appreciate the calls, but it was nice to have a little break and got a lot. When you're by yourself and you have time to think, you get a lot of things done in your head and you plan your attack. Like I said, I moved to Henderson in 2000 full time and became I started to run the Club Fortune Casino. And then in 2001, I was working one night and the owner of a closed casino in downtown Henderson, which was the Pot of Gold, Mr. Nick Tunis, came to Club Fortune, introduced himself to me and said, hey, I've got another casino. I've got a casino down the street that's closed and I'd like to sell it. And I was wondering if you would be interested. And I said, oh, yes. So we went down and looked at it. And at that time, I felt that I was ready to have my own operation and become an owner of a casino. And so I called my twin brother, Mike, who had a construction company and still does. He's for 40 years in Southern California. And said, Mike, I think I found a place that I'd like to maybe buy. And I said, can you and I join forces and become partners? And we did. And we ended up forming our company in 2001, which is only about 5 minutes from my previous employer, my current employer. And we applied for our gaming license. I was already a key employee for Gaming Ventures, but we applied for our license to become our owner operators. And that took about 18 months. And then we got licensed on May 22nd of 2023 and opened our door on May 23rd at the Emerald Island Casino in 2023. And we operated, I was the key employee and the general manager, so I was there all the time. I heard someone say about 80 and 100-hour work days, work weeks, so those were common in the early days for me. And I loved the work, and I just loved everything that we were doing there. So we worked hard, and we just built our business one day at a time and became very successful over the years. In 2000, as mentioned earlier, 2000, 9, 10, 11, those years we saw double-digit growth, while I think the industry didn't see that kind of growth because we really honed in on guest service and things of that nature and food, made sure our food was good. And I do remember going to the Rio to get ideas. And Bogio's was my favorite restaurant, by the way, down there. And the buffet was great as well. And so one thing led to another, and we just kept operating and operating. And fast forward to 2017, we got a call from the Peppermill Corporation, who owned the Rainbow Club across the street, and they had told me Mr. Paganetti had called me, the owner, and said, we would like to sell our casino. We want to focus our operation mostly in Northern Nevada. We have 5,000 employees, and most of them are in Northern Nevada. And would you be interested? And we said, sure, we'd be interested. So we struck a deal with them. That was in 2017, pardon me. And then in December of that was in the summer of 2017. In December of 2017, Mr. Paganetti called and said, Mr. Brooks, we decided that we don't want to sell. But if we ever do decide to sell in the future, we're going to give you right of first refusal. I said, okay, that's fine. They were really good to work with the whole time. And then in the summer of 2009, I got a call from Mr. Paganetti and said, we'd like to sell it to you, and we want to honor our agreement. And we worked out a deal, and we were able to purchase the Rainbow Club Casino. And then in March of 2020, COVID came around, and we were ready. We were going to close in June of 2020, June 1st. And we ended up taking possession of the property right after the closure during COVID. Got permission from the board to keep the casino closed for 6 months, 180 days. So when we closed on March 17th, we opened up exactly six months later, 180 days later, on September 17th, the Rainbow Club. So we had two casinos right next to each other, the Emerald Island Casino and the Rainbow Club Casino, which I became the general manager of both and operated. And then my brother Mike wasn't too involved in the business at that time. He was involved enough that we would, but not as an operator. I did most of the heavy lifting. And so he wanted to sell. So we put it on the market, and we had about 8 suitors, and Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winchell. I've known Mr. Winchell for over 20 years, and we just felt that they would be the best fit, and they to take over the business and preserve all the 350 employees that we had at that time and currently still have. Because there was going to be some trepidation when the ownership comes in. There's always going to be trepidation or fear of your employees that maybe we're going to lose our jobs. And Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winchell assured our team that that they would all be able to keep their jobs. And they asked me if I would be interested in staying as general manager, because I still had a passion for the business that wasn't ready to retire. And so we came to agreement, and that leads us to here today. They took ownership on June 4th, 2024, or excuse me, January 4th, 2024. And here we are in October of 2025, and I sit before you and tell you that I'm honored to be here, and I'm glad I was able to continue to work for Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winchell of two properties that I love and are dear to my heart, and the team that I absolutely love, and the customer base that we've grown over the years. And we're just very happy. I'm very happy to be here today. And over the years, I've been involved with the community and in many ways. I'm chairman of the board of the Henderson Chamber of Commerce, chairman of the board of the Henderson Development Association over the years, chairman of the Political and Action Committee for the Henderson Chamber of Commerce. Been a longtime board member for almost 15 years, the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada. I was budget ad hoc committee chairman for the city of Henderson back in 2012. So I've done a lot of work with the charitable groups, and I love getting involved with the city and in the community, and big supporter of UNLV. I live here now, and I love UNLV athletics, and I'm very happy that the football team's doing as well as they are. So it took a long time for us to get there. So that's where it leaves me here today. Well, if you have any questions.
Very good. Mr. Moran, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I think I forgot 2 things. One, I want to maintain my job for the company. I forgot to introduce our general counsel for ECL Entertainment. Miss Lori Bamford's also in the audience with us as well.
Pleasure.
And then the best decision that Tim made in his life is to marry Jari, which is his wife, who's also in the audience as well. You can't choose your mom and dad, but you can pick your significant other. And that's probably the most important decision any of us make in our lives.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly can appreciate that. I guess let me just start with a couple of housekeeping matters. Mr. Moran, I appreciate you falling on the sword, as you say, as to the late application. As you know, it's the applicant's responsibility to make sure the application is timely filed, but I understand what you've said and I accept that. Similarly, definitely have seen progress, good progress with your compliance committee and other compliance areas within your organization. So I appreciate that. Let's keep it going. Let's be consistent. And I have every expectation that you'll do that.
Yes, sir.
As to Mr. Brooks, I was absolutely delighted to find out that Mr. Winchell and his team made a tremendous decision to retain Mr. Brooks. From my perspective, Mr. Brooks is one of the leading authorities when it comes to gaming in downtown Henderson. And you could not have a better person leading that team there from my perspective. So I think you now know which way I'm going to vote. But as to Mr. Brooks, question about the market. What's your view of downtown Henderson right now with some of the struggles that you've had? I know there's been, a whole lot of development in the area, but what's your view of the prospect for the market moving forward?
Well, I'm very optimistic, obviously, about our future. I think the perception of downtown Henderson really changed when the Golden Knights partnered with the city in a private-public partnership and tore down the old Henderson Convention Center on Water Street and built an arena for the Silver Knights AAA team. And at that time, in 2018-19, the Golden Knights were the talk of the town and everybody wanted to be part of it. So I think when other businesses saw that the Golden Knights took a leap of faith, so to speak, in downtown Henderson, that it really put Water Street on the map. I've been a big believer in Water Street, obviously, for 25 years, and I knew what the possibility that could happen there. And with the growth of Henderson in general, not only you see what happens in West Henderson, East Henderson, where we are, sometimes gets overlooked. But if you think about it, there's Master Plan Community Cadence, which has 7,100 homes built already that are sold and lived in. And at the end of the day, in the 2 or 4 years, they tell me there'll be 12,500 homes built and lived in. Another developments being built on the way to Lake Las Vegas called the Lakemore Project, which will be 3,000 more homes. And of course, you have about 1,000 people a month that move into Henderson. Of course, some people do leave, but 1,000 people are moving to Henderson every month. Henderson, of course, is the second largest city in our state, 350 residents, and they project the population to be up to 390,000 by the end of this decade. So obviously, to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I think that we've turned a corner in downtown Henderson in the local market. It's a very competitive market, the Boulder Strip, as you well know. There are many non-restricted locations and hundreds of restricted locations. So there's competition for that entertainment gambling dollar, if you will. But we just do go out and have an old saying that service never goes out of style. And the better you service your customers and the more chance you have to capture them to be your loyal guests. And we've done a good job of that. We have 150,000 names in our database to which we actively market to approximately 20,000 a month of those guests.
Very good. Let me ask you something, Mr. Brooks. What was behind the decision some time ago to remove all of the live table games from the locations?
We've never had live table games at the Emerald Island.
Okay, well, then
or the Rainbow Club.
What process about not having them then?
Oh, not having them. Well, the slot machines are where the money is for us, and it's for us to put in a pit, 2 or 3 table pit. To make money in a pit, we believe you have to have volume, and it's hard to get that kind of volume in a pit. And you're giving up valuable real estate. So 2 or 3 games would be 25 to 40 slot machines, and the slot machines are less labor intensive, as you well know. I have nothing against table games, and for our market, our guests really want to have slot machines.
Okay, and how has the transition been? Earlier you said there's understandable trepidation amongst the staff and others, but in terms of the staff and then also the patrons, what has that transition been like?
Well, the fact that I was able to stay and stabilize, not stabilize, but just be there was comforting to not only our team, but to me as well, but to our customer base, because everybody thought, oh, things are going to change, it's not going to be the same, our little beloved Emerald Island and Rainbow Club, but Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winslow have stood by their word. And although they give great input and we've learned a lot from them, I personally have learned a lot from them. And we've made little tweaks and changes to things that we do. And they've been a big part of that. We meet with them once a week at a minimum, talk to them on the phone quite a bit. and meet with our compliance team now once a month, once a quarter. And so I think that all that fear or trepidation is completely gone. And a lot of it has to do with the way that Mr. Winchell and Mr. Falcone were able to let us do our thing and stand by what we to enhance and stand by what we did for 23 years prior to that.
What's the status of any potential remodel?
Yeah, we do plan to have a expansion of the Emerald Island Casino. Don't have any firm details yet, but that's our intent. And our team, our development team, ECL Development, and Mr. Winchell and Mr. Falcone have been working, diligently to put together a plan. We do feel that there's a need to grow our casino, especially our food and beverage area and our casino floor. So we're not in any hurry to do that. So for the past year, we've been really analyzing and getting more detail on that. So when the time comes to pull the trigger, we'll know when it's time. Hopefully it'll be soon, but we don't have a firm date on that quite as of yet.
Thank you. Well, as I've said, I went through the application. I know that Mr. Brooks is a leading operator. You're a leading authority in that space. Glad you were retained there for continuity's sake and for the sake of the market. So as I've said, I'm happy to support your application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Brooks, thanks for being here in person and thanks for your patience.
Yes.
We're plugging along. So
Pleasure to
thank
be
you
here.
Thank you for your patience. How many employees roughly between the two properties?
350.
Yeah, and I can't thank you enough. It's entrepreneurs like yourself that really we owe a great debt of gratitude for, and you folks get a lot of criticism, but you really deserve a lot of credit, praise. You're employing a whole bunch of people. All their families get to eat, their kids get to go to college. I mean, you took a chance a long time ago. You could have went belly up, but you put your money out there and you went for it, and God bless you. I mean, I just love that. I love the entrepreneurs. It's just a great American story to have people like you leading the way. And I don't have any concerns at all. Your reputation is stellar. You're an icon in the gaming community here in Las Vegas, in Nevada, Henderson, even up north in Reno. You've done it all. And I want to commend Mr. Moran for doing a great job on this case, smoothing things out, getting over the little rough bumps. I really appreciate your efforts, Mr. Moran, to put this company on the right track. You've put together a very impressive compliance committee. I'm sure this company is going to do wonderful things moving forward, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sindall.
Yes, yeah, thank you for your background on your extensive gaming history and your experience. It's amazing to hear, and all your tracking back and forth from the north and south in your car. That
Loneliest highway in America.
You've been licensed 4 times, is my
Believe so, yes.
understanding. And as far as the licensure and the late filing, I appreciate Mr. Moran, acknowledging it was an oversight. And from my understanding, I don't think, the Gaming Control Board has ever denied a request for extension. So just, always keep that in mind should the timing get tight. And that's always something we're here to support the industry and ensure everybody's able to do what they need to do in a reasonable time frame. You mentioned you sit on some outside directorships. I think I counted half a dozen in some different locations, Boys Scouts of America, and then obviously related to Henderson, as you mentioned as well, in different capacities and committees, all of which you do at no compensation. So thank you for all your commitment to the community. I think that's very commendable because my last question was going to be is how much time, how many hours do you spend a week on the gaming floors there? And
as much as I can. I love, that's my passion. I love to interact with our team and our guests, and I love to try the food in the restaurant. Coming from the restaurant business before, I spend quite a few hours a week on the casino floor. It's not unlikely for me to arrive at work early in the morning and get home in the evening, but I don't even think of it as a job. I just something that I have a great passion for, and then I just love to do. And I just very, very happy that I was able to continue to work at the 2 places that I love.
Well, I'm happy to support your application. I think Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winchell are lucky to have you, as are the 350 plus employees there. And so, yes, I'm done. And thank you. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Sindall. Madam Secretary, I believe a motion is in order. or sorry, from my colleagues, a motion is in order.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I'd be happy to make that motion. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 10, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go off the record for 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Madam Secretary, please read in to the record non-restricted item number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Harold Newman for licensure as an officer as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, we do. I was employed at Ainsworth Game Technology from 2013 to early 2018 prior to the applicant's employment at Ainsworth. When I left this role shortly thereafter for another opportunity, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the facts set forth in this disclosure. I therefore intend to participate fully in this matter. Welcome. Please state appearances.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sindall. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxson Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Ainsworth Game Technology and the applicant today, Mr. Harold Neumann. Joining me today is the applicant, as well as General Counsel, Senior Vice President and General Counsel, Mrs. Nancy Ramirez Ayala. The board first became familiar with Mr. Neumann in 2017 and in his capacity as the CEO and chairman of the board of Novomatic. At that time, Novomatic acquired the majority interest in Ainsworth Game Technology Limited, specifically Mr. Lynn Ainsworth's shares. Mr. Neumann was instrumental in leading that, and shortly thereafter, or actually simultaneous to the approval to acquire the shares, he was appointed as a non-executive director to the board of directors of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited. In 2021, he was appointed by the board as the CEO of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited. And then in 2022, his responsibilities expanded to include direct oversight of AGT Inc., that is the wholly owned North American subsidiary. As such, as noted by Madam Secretary, he appears before you today for a finding of suitability as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology Limited and a licensure as a key employee for Ainsworth Game Technology Inc. Chairman, we are aware of the issues that were raised during the application process. And as a direct response to that, Mr. Neumann is prepared to make a statement before he begins his formal presentation.
That'll be fine. Thank you, Mr. Neumann.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before I expand on of my background and my role as CEO of AGT, I would like to address issues that arose during the investigation of my application. The application was initially filed in 2021, and although an applicant in Nevada must continuously update the application, I failed in some cases to do so. There was no intent to hide any information from the board. However, I should have given the application process more focused attention. This was further compounded by the fact that I did not immediately hand over my cell phone when requested during the agent's tour of the Las Vegas Ainsworth office in December 24. Truthfully, I was surprised by the request. The application investigation had been ongoing for several years. No other officer at AGT had ever been requested to do so, and I was also not provided with any reason why the board was asking me to surrender the phone. I'm Austrian. In Austria, we have a very high standard of privacy data protection, and there must be authority to access an individual phone. Despite this legal protection, all my confidential information of my phone was published illegally published most probably by the investing authority. And when I got my phone back, a quite big part of my phone was the data were deleted. So this was a little bit the background. So I was a little bit careful of handing over my phone. However, following the discussions outside counsel and with the company's independent compliance member, Mr. Peter Bernard, I turned over my original phone to the agent. Having searched my phone, the board discovered texts that contain exchanges that are inappropriate. I take full responsibility for that and apologize for the lack of candor. I acknowledge these things, and this should not have occurred, and I respectfully ask that it's not overshadow my 15 years in the gaming industry and the success of both Novomatic and AGT in the gaming industry. Yeah, at this time, I'm happy to answer any question of the board, or if you want, I can continue with the history, also with my gaming background. Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's, if you can, provide your history, and we'll go through the normal questions and then obviously come back to the matters that you raised. But why don't we start from the top relative to your history and then your role at AGT?
Okay. So I joined Novomatic in 2011, and 2014 I became CEO of Novomatic, and was there 5 years, and I left Novomatic 2019. And in beginning of 21, I was still in this period. I was still member of the supervisory board of AGT. And in January 21, I joined Ainsworth as CEO. So basically, I have 15 years experience in the gaming industry, and prior to this, I was managing IT companies and telecommunication companies. So that's basically my background. Yeah, so that's my professional background and my experience in the gaming industry.
Can you describe your role at Ainsworth, what you do as CEO, and how you manage your time?
So we have in Ainsworth is split into 3 regions: US, Canada, Latin America, and Europe, and Asia Pacific. And we have, each of these region has a head, which we call president. Then we have the head of the online business, and then we have CFO, COO, development studios, and then legal function and compliance function. So this is basically, these are my direct reports. And my main job is to define the strategy and lead the company in a direction which is maybe more successful than the past. And then it's, of course, the job of a CEO is management by exception. That means every time if there's a problem arising and they need to make a decision, this is basically coming to me. And of course, then we have a lot of we have business cases which have to be approved by the board. My split time-wise is most of the time I'm spending here in Las Vegas. This was also the reason when I joined Ainsworth, I had to decide between moving to Sydney or moving to Vegas. And based on the situation, there's number one, US is the biggest gaming market. Second, the part of the portion of turnover of Ainsworth, 60% is US. So there was a logic behind of moving to Vegas. And even though the legal headquarters of Ainsworth is in Sydney because of the listing in Sydney, I moved basically a lot of important functions like the CFO to Vegas, and basically the main decisions of strategic decision of the company are made in the US. I travel 4 times per year to Sydney, basically for 2 weeks. February, because we have the announcement of the full year result, then May, the General Assembly, then August, half year result, and then November budget. So this is the time which I'm spending in, and then I travel once, twice per year to LATAM and once to Asia.
How would you say the business is doing at the moment?
In the moment, it's also when I take the 3 regions, the US business is good. Yeah, there is a little bit of concern when you talk to the casino operators about the economical situation regarding inflation or tariffs. But in general, the business is okay. Australia is very good performing, also because we have good games there, very good performing games. And Latin America is always difficult. In Latin America, you have all the different political background. Argentina was a problem. Now Argentina is running quite well, but you never know because Milei lost the midterm elections, so you never know what the next government will do. And in Mexico, you have a lot of restrictions and tax issues. So the Latin American market is very heavily depending on the political situation.
What is the status? What can you share about the status of the attempt by Novomatic to purchase the balance of
And there was this scheme of arrangement which was closed approximately 1 month ago because it was clear that it doesn't work because Kirov Ainsworth and some of his relatives bought enough shares to block the scheme of arrangement, so it was cancelled, and now Novomatic made an unconditional takeover bid, and currently Novomatic could increase the shares from 52, 53 to 60 approximately. And I said the Kirov family, as all the relatives, they have approximately 20%. So you have basically still 80%, which are split into 1,200 shareholders. Approximately half of the 10% belong to 20 shareholders. So my expectation is that at the end of the day, Novomatic will have approximately 65%, Kirov will have 20, 22, and the rest will be small shareholders which are still keeping the shares.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to switch topics to something that's well known to the board and commission, and both Ainsworth and Novomatic have reported on it repeatedly for a series of years, and that is the Austrian investigation. Yep. And in various hearings, as now, we always ask for an update. So if you'd be so kind as to provide an update on the Austrian investigation, I would appreciate that.
So there were in total 6 cases or 6 accusations against several employees of Novomatic. 5 of them are closed. The 6th one, there was the intention from the state attorney to close this file as well, but then the higher instance said they should continue to make an investigation. And we have in Austria a law which it's not corruption, is if you continuously give benefits to an politician without any cause. Just to have maybe a better position in the future if something happens. This is currently what the state attorney still should investigate. And we expecting that this case will be closed hopefully in the next, hopefully until year end. But this is still under investigation.
Chairman, if I could just make a brief statement in response to Mr. Neumann's comments. As the board is likely aware, in July at the Gaming Commission meeting, Novomatic appeared before you. And there was a comment made by their counsel that the only investigation that remained open was solely focused on Mr. Neumann. That was a misstatement. Since that time, we have contacted Novomatic and their counsel, asked them to clarify that, and it is our understanding that they, in their regular submission of reports to the board, the most recent one being on October 1st, that was clarified that Mr. Neumann is not the only person that is the subject of that outstanding investigation. In addition to that, his Austrian counsel has submitted 2 letters to the board recently clarifying that point. So I wanted to make that clear for the record so that there is no ambiguity based on the hearing that took place before the commission in July.
And is it your view, Ms. Rushton, that if Novomatic were here today, they would agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir. And I did speak to their compliance officer yesterday, advised her that I was going to make this statement today, and she agreed that that was correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Neumann, it's been described by our agents that at various times you were hostile and belligerent with the agents when you were asked for information. Would you describe that as accurate?
No. Also, yes and no. Yeah. Also in my opinion, I gave immediately all the information which I was aware of. Yeah, because some of the information the agent provided to me, I was not aware that this is even existing, like this civil lawsuit. I still don't know if and why I have a civil lawsuit. But the only let's say the only point where I was not immediately cooperating was the handing over of the phone. The rest of the information they got all. I made some disclosures. What, to be honest, what I did not know that you have to disclose when you change the address. Yeah, this is what I failed. What I did not disclose. But the rest of besides the phone, once again, the rest I really tried to give all the information which they were asking for.
So let's talk about the phone. You indicated that it was requested that you provide the phone and you did not.
Yeah.
And what period of time is a 4-month period of time between the time you were asked and then you ultimately provided it?
It was approximately 4 or 5 months, approximately.
And can you clarify for us the phone that you then gave to the agents?
Yeah.
And whether or not that was your actual phone and what phone you were then using to conduct business from the point you gave up that phone?
Yeah. Also, I ask a lot of people, and one of the person I asked about how to handle this was Peter Bernard, and he made the recommendation to say, okay, hand over your original phone, but if you are afraid that maybe you don't get all the data back, then basically when you buy a new phone, you can simply from the iCloud, you can simply transfer all the data to the new phone. So I bought a new phone, transferred the data to the new phone, and gave the original phone, which the agents were requesting, to the agents.
So tell me again why it took 4 months from the time of the initial request for you to actually take that step.
2 reasons. Number one, I was out of these 4 months, I was 2 months not in the US. So February and April, or the mid of April, mid of May, I was in Europe and in Australia. And then it was still not clear for me, and this was basically the discussion I had with several people, if the Nevada Gaming Commission has the right to basically take my phone without cause or without any kind of approval from a justice. So this was basically a discussion, to be honest, which I had to discuss. And then I was talking to Peter Bernard, and he said, look, it's better to give it to them, but make a copy and give them the original phone.
Did you take anything off of the original phone?
No.
When it was provided?
I delete every day because I get a lot of junk mails and whatever kind of from my kids, any photos, and I delete all the stuff which is junk or which I don't need. Yeah, but I have not deleted anything what is to hide any information from the board.
So it would surprise you if there were a statement that when you gave the original phone that there was bits of data that were missing?
No, which data? So there were no data besides the usual information which I delete. There were all the information on the phone. So I was not deleting specifically not to hide any information.
Okay, I want to talk about the area of general transparency in a couple of contexts. Let's talk about the house in Greece. Can you describe when that was disclosed and whether that was improperly disclosed or a late disclosure?
I don't know exactly the data. So I bought the house in 2020, and As soon as because I always get from the compliance committee, I get all the papers which they have to fill out, any kind of changes. And as soon as I got to this information, I disclosed it. So I don't know exactly when it was first time disclosed. But I know from the discussion or from the meetings with the agent that obviously there was some kind of disclosure in November, which was not included. And then in March or April, it was included, something like this. So maybe there was a delay of 4 months.
So you bought the house when?
In 2020 or 2019. I don't know exactly. And either end of 2019 or beginning of 2020.
Ms. Rushton, the letter you provided said that it was before his submission in 21?
That is correct. Yes, sir. And as Mr. Neumann has stated, he bought the house prior to filing the application in Nevada. He did not disclose it there. It was an oversight on his part. When it was raised during his interview, he acknowledged the fact that it should have been included and then provided all of the requisite information demonstrating when he bought it, the purchase price, that he owns it in conjunction with his son, and all other relevant information.
How about the failure to disclose the rental of the house in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I was not disclosing this. I rent the house for my daughter because she was visiting me for approximately 1 year, and I rent the house for her, and then I canceled the rent, and I was simply not. I did not know that I have to disclose it, to be honest.
So with respect to the application, though, it was clear, I assume, that you would have to disclose your residences, right?
Yeah, to be honest, I have never seen this as a resident, but yeah, you're right, I should disclose it.
Okay. At what point were you involved in this process with Mr. Neumann, Ms. Rushton?
So when the phone issue arose.
Okay, so
Right, sir. So the application was filed in 2021, and that is also the reason why I asked Ms. Ramirez Ayala to be present. When Mr. Neumann first applied, there was not a compliance program in place at AGT. The current compliance programmer she was leaving to go to another company. And so his application was completed and submitted. And then thereafter, there was a period of time in AGT where there was not anyone specifically keeping up with the application. And as you know, with many companies, when you have a CEO such as Mr. Neumann that travels a lot and has, significant number of responsibilities, you have a compliance individual that is constantly sitting on you saying, you have to update, you have to include this. This is the information that requires to be reported. So during the first interview, Ms. Ramirez Ayala had just been hired. She sat with Mr. Neumann during the interview, and it's my understanding that at that time, the issues relative to the residents were he was made aware of their concerns because he had not disclosed them, and then immediately thereafter provided the subsequent information. I would submit respectfully that following that, the information was timely provided. There were still gaps. There was the issue relative to the business bank account. Again, an acknowledgement that that was an oversight, should have been included, and then the information provided. But I also believe that the board records substantiate the fact that there is nothing nefarious about that account. It wasn't used for any illegal reasons. It wasn't any reason to not disclose it. It was simply an oversight. But I will submit, and I believe that this is consistent with the company's position, and that is that when Mr. Neumann initially started the process, there was no one working on that application on a regular basis, and there should have been. And that's why he acknowledges the fact that it's his priority, it should have been his priority, and should have been complete. But I do note the fact that once those interviews started and the agents asked the questions, he acknowledged it. There was no intent to not disclose it, and then provided the information timely.
I wanted to ask about certain payments made to individuals. That, of course, came up. Can you describe that in terms of, what those were? I know at various times you were asked if you had a girlfriend, and could you describe that a little bit in terms of those text exchanges that were seen by the board as a result of the phone capture?
I don't know exactly which one you mean.
So there was an issue, Chair Dreitzer, with respect to, so the issues relative to the various payments came up during the second interview, most recent interview with Mr. Neumann. And specifically that he was asked to explain, a number of different purchases, expenditures, things such as that. One of them pertained to a girlfriend that he has had an off and on relationship with. As Mr. Neumann explained to the agents at the time that he filed the application, they were not in a relationship together. Between that time and I believe the second interview, the relationship had changed. And the specific question was, where would I have noted that for the board? The agents explained to Mr. Neumann that you're sharing finances with somebody. And that is something that we need to investigate. That made it very clear. He acknowledged the fact that of the relationship, why she was given a credit card, what it was used for, and I believe that sufficiently answered their question. The other issue dealt with text specific to, I believe, a policy of AGT.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Were money paid to women for any other purpose beyond what you've discussed?
I paid sometimes flights for them, yeah. But the only women I pay every month is this girlfriend of mine. Yeah, that's basically. And to be honest, I was not aware that you have to disclose a girlfriend when you are not living together with her in the same household. You are not even living in the same continent. Yeah, she's living in Berlin. I live here in the Las Vegas. We have a relationship, but I was not. I just thought that either a wife or a partner which you're living together has to be disclosed. So that's the reason why I was not aware that you have to disclose if you have a girlfriend.
There was some additional text which seemed to suggest that the money was paid to women for other reasons. Is there anything to disclose as to that?
No.
With respect to a number of the bank accounts and things that were missing, you do understand that's your personal responsibility to get those documents in. And it seemed to suggest at various times you were placing blame with your compliance staff for the failure to provide them timely. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is accurate. To be honest, I know that's my obligation. I only rely that I get the right information which I have to fill in. So when you mentioned my business bank account, when I came back from the interview, I was asking the compliance department why it was not disclosed. And then they told me that they simply forgot it. It was not updated from 2023 or something like this.
I can add a little bit of color if you like.
Please.
So the original application was filed in November of 2021. And at that time, and then I started with the company in end of April of 2024. Mr. Neumann's application hadn't been updated during that time period. There's been a lot of change since I've come onto the team in terms of anybody who was working on his applications no longer sort of managed out of the company. We were low on staff. I've replaced the two people who worked on his application and added additional staff to the team since then. So when I started the end of April, his first interview was in that July. So 2 months later was the first time that either of us had really seen his application from the 2021. I attended the interview with Mr. Neumann, and at that point we sort of reviewed his net worth and some of those questions around bank accounts and the house in Greece. And at that point, we realized, well, this hadn't been updated in quite a bit. And at that point, when we got a list of what they wanted us to produce, at that point, we started producing updated statements, rental agreements, the purchase information on his Greece home. And really from that point, we've been sort of updating those information, those bank accounts, everything that was sort of brought out during that first interview in July of 2024.
There was a text around potential for a family member having an arrest. You want to speak to that?
Yes. In 2014, there was one single message, it was basically one message to my son, which at this time was a little bit, he was 25, it was not easy to handle. Spending too much money of his parents. And I told him in the text that if you continue in your behavior, you are ending up in prison. And I'm not willing always to save your ass, basically. Yeah, so this was the only message. Yeah, and obviously, basically on this message, there was the assumption that my son is maybe is in prison or was in prison or whatever, which I from the very beginning said it was never the case. And I think you also got the proof finally after 3 or 4 reminders of mine. My son finally sent a criminal record from Austria, which was, I believe, provided to you.
We did receive that criminal record that or the lack of it that you suggested. With respect to the policy of Ainsworth in terms of having a relationship with an individual that also works there, was that something that you did?
No. So I made the mistake that I maybe had, I don't know, 2 or 3 dinners. And then there was and I apologize, there was a stupid communication on the phone between me and this girl, but that's it. Nothing ever happened. I never had in my life any relationship with anybody in a company I was working for.
Okay, I will probably have more questions, but I wanted to give my colleagues an opportunity to ask questions. So either of you have questions?
Yes.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. The agents yesterday mentioned several areas of concern. One was that you raised your voice during some of the interviews. Is that correct?
I told the agents why there were some concerns of mine, yes. But raised the voice, yeah. Also, I simply was telling them that with some of the behavior I was not really quite happy about.
Why did you feel like you had to raise your voice?
Why I had to? Or what was the question?
Why did you feel like you had to raise your voice?
Because in my opinion, and I fully respect the Nevada Gaming Control Board, I fully respect the agents, but nevertheless, what I also expect is on the other side that the communication is honest. And this was in 2 cases missing, which I said this was the reason why I was, let's say, a little bit not demotivated. I don't know the right word. I didn't felt quite comfortable.
So are you suggesting the agents weren't honest with you? Is that what you're saying?
At least I got an answer which was not 100% correct.
So just so we're clear, since you brought it up, people make mistakes. They misstate facts all the time. Fair enough. But you made a statement a moment ago. I just want to give you the opportunity to speak to it, that the agents were dishonest with you. Is that what you're saying?
I had the feeling, let's call it like this.
You want to elaborate that in terms of exactly how they were dishonest with you?
In my opinion, it's not necessary. I think we had a discussion. If you want to hear it, yes, but I don't believe that this has any any impact on the whole investigation. It was just a feeling at this moment, and I was telling my feeling about part of the investigation, and for me it's okay.
Actually, it would be okay for you to tell me how you feel they were dishonest with you. I'd like to hear that.
You want to hear it?
I do.
Okay. Basically, there were two reasons. First one, I handed over my passport, and then the agents were asking me what I have done in 21 in Russia. I said, I don't. I wasn't in Russia. I was in Russia many years ago, but not in 21. No, you were in Russia. I said, sorry. No. And then she said, yeah, but this is the stamp in your passport that you were in Russia. I said, look, this is a Cyrillic letters, but it doesn't mean that it's Russia. She said, yes, we have checked this with the State Department. That's a Russian stamp, which I was a little bit, how should I say, I really became insecure. I said, I wasn't in Russia. And then I came home, and then I was looking at my phone, and unfortunately I take a lot of photos, and I realized that exactly on this date I was driving a car for my house in Mykonos from Austria to Greece, and I crossed the Bosnian border. It was a Bosnian stamp. And if I say no, and then I get the answer, we have checked this with the State Department, I don't feel comfortable, because when you make a photo of the phone and you put it in ChatGPT, after 1 minute you get the answer, that's a Bosnian stamp. This was one point, and the second point was, what have you done as a religious worker in the US? I said, I was never entering the United States as a religion worker. Said, no, you have a visa which is religious worker. I said, no, I had a visa as a journalist, but never as a religious worker. No, it is a religious worker. I said, okay, I don't know, I have to check it. Then I checked it again, and you have the R1, and I don't know exactly which one. The R1 is the journalist visa, and the RE is the visa for a religious worker, and then 1 and then E looks quite similar. And this was what I said, look, I have to provide everything, I disclose everything, I have no secrets, but I also expect that not somebody's telling me you were in Russia, even though I wasn't. This was the point which I was discussing.
Do you mean the word dishonesty here? Because in reverse, you described conduct where you misunderstood and later did it. And would you describe that then, based on what you just said, as dishonest as well?
Maybe that's. I also have to take care about the language, because some of the word of the meaning is a little bit different. What is dishonest? I had the feeling that I was pushed a little bit in a direction which especially with this Russian stamp, when I said I was never there, and then because if somebody gives me the answer that this was checked by the State Department, this was a little bit an uncomfortable feeling of mine. But I don't know, except once again, I have to take care with the wording and with the translation, because at the end of the day, there's some specifics of words. So I have to be dishonest is a very careful word.
Sorry, Judge Assad, please proceed.
So I'm looking in the application here. I don't see anything that says you're a journalist.
I'm not a journalist. I was writing. A friend of mine, she has a newspaper in Austria, and she was asking me if I can make an visit of the Nevada, of the G2E show, and to write a little bit about the gaming in the US in comparison to Austria. So it was a basically one-time job which I got.
So you're not a journalist?
No.
So you lied on a visa application to the United States government?
No, because I was in. So that's exactly the point. yes, I was a journalist for 1 month. Yeah, but that's not my main job. This was exactly in the time when I was not working neither for Novomatic nor for Ainsworth. And she was asking me if I can do this. And then she said, okay, I hire you as not as a full-time journalist, as how you call this?
Freelance.
What?
Freelance.
Yeah, freelancer, and that's it.
Where did you get your degree in journalism?
Sorry?
Where did you obtain your degree in journalism?
You don't need a degree for journalism in Austria.
You can just call yourself a journalist?
If you did, a media has to apply a journalist, what is it, a journalist permission, and that's it.
They said you were disrespectful, the agents. Is that true?
No.
No. They said you were arrogant. How do you define arrogant, by the way?
What is the definition of arrogant?
Do you know what the word means?
I know what arrogant means, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult to explain what
Well,
is.
they said you were arrogant. Is that true?
If I'm arrogant?
During the interview process.
I told them my opinion. Yeah. So if this is arrogance,
They probably thought that because you raised your voice while you were giving your opinion, but I'm just making a deduction there. You intentionally misled them, they said. Is that true?
no. In which way?
And there was some interest in the area of interest regarding prostitution. Were you ever involved with
No.
that girlfriend of yours in a prostitution or money
No.
for sex exchange?
No.
Okay. So I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things that they allege that they're lying. They said this, you say no. So they must be lying.
But me or who?
The agents said all those things. They said you were very difficult to work with, you were disrespectful, you were arrogant, you raised your voice, you intentionally misled them. You've denied all those things. So who's telling the truth, you or them?
Look, the
Am I
point
supposed
is
to believe you or am I supposed to believe the agents?
no. The point is the truth is always both sides. Yeah, because it's always the truth is also a question of expectations. Yeah, and is raising the voice disrespectful? That's depending also on your emotions. Yeah, because if you're emotional, you start to become louder. It doesn't mean that and the how should I say, the reaction is different. So there is not a question of truth or untruth or lying or not lying. This is a question of how is your feeling about this. And that's the same now. Yeah, I also raise a little bit my voice now, but it doesn't mean that I'm disrespectful. It's maybe a little bit more emotional.
So I'm hearing you say the agents are lying. You're telling the truth and they're lying. Is that correct?
No, I never said they are lying. I said we had maybe a different view of the situation.
So
and this can happen.
Whose view should I believe? Yours or theirs?
I cannot.
Think the agents would have any reason to lie?
Look, I cannot. I don't want to tell you what you have to believe or what you have to believe or not. Yeah, I gave you my explanation of the situation.
I heard you, but I'm asking you, should I believe their version of what happened or your version of what happened? They can't both be true, right?
Yeah, but look, I don't want to tell you what you have to do. I think this is basically your decision, how do you see it and which person you believe or not. I don't want to tell you that you believe them or you believe me. I think this is something which is up to you.
Do you believe you have a right to have this gaming license?
Yes, I believe.
Well, I got news for you. You don't.
Sorry?
It's a privilege. It's not a right. You don't have a right to get a gaming license. Maybe in Europe you do, maybe in Sydney, Australia,
Yeah, sorry.
maybe in Vienna, Austria, but in the United States of America, especially in Las Vegas, Nevada, you do not have a right to have a gaming license. It's a privilege.
Sorry, this is again what I said regarding language problem. Yeah. Okay, by definition, you are right. It's not a right, it's a privilege. Yes.
If this was a criminal matter, and if you acted the way you did with federal agents, deceived them, intentionally misled them, raised your voice, you were arrogant, disrespectful, you'd be charged with obstruction of justice. This is a civil proceeding. We can't do that here. But we can decide whether you get a license or you don't get a license. Do you comprehend that?
Yeah.
We've been going at this for about an hour. I haven't heard you once say you apologized to the agent sitting back there.
Yeah. Of
Yeah, what?
course, because this you at the end of the day you have to apologize if there was a different view, and if they feel that what is the right word, that I not behave properly, I have to apologize.
So you don't want to apologize?
I did already.
You did?
Yeah, I
Just
said
sit
I
right
said
back there. Why don't you look them right in the eye and tell them you're sorry?
yeah. Also, I apologize for my behavior, and I really regret if it's got a strange feeling for you. Sorry, it was not my intention.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Mr. Newman, let's go back before we talk about the areas of concern. Let's talk about your background a little bit. You served in the military, is that right, for 8 years?
I was 1 year. There's in Austria that you make 1 year that you become an officer in reserve. So I made this, and I basically left the military in the rank of, I don't know what is coming. It's not lieutenant, it's one more. So one rank more than a lieutenant.
So I'm confused. How many years did you serve in the military then total?
Sorry?
How many years did you serve in the military total?
We have a special system. We have only reserve military in Austria, and I made several kind of how you call this, not exercises, but I would say until I was working, especially when I was studying, I went every summer for one month joining the military.
So I have in our records that your entry date was in 1980 and your discharge date was 1988. So that's 8 years.
Yeah,
Does that seem correct?
the point, yeah, because there was a change in the military strategy, and at the end of the day, I was at the end of this period, I was working in Switzerland, and when I returned to Austria, they simply, what is the right word? How you call this? This battalion was not existing anymore, because they said, okay, this was close to Vienna. There's no enemy anymore coming from Eastern Europe, and that's the reason why they said we don't need you anymore.
No, and I guess the purpose of me asking that question, because what I've heard a lot in the last hour is it's very difficult to get a straight answer. You get asked a question and there is no short answer. So the simple question is how long did you work in the military? What's your answer? How long were you in the military?
I was 1 year in the military, and then I made for another 5-6 years, I spent 1 month per year to make some kind of service. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You left Ainsworth. You resigned from the board in 2021, and you also resigned from another board as well. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
I resigned from the board when I became CEO of Ainsworth.
And that's why you resigned?
Sorry?
That's why you resigned from the board. Is that the time when you did this freelance thing in between, or no?
You mean this journalist stuff?
Yes.
This was before, because I believe I be seeing the G2E is in October, yeah.
But it was in 2021 time, 2022 time, that time?
It was 2020, I believe, because I started in January. I think I got the visa for the US in January 21, and this trip to the G2E was in October 2020.
Okay, thank you. You've been licensed before by the Gaming Control Board. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall when that was?
Sorry?
Do you know when that was? What year?
2017, December.
Were there any issues with your licensing at that point?
No.
And what was your experience like at that point doing your licensing? Did you interview with agents?
I had one interview with the agents. To be honest, I don't know if it was. I believe it was in Austria. Yeah, and that's it. And the interview took, I don't know, 1 or 2 hours.
And did you have to fill out your background that time as well?
Yeah.
And did you have any issues reporting rental properties or bank accounts or providing any information at that point?
No.
So you were made aware of the licensing process at that point, generally what the process was like?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, because what I've heard you say is that there was things now in the process that you didn't realize you had to disclose, but you have gone through our licensing process recently, I would say, in the last 10 years, in 2017. So is that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I just want to be clear because a lot of your answers make it sound like you don't know the licensing process, and that's still not an excuse because you have regulatory compliance, internal assistance, and you have outside gaming counsel. But then to see that you've actually been licensed by us within the last decade, I would say is even a little bit more concerning that you're not understanding what was required of the process this time when you've literally gone through the process recently in the last decade. It's just an observation from my standpoint that I wanted to get on the record right now. Because to me, that would put you even more on notice as to the process, as an observation on that part. I wanted to ask you, there's 543 full-time employees at Ainsworth. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And how would those employees describe you as a leader for them?
It's also difficult to try to get to formulate an opinion about others. I would say they describe me as somebody who is giving direction, who is formulating a strategy.
Approachable? Would they call you approachable?
Everybody, as I tell everybody can tell me, can come to my office. There is no hierarchy or whatever. Yeah. So I love to hear any kind of criticism or any kind of feedback. Yeah.
Do you think that you are successful in your role as a leader at Ainsworth and in your previous roles at Novomatic?
I would say yes.
Yes. Okay. And so I think the chairman went through some of the areas of concern that we had with your application and during the process. And I don't want to belabor and go back through it, but I did want to make a point to ensure that we have a record that there were multiple failures to maintain transparency that was reported to us in the material received from our agents. And what that means is as we stated, is you turned in a form, right? A personal history disclosure form. You noted stuff, and then later the agents go and check it. And then there was things that were either missing, or when they asked you about it, perhaps you didn't realize. And I know you said you didn't know in the process what you needed to disclose. But having been a previous licensee as well, and if somebody of your sophistication in your position, it's hard, I think, in my position to believe that you didn't understand that process. And especially seeing you here for the past hour answering questions, and unable to give a direct answer. It's concerning to me in seeing these multiple failures to maintain transparency, your obstinance to providing your phone after being told that you needed to provide your phone, your inability to disclose information or not being difficult, even acknowledging whether a civil lawsuit exists, whether you knew it or not. You could clearly ask somebody at your workplace to assist you, or your gaming counsel to assist you to find out and confirm. I think your mindset on that is what I would define as being arrogant, is your unwillingness to come to the table and be cooperative and work with the agents and try to get this licensing done, especially as someone who's already gone through the licensing process recently with our agents, with the Gaming Control Board, is disappointing. And I know, again, you've been licensed before, so the statutory requirement for us and what you're seeking today is an application for licensure as an officer. And as part of that qualifications for license, finding of a suitability or approval, you have to be a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And what I've seen here on the record for the past hour doesn't support such a finding in what I've observed here today. And I'm not going to go into the violation of your fraternization policy, which you, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but sort of belaboring this back and forth, because I find it's very difficult apparently here for you to give us a straight answer, is that you've stated that you don't read what you sign and you are unaware that you signed it, that you even had a fraternization policy at Ainsworth, and whether you violated it or not. Is that something, does that ring a bell at all, or does that recall anything that you might have discussed with our agents? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so this pattern of this sort of behavior, and I'm not going to get into the other aspects of, I'm not here to embarrass you about your personal life on that regard, but I will say that qualifications for licensure, again, require a finding under NRS 463.170 sub 2B, a person of good character, honesty, and integrity to grant a license. And I'm just not finding my ability here today and what's been the back and forth and the facts that you've presented and the way you've carried yourself and communicated yourself here today that support that you meet that standard. Thank you, Chairman.
Judge Assad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on the fraternization policy. The lady that you mentioned, your girlfriend, did she work for Ainsworth?
No. So that's not 100% correct. She was working at the ice show in London as one of these girls which were distributing Mozart balls as a sweets, but she was never employed at Novomatic.
Is that company an affiliate of Ainsworth?
No, not at all. This was simply a model.
So why would they say there was a violation of the company's fraternization policy?
But this was not related to her. This was related to somebody else.
Who is that person?
Sorry?
What's the name of that person? Just the first name.
She was at this time a receptionist in the Sydney office.
Ainsworth office?
Yeah.
And you dated her?
I went to dinner with her, yes.
That would be a violation of the fraternization policy.
Yes.
And you told our agents, I believe, that it's common for a CEO to date subordinate women in the building?
This is.
Did you tell them anything like that? Was there something like that?
This is what I never said. I never said this is.
What did you say?
This is. It was an inappropriate answer. What I said.
Tell me what you said.
I said if this is a breach of the policy, then I would say that most of the companies are breaching their policies.
Referring to other CEOs?
Not CEOs.
Executives.
It doesn't relate to CEOs. It relates to anybody who has, to anybody who is manager. It has to be an executive. It can be a normal manager. It can be whatever, production manager, whatever.
We actually have a regulation under Reg 5 that speaks to that issue. It can be considered possible unfair, unjust workplace environment, harassment, maybe sexual harassment, unhealthy work environment. That would be a direct violation under Reg 5, I believe, as a result of the Steve Wynn case that Reg got put in there.
I'm aware about this, but once again, I stopped the let's call it relationship or the dinners immediately because once again, I'm completely against any kind of relationship with employees. And we had dinner, and then we had a stupid conversation, and then I said, okay, it's too much.
So during the interview process with our investigators, had you been drinking any alcohol during any of these interviews?
I very rarely drink alcohol in general.
Were you on any type of medication?
No.
Your behavior is very unusual, to say the least. I've never had a case, I've been here 3 years. I've never had an applicant come before me and have these issues, not just one or two, but I've got 8 different issues here that our investigators say were very problematic for them to conduct their investigation because of your being very difficult to work with, quote unquote, disrespectful, quote unquote, arrogant, raising your voice, which you've admitted to. Then there's the phone matter dump, intentionally misleading the agents. And then this fraternization policy thing. I don't know. I don't think you get it. You know, I really don't think you get it. You don't get what this is all about. You think you have a right to this license, and you don't.
I know.
And I agree with Member Sendall here. We've been here about an hour and a half, and your whole attitude stinks. I don't see remorse. I don't see acceptance of responsibility. I don't see acknowledgement of guilt. I don't see any type of contrition. I see arrogance. That's what I see. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So here's the concern, right? I wanted to, and the board certainly wanted to give you every opportunity to address each matter, right? As the judge has said, and it's certainly correct, this is a privileged license. And I accept if you had some language difficulty there, but I'll accept that you understand that. And as part of that, we have a very dedicated team of agents that work very hard for, for limited compensation in some cases, but they believe deeply in the mission. And they believe in what they're doing. And the very last thing that ever makes sense is for somebody to raise their voice at them or be belligerent or anything like that. So that set a tone straight away during this investigation that has led to all of these issues that are of great concern. Even while you're sitting here within the last hour and a half, you've given two different answers to the same question in multiple instances. And that's a concern. We need crisp answers to things, and we didn't hear anything crisp. I mean, there were these questions, and if you had come and said, no, this was this and this was this, but everything seems to be confusing and someone else's fault. And in some cases, you say that the agents were lying about things. And that's just not something that I'm prepared to accept, because the agents do an outstanding job, and they don't want to have this sort of confrontation. We deal with matters all the time. The agents deal with matters all the time. They want to do their job, and they want to be able to work with applicants to prove suitability and move forward in the process. But at every single turn here, there was acrimony and excuse. And that's a really difficult place to be for you, for the burden to try and prove that you're suitable. And so that's my concern. The questions that I asked, I wanted to just lay it out and give you an opportunity to respond. And you did, but weren't a lot of straight answers. So that's of grave concern to me as well.
Chair Dreitzer, if I could make a couple of comments.
Put your mic on.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. If I could make a couple of comments. First, I think it's important, and perhaps a language barrier didn't make it quite clear, but I think Mr. Neumann started this affirmative presentation acknowledging that things did not go smoothly during the application process, acknowledging why he didn't turn over the phone. I understand, and he understands clearly as an applicant, he has an obligation to do so. But it's very challenging for someone who has done that in another capacity and the information's been leaked to the press. So it gave him pause for concern. When Chairman Bernhardt and I met with him and explained to him the importance of that, and that yes, you do have protections under the Constitution, you do have protections in Austria. That doesn't apply here. You inherently give permission to the board to search things. But he had also had two executives go through the process less than a year beforehand, and neither one of them had been asked for the phone. So he understands the obligation to be compliant. But the delay in the phone, I think, at least warrants notation of the fact that there had been a prior incident that gave him pause for concern. The other thing I think it's important to note is the question pertaining to his son. This is a 2014 text that was found and brought up during the second interview. He unequivocally stated, "To my knowledge, my son has no criminal record." And then he was told to go get a record. I mean, with all due respect, why isn't his word that his son doesn't have a criminal record enough? If they're law enforcement, if the agents knew that there was something there, that would have been another issue, but he knew that he didn't. But it wasn't an easy task to call Austria and say, "Could you please get us a record?" So, yes, sir, I just wanted to note that there were certain things that, again, came up relative to the areas of concern that can be easily explained. And the frustration was more the sense that you're asking me about a 2014 text long before I filed this application, and something I can tell you as the parent that I'm not estranged from my son is that he has no criminal record. And then it was somewhat of a, "We don't believe you." And that's frustration. So I would submit that the attitude was more a frustration in the sense that I'm explaining to you, I did not go to Russia, I went to Serbia. I'm explaining to you that my son did not have a criminal background, and now you want me to prove it definitively. Give me some time and I can do that. Those are the things. He explained why, and you have a letter in your file. He didn't want to hand over the phone because of the concern with what had happened previously. So I understand that there is an obligation as an applicant to be compliant, to be transparent, but you can't ignore, and I know you see enough applicants that say the same thing. Sometimes things are shock. It's just surprising that they're asked, and there are things that can easily be explained, and when you explain them to the agents, they don't seem to believe you, and that becomes frustrating to someone. So I would respectfully submit that there are areas in the report that warrant this tough discussion and this hour and a half long meeting and really the concerns that you raised. But I don't think it rises to a level of demonstrating a lack of suitability. And the reason I say that is because of the fact that Mr. Neumann has been licensed in over 189 jurisdictions. He was previously licensed here. This is a long application process. I would respectfully submit that of all the applications you've heard today, they didn't start in 2021 and end at the end of 2025. And that's close to where we are. That's a long process. So up until the time of I would say the second interview and the latter part of 2024 and 2025, things seemed to be okay. There were gaps. When he was asked about them, he responded, and now he's stood before you and said, "I should have done better." So I'd like that you please take that into consideration, because while it's no excuse for not handing over the information, it explains it. It also explains the frustration. Sometimes people get that way. He's apologized. But I think, again, if you look at the phone situation and the situation relative to the text with his son, you can see where there was a frustration and why there was some second thought about just handing over the phone. And so, again, I appreciate the opportunity to note that for the board's consideration and ask that you do deliberate in that fashion and take those factors into consideration.
Let me just say, from the perspective of the text as to his son, as a father of adult sons, I can understand how frustration can lead to saying all sorts of things to your kids relative to whatever the circumstance is. So I understand that. But then you talk about the phone, and you talk about the Greek house and the LA and Las Vegas and the women and the civil lawsuit and the bank accounts and the phone. It's just the totality of it is really difficult to accept. And again, we wanted to give Mr. Neumann a fair hearing, give him every opportunity to explain each and every piece here. And unfortunately, his answers weren't direct in many cases. And so that, from my perspective, is a concern.
And Chairman Dreitzer, with respect to the bank account, I will tell you, and Ms. Ramirez Ayala will say the same, when you're presented with a litany of transactions and asked to explain each one of these, you do the best that you can based on your knowledge, and then sometimes you have to go back and look at things. Some expenses were for trainers. Some expenses were for the fact that he paid for someone to visit him in Las Vegas, or he went to LA and paid for them to meet him there. Those things were all explained. But then as a result of him explaining this and everything, and because one or two could not be explained, then they draw the presumption that there must have been some type of prostitution. There is no prostitution. He unequivocally stated that. There is nothing in his record that shows that. And how could you not be somewhat taken aback when someone makes that statement to you in a professional capacity such as this? So I want to be clear that, again, utmost respect and transparency is owed to this board by every applicant and everyone who presents themselves to you. But you can't ignore the fact that when someone makes an allegation or an accusation such as that without substantiation, that it can be frustrating and it can warrant some type of a response other than, no, that didn't happen. That's a heavy allegation to make. And so I ask again that you take that into consideration while you deliberate.
Thank you. Member Sandal?
You know, Ms. Maxton Rushton, I mean, that's where, right, having competent gaming counsel involved and assisting your client going through the process, especially, were you involved in his last licensure?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, somebody, were you represented by gaming counsel or some internal compliance, or did you do it by yourself?
It was internal compliance.
Oh, can you put your microphone?
Sorry. It was internal compliance department of Novomatic.
Okay, so you had you had someone there to assist you. Yes, correct? Yes. You lose credibility when you don't give direct answers, whether it's about potential prostitution, whether it's about signing a fraternization policy, whether it's about disclosing a bank account, whether it's about disclosing rental properties, whether it's about disclosing text messages and allegations that there's blocks missing from the copy of the phone that was provided of text messages that seem to insinuate that some of them were deleted. We have a whole litany of facts that were provided to us from our agents that spend a very detailed amount of time going through many, many things. And you can point at one little thing here, or, okay, they're asking you about your son. You can either play victim or you can get up and get it done and move forward, right? It's all about your attitude that you bring to do this. And I'm sure, you know, you do a great job in your role. You have a very, sophisticated, high-level job that you have. You've worked in the gaming industry and other large companies. So it's really frustrating to see these sorts of, to me, very simple things that you can overcome and produce to get this done. And you just said that you've been licensed in multiple jurisdictions. And what I'm hearing, I'm sorry, from Ms. Maxton Rushton, is you're kind of victimizing yourself as well. As if you have a problem or if you don't like something, then let's deal with it, right? Let's deal with it outside of this client. If you're saying you're having problems with our agents, then bring it up and let's talk about it. But I don't like to hear it as an excuse in this particular matter. As we know, as we've had previous clients of yours come before us, right? We need to hold people accountable. Just earlier today, I just said someone lacks emotional intelligence. They don't understand what they're saying and the impact it has on the other people that they're talking to. And unfortunately, I'm seeing a lack of emotional intelligence once again here today, And for you to be in the position that you're in as CEO, it's kind of mind-boggling, honestly, to me, that you can function at such a high level and not kind of have these basic leadership skills and communication skills, and that you're not aware, you're not self-aware that you're coming off as argumentative, arrogant, evasive to questions asked, difficult. These are things that were stated by multiple people that have worked with you, right? And we've been here for an hour and a half now, and we've tried to ask you questions. And again, it's taken having to be very direct and essentially, right, treating you as a hostile witness, yes or no, because it's hard to get to a direct answer. That's frustrating. That's concerning. This is a privileged license. This is Nevada. We set the gold standard. So that's the difficult position you've put us in here today. And I'd be happy to sit down with you, Ms. Maxton Rushton, if you have issues with certain things that come up in the investigative process and you want to go through, you have other concerns outside of this applicant, be happy to do that. Because, I don't want this to continue to be a problem, as it has been with past clients of yours. So thank you.
Okay, with that, let's move on to discussion. I will start. I believe, Mr. Neumann, we gave you every opportunity to address each and every area of concern as it pertains to transparency, as it pertains to failure to cooperate, as it pertains to conduct as to the agents. And in each and every instance, the answers provided were vague, acting as a victim, blaming others, some cases blaming the agents. I have to draw a big bright line at suggesting that the agents were in any way dishonest. That's just not something I can accept. They're doing their job and they just wanted the information. That's a big bright line for me. And when you look at the totality of this, while again, there are points that I could perhaps be sympathetic to, as I indicated, the text to the sun and that sort of thing, the list goes on and on and on. And there weren't crisp, specific answers that were necessary for you to meet your burden of suitability. So from my perspective, I'm not prepared to move forward and support this application. We can talk as a board of what some of the other options would be, because I do recognize and respect Mr. Neumann's career in the gaming industry of over 15 years. So we want to be mindful of how we proceed, certainly. But again, to I think a very good point that Member Sendall made, this is the second time around here. So it's hard to claim I didn't really know what to do or how to do it. So again, wanted to give you every opportunity. I made no commentary about your answers, but they changed between questioners in some instances. And that's just a really difficult thing to accept. But I think to the core of this, without belaboring the point, I think the totality of the circumstances has left you unable to meet your burden to prove suitability at this moment. So that's where I am. Members.
Yeah, I concur with your assessment and your analysis. 100%, you're spot on. So I'm also unwilling to move forward to grant the application.
Yes, I think I've made my record clear on where I stand currently, and I'm open to your suggestions on how you want to move forward, Chairman.
So what I would potentially consider is a referral back to staff. Is that something from the Attorney General standpoint that's feasible?
That's feasible. It's possible if you wanted to do that.
Can you describe to the board what the exact consequences of such a decision would be?
Referring back to staff would send the file back to the board agents, and then the board, if they wish, could request a application to withdraw. Otherwise, it would just stay with the board agents until the next time it would come up on an agenda, which the board can put it on an agenda.
But we could ask for an application to withdraw.
You could, that needs to be in writing, but you could request an application to withdraw.
And from my perspective, at this time, if we were to refer it back, I would support an immediate request to Mr. Neumann to apply to withdraw. That's where I would be if we were to do this. Could you, for the board's edification, explain the consequences of a denial here today?
Sure. If an applicant is denied, he would be added to the list of unsuitable and unlicensed persons under NRS 463.174. They would be restricted from doing specific business with any licensees in Nevada. Those are listed under NRS 463.173. The list is commonly referred to as the gray list, which they will stay on indefinitely. They may request to be taken off the list after a period of 5 years.
And where I am at, and I'm one of 3 votes, is that I would entertain a request to withdraw at this time. In view of all the circumstances, certainly I do not feel Mr. Neumann has met the burden of suitability, but at the same time, I'm not prepared to proceed with a denial at this moment, and therefore would again support withdrawal and or referral, I should say, with an immediate request for withdrawal. That's my position.
Thank you, Chairman. And I am on board with that plan. I do want to put on the record to Mr. Neumann and Ms. Maxon Rushton that I hope you use this opportunity to grow and learn from this and hopefully come back in the future, perhaps, and with a better result in reflecting on what happened in this process this time and what we've shared and what our frustrations are and what we see, and perhaps, do some internal reflection and work on your emotional intelligence. Thank you.
I have one other point I want to make. It's not, certainly there was conduct, that things that you did that were potentially, things that we would have looked at unfavorably. For me, the issue was that, but also more being honest and direct about some of these issues, and I just didn't see that. Judge Assad.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I concur with my colleagues. I think the issue here is more than just business probity. The question also has to be considered as character and fitness for office and the ability to have a privileged gaming license. Those are all things that we need to consider before we grant someone a license because they are suitable. This individual is clearly not suitable for a gaming license. So if you want, I'll make that motion.
I'll accept a motion, assuming for the record, you agree with the approach of
Yes.
referral back to staff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would move that we refer this matter back to staff with the recommendation that staff request the applicant to withdraw the application.
Madam Secretary. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's pause for a moment. Did we get that right?
That's fine, Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Joseph Jarvis for finding of suitability as a beneficiary at Vitalik Gaming Trust and for licensure as sole member and manager at Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots. It is also the application of Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots, for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route. You also have the applications of Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots, doing business at City Club, State Inn, Peacock Lounge, Cowboy Saloon and Cage, Roy's Market, Mountain City Motel Restaurant and Bar, Express Mart LLC, and Kanoko Food Mart for a restricted gaming license. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the application of Vital Gaming Trust, doing business as Elcata Slots, doing business at City Club for a restricted gaming license.
Welcome, sir. Please state your
Good
appearance.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jeff Donato, I'm an enrolled agent. And joining us today from the Carson City office is Mr. Jarvis. And before we begin, we'd like to thank the board for accommodating Mr. Jarvis's request to appear from the Carson City office today.
Thank you.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide some background and brief overview of the applications before you today, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Donato.
Thank you. By way of background, the slot route operator, Elcata Slots, has been licensed since 1965, with Mr. Vitale originally approved as the sole owner and operator of the route. In September of 2010, the Vitale Gaming Trust was approved as a 100% owner of the SRO, with Mr. Vitale serving as both the trustee and beneficiary of the trust. In December of 2010, Mr. Jarvis was approved by the NGC as a key employee of the SRO in the role of general manager and also as co-trustee of the Vitale Gaming Trust. Following Mr. Vitale's passing on February 19th of 2019, Mr. Jarvis was approved in March of 2019 as a trustee of the Vitale Gaming Trust, and he continues to serve in that capacity today. In February of 2025, Mr. Jarvis submitted an application with the GCB to be found suitable as a beneficiary of Vitale Gaming Trust. Then in May of 2025, he submitted an application seeking approval for Elcata Slots to be licensed as a slot route operator, which would take over the route currently operated by the Vitale Gaming Trust. In summary, Mr. Jarvis has previously been investigated and approved by the NGC in 2010, as general manager and co-trustee of the trust in 2010, and later as trustee in 2019 following Mr. Vitale's passing. The applications before you today include an application for finding of suitability for Mr. Jarvis as beneficiary of the Vitale Gaming Trust, which will be only for a moment in time. An application for licensure of Elcata Slots LLC as an operator of a slot machine route, and for Mr. Jarvis to be licensed as the sole member and manager of the LLC. An application for Elcata Slots to hold the restricted gaming licenses at 6 existing route locations and 1 new location as identified in the agenda. Lastly, a request to withdraw the pending application for Vitale Gaming Trust doing business as Elcata Slots at City Club in Carlin, Nevada, which is a new location being added to the SRO's route. Since Elcata Slots LLC is seeking licensure for this same location, we are requesting the withdrawal of the trust duplicate application. I would like to address the areas of concern related to these applications really quickly. The first area of concern involves the application for a finding of suitability of Mr. Jarvis as a beneficiary of the Vitale Gaming Trust. If approved, Mr. Jarvis would serve as the beneficiary only for a moment in time, since Elcata Slots LLC application will replace the Vitale Gaming Trust as a licensed SRO for the existing route. The application as beneficiary should have been filed at the time of Mr. Vitale's passing and been considered in conjunction with Mr. Jarvis's approval as trustee of the trust in March of 2019. Mr. Jarvis misunderstood the requirement to file the beneficiary of the trust, while his approval as trustee in 2019 allowed him to continue operating the slot route without obtaining additional approvals from the GCB. He also needed to separately be approved as beneficiary in order to receive the gaming revenue from the trust. Mr. Jarvis has been previously investigated and approved as general manager and co-trustee, and later as trustee, was the individual receiving the gaming revenue. However, he mistakenly failed to obtain that separate beneficiary approval that should have been accompanied his 2019 trustee approval. The second area of concern relates to Mr. Jarvis's operating the SRO as a sole proprietorship under his individual name. In 2011, the Vitale Gaming Trust was incorrectly registered with the Nevada Secretary of State as a sole proprietorship rather than a business trust, with Mr. Vitale listed as a trustee and Mr. Jarvis should have been listed as co-trustee. After Mr. Vitale's passing in 2019, Mr. Jarvis notified the Nevada Secretary of State and attempted to renew the state business license for Vitale Gaming Trust. However, he was informed that he could not be renewed because Mr. Vitale had passed away. The state suggested Mr. Jarvis to file a sole proprietorship under his individual name, which he did in November of 2019. As a result, this caused a gaming violation for operating the SRO as a sole proprietorship without prior approval from the NGC. These violations were not willful or intentional. At no point did Mr. Jarvis attempt to conceal information, misrepresent his role, or avoid regulatory oversight. The violations arose from a misunderstanding of the filing requirements following Mr. Vitale's passing and were a result of administrative oversight, not a disregard for gaming regulations. From the moment the issues were identified, Mr. Jarvis has taken every step necessary to correct them and bring everything into compliance with the gaming regulations. Mr. Jarvis accepts full responsibility for his misunderstandings and is firmly committed to strict compliance with the gaming regulations. To reinforce that commitment, Mr. Jarvis is registered to attend the Restricted Licensee Compliance Seminar on October 14th of 2025. and has already taken steps to ensure that all future reporting requirements are properly handled and reviewed. Throughout the investigation process, he has been fully cooperative, transparent, and forthcoming with the GCB and its agents. In conclusion, Mr. Jarvis has reviewed and accepts the 2 proposed conditions, which include the requirement to notify the GCB of any new contracts or changes to existing agreements within 30 days of any new or amended contracts, and the requirement to obtain administrative approval from the GCB for signage to be posted at the entrance of City Club indicating that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on these applications, and it concludes our affirmative presentation, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Donato, thank you. Appreciate that very much. I'd like to hear from Mr. Jarvis. Hello, sir. How are you?
How are you doing today? And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'd like to also thank you for the approval to appear from the Carson City office location. It works much easier for me, and I really appreciate that approval. I also want to thank the agents, Freelander and Agent Rebold, for their assistance with this matter. They've been very cooperative and professional, helping me out. If you don't mind, I didn't get very much sleep last night, and I'm pretty tired and not at the top of my game, but I do have a prepared statement that kind of goes over what happened and everything. And if it's okay, I would like to read that statement.
Yes, I think that would be well accepted. Thank you.
Okay, and it's basically going over explanation of the areas of concern, and it's in my own words. But I'd like to start off by saying that I'd like to apologize for the misunderstanding of the situation with Elcata Slots and the Vitale Gaming Trust. There was no intent to deceive or mislead the Nevada Gaming Control Board or Nevada Gaming Commission. In 2019, when August John Vitale, also known as Gus, passed, I notified the Gaming Control Board immediately of his passing and asked what I needed to do with the Vitale Gaming Trust to continue business. It was discussed that I may have to go through another investigation, but it was decided by the Attorney General at the time that I could continue operations as trustee without any further gaming approval unless there was a change to ownership of that business. Then that would require gaming approval. I misunderstood or misinterpreted what this meant. My understanding of this ruling was that I was approved as trustee, which gave me full control of the business as owner, beneficiary, etc. The way I understood change of ownership was if I wanted to add another trustee or sell the business. This was my misunderstanding at the time. Elcata Slots is a small business that I run on my own without any employees. Gus did not have any gaming attorney to set up the Vitale Gaming Trust in 2010. I did not have an attorney at the time of Gus's passing that understood gaming regulations to ensure the company remained in compliance. In 2010, when the Vitale Gaming Trust was formed, our intent was to make me beneficiary after Gus's passing. That was why in 2019, I assumed that was what I was approved to be. It was brought up by our attorney in 2010 to form an LLC instead of a trust. Gus did not want to pay for the 2 investigations at the time, so that is why he elected to do the trust. So I would be the only investigation fee to be paid. Looking back, the LLC would have been the better and less confusing way to go. My intention now is to have the LLC owned 100% by me to make things less confusing. Now, I do have the firm Argentum Law and Mr. Jeff Donato, who is an enrolled agent, not an attorney, to assist me with the licensing process. After the approval to continue to operate in 2019, I did meet with my CPA, Glennon and Sandoval, to discuss how I could get funds from the Vitale Gaming Trust. James Glennon explained to me that I would be able to take funds from the trust, but had to transfer funds to an account with my name on it. After that transfer, I would be allowed to distribute funds as I wished. Now I can see that Mr. Glennon is not aware of the gaming regulations either. I do follow advice of professionals and do as advised. The area concerned with the sole proprietorship, in 2019, after Gus passed, I tried to renew the Nevada State Business License. I notified the Secretary of State Gus had passed, and they said I could not renew the license because it was listed as sole proprietor. I asked what I could do, and the lady that I was working with said to file it as sole proprietor under my name. I thought I was doing what was correct. If it said Elcata Slots on the license, I would be okay. I just wanted to pay the state license fees. I did not realize I was changing the complete structure of the business. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the lady I was working with, and I cannot find any correspondence with her. It was mostly phone conversations. I was the one that filed the Nevada state license in 2010. I listed it as sole proprietor at the time because looking at the gaming license, it was listed as Elcata Slots sole proprietor. In hindsight, I should have had an attorney do the filing and listed it as a trust. It would have made things much easier, I believe. I had Elcata Slots LLC formed by the attorney Travis Gerber. He is currently managing the LLC and the license with the state of Nevada. In closing, in an effort to better understand the licensing requirements, I've registered to attend the restricted licensee compliance seminar on October 14th, 2025. All this time, I sincerely thought the Vitale Gaming Trust slots were in compliance with gaming regulations. It is only the past few months that I now understand I need to be approved as beneficiary of the trust. I truly thought I was approved all along. I also now understand that I should have never operated as sole proprietor. I truly apologize for the misunderstanding on my part and the confusion it has caused. I take full responsibility for my actions and provide this statement as explanation only. It's not justification. The past few months have truly been an education for me. I now have our general and Jeff Donato as an enrolled agent, not an attorney, to assist me in the licensing process and future changes that may occur with Elcata Slots. I will always confer with this firm for advice in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jarvis. We really appreciate the statement that you've made and the seriousness with which you've taken this once this was discovered as being an error. I fully accept your earnestness in this process. I accept your statement that it was a mistake. I also am glad that you have Mr. Donato and others with you to support you to address gaming issues as they arise, because as you now have had a crash course in it, it's not always easy
It's
or
been an
straightforward.
education.
Yeah. And so I respect that fully. And I also believe, given the steps you've taken and the introspection that is reflected in your statement, that you won't let this happen again, and you'll work with Mr. Donato and others every step along the way. So I'm very comfortable with supporting this application, and I wish you good luck.
Oh,
Member
thank you
Sendall.
very much.
Thank you. And yes, I sorry you didn't sleep well last night. Hopefully you sleep better tonight.
Oh, I'm gonna crash.
I was curious on how did you get connected up with Mr. Donato, and when exactly did you start retaining his services?
Well, after I worked and changed the Secretary of State, and I had Travis Gerber set up the LLC thing, and I put the application in. Oh, take that back. I talked to Becky Harris, and she contacted gaming, and through her they recommended Mr. Donato, and that's how I got set up with Mr. Donato.
And that's great. And when was that about?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just guessing, probably in April, maybe April or May.
Oh, earlier this year?
Yes.
Okay. Well, great. Well, I'm glad you did. And I appreciate your explanation on the record, addressing the areas of concern, and I'm happy to support the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Jarvis, thanks for trying to clear this up. I'm in support of the application as well. Lesson learned, of course, I guess, is always hire gaming counsel up front. You'll save a lot of money rather than hiring gaming counsel at the end.
Yes, yes.
And then what was your relationship with Mr. Vitale?
Mr. Vitale was my stepfather.
Stepfather?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And, this will probably have to go to the enforcement division. They may take a look at it because you were operating without a license for about 6 years. So they may want to send some kind of letter or notification, or the AG's office will be involved probably too. And there may be some kind of a fine assessed as well. I just want to give you a heads up on that, but otherwise I'm in full support of your application.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Then with that, I'll accept a motion.
Okay, let's see. With respect to the motion to withdraw, as far as the City Club location, I move that we accept the motion, the request to withdraw without prejudice.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And then with respect to the application for finding of suitability as a beneficiary and the application for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route, with the following condition, I move that we recommend approval of the application to the Nevada Gaming Commission as submitted and read into the record by the secretary, with the following condition, that for Elcata Slots LLC doing business as Elcata Slots LLC doing business as Elcata Slots must notify the Nevada Gaming Control Board of any new contracts or changes to any existing contracts with Nevada gaming licensees within 30 days of execution of any new or amended contracts. For A and N's City Club LLC doing business as City Club, is that, we've already, that's been withdrawn, right? We don't have a condition with that one then, do we?
There is a condition, Chair, but that's all, Judge, but that's for City Club, not A&N.
Do I need to read this?
Yes.
Okay. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. That's the motion.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
May I make a comment real quick? Did that include, because I know Judge read some of them individually. Is that all of them? Because there's still,
The first condition would include application 36994-01, all items in that section. And then the second condition with regards to the paying a cover charge, that only applies to City Club.
and I'm sorry, let me clarify, Doug Lawrence. I think there's one more there's another application for a restricted gaming license. I want to make sure that all outstanding applications are in the motion for non-restricted item number 12 are covered.
I'm so sorry. Could you say that again?
I wanted to make sure, kind of like the last time we missed one of the applications. So we have the application for finding suitability as a beneficiary, application for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route, and then application for licensure as a sole member and manager.
I believe
And
application for
applications
license.
for a restricted gaming license on the next page. That I only heard, I wanted to make sure all the applications were covered in the motion.
I believe the third one, application for licensure, sole member and manager, was omitted.
And that, so I would just request that the motion be amended to ensure that we include that here.
I think the record would reflect that you're adding it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Judge Assad, perhaps if you redo
Restate
the
it,
motion and
please.
include it.
Yes, restate it, please.
Okay, the whole thing, or just add in the member manager?
You would remake the motion with the first three.
Okay. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission for the application for finding of suitability as a beneficiary, the application for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route, the application for licensure as a sole member and manager as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the condition that I've already read, the two conditions. Is that good?
I'm sorry, Judge Assad, there's one more, applications for a restricted gaming license. It's on the third page.
Oh, I'm
Right above
sorry. I
the
thought that
withdrawal.
was the one we withdrew. Okay. To also, my motion also includes the application for a restricted gaming license.
And to clarify, it's with the conditions you previously read.
With both conditions, correct.
Okay. Are we clear? Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Agent Freelander and also Agent Rybold for getting me up to speed. I think I got into this about 60 days ago, if I remember correctly. So I've been kind of drinking off a fire hose, and they were able to get me up to speed and what I need to know. So they've been very, very great to work with, and appreciate all their hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
Thank you.
Good luck. Have a good day.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do the start of the restricted agenda or the consent agenda, and then afterwards we'll take a quick comfort break. So we're on the record again for our 2:00 calendar with apologies and thank you for those who've been seated in the audience for some time. Our first item of business on the restricted agenda is the consideration of the matters on this agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations, and because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Axum Hospitality Management Company LLC for registration as an intermediary company. It is also the applications of Winnie Schulman Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Winnie Schulman as a trustee and beneficiary. Lastly, you have the applications of Axum Hospitality Management Company, Winnie Schulman Gaming Trust, and Winnie Schulman for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of RH Eastern LLC doing business as Rustic House for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Suburban Restaurants LLC and Adam Corrigan for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. Lastly, and for board consideration only on this item, you have the application of Daniel Wedge for registration as a minority equity interest holder as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 8 is the application of Baja Taverns LLC for a disposition of membership interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Town Square 8 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Town Square 8 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Town Square 8. Restricted number 10 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 42412 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the various locations listed on the exhibit to the agenda for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Fuel Bros Post for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Fuel Bros Tropicana for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 14 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Washoe Tavern for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 15 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 16370 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 16 is the application of Winners Gaming Inc. doing business at Vino's Pizza for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any discussions on these items?
None by me.
None by me either. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. That said, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the board consideration?
I would be happy to, Chairman. Thank you.
Please.
I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record of the following items on the agenda. Item number 3, agenda item number 5, agenda item number 8, agenda item number 9, agenda item number 10, agenda item number 11, agenda item number 12, agenda item number 13, agenda item number 14, agenda item number 15, and agenda item number 16, all as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Madam Secretary.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Judge Assad, for restricted number 5, the second portion is not for recommendation, it's to be granted. That's for board consideration only.
Let's pull that out then.
Okay, I'll
And do
pull
that
out number
separate.
5. We'll do it separate. Very good.
Okay, so now let's proceed with 5 pulled out. Madam Secretary.
I believe there are also conditions on these items.
Well, hang on. I think what Dag Lawrence is saying is just do a motion for the board approval item, which is
No.
just restricted number 5, or we're not.
I want to do it. We can
You
do
wanna do
everything
opposite?
else. Do the opposite. Do that.
You want me to read the
If
conditions?
you do everything else, then you would read the conditions.
Yes,
in
then
that.
you need to read the conditions.
I know for those, but not for 5.
Read the conditions?
Correct, Judge.
Okay. With respect to agenda item number 3, the following condition applies. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. With respect to consent agenda item number 9. Yeah, number 9 would be the next one. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. With respect to condition on number 10, on agenda item number 10, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. With respect to consent agenda item number 12, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. With respect to agenda item number 13, the following condition applies. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And that's it.
Ms. Lawrence? Anything further, Ms. Lawrence?
Nothing, Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. And now on to the next one, correct?
It would be the second half of non-restricted number
Number
5 for
five.
board
Correct. Yeah,
consideration.
yes,
only.
fine. Do it that way.
With respect to the agenda item number 5, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, the application for licensure as a member or manager and the application for a restricted gaming license, we are recommending I am recommending approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission for those 2 applications.
I don't believe that's correct.
I think that the first half of number 5 was already included in the group.
Well, I pulled 5 out altogether. Yeah, the second one though is, yeah, I got, but I pulled 5 out altogether, so I wanted to read it again.
Okay,
That's
and then
fine.
the second half would be a different.
Yeah, let's vote on the first part first.
Those are 2 separate ones?
Application for a restricted gaming license, application for licensure as a member manager.
Non-restricted number 5, half of it is for recommendation and the other half is only for the board consideration
Right.
only, so you can grant or deny.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
I'm still confused because was the part that we're motioning on right now, the part for the recommendation to the commission then only? And then we're going to
Yes.
do, okay. And
Yes.
so this does not include the minority equity interest holder?
Which will
No.
be separate.
Okay.
That will be
Right.
separate and just for board action only.
Okay.
So let's finish up this way. I wanted to go the other way. You wanted to go this way. That's fine. Let's finish it.
Okay, then aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Okay, and then
you.
I would recommend that the board, with respect to the application for registration as a minority equity interest holder, this is for board consideration only. Recommend that the board accept that application.
Approve or grant that application.
Approved.
Okay, Ms. Lawrence, are we okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. We're going to take a quick 5-minute comfort break and come right back. Let's keep it to 5 minutes, please. All right, we are not yet. We are back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read in restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Raising the Kilt LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dennis Gutwall with the law firm of McDonald Carano. In the audience with me is the son of Randall Alleman, Colton Alleman. He's been helping with the location. He's here for moral support. First, I want to thank the board and the agents for the waivers of appearance and for expediting this application. We very, very much appreciate it. With your permission, I'll talk a little bit about how this application originated, and then we can go from there.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Gutwall.
All right, so Randall Alleman and his wife, ex-wife, Jeannie, and Colton met with me a few months ago, and Randall met with me because he wanted to get his estate in order. He had stage 4 cancer that was in his throat and in his liver. Surgery and chemotherapy was coming up, and he wanted to get things taken care of. And so it was determined that they should move his interest in 2 gaming properties to a trust. And he thought he owned those 2 properties completely. When he sat down with me and we took a look at the license, we discovered that he only owned one of the entities 100%, and the other one he owned 66.67%. The property Aces Bar and Grill opened in 2006, and he had a partner back then, Harvey Nelson, and Harvey had a 33.33%, and they opened just as the Great Recession hit and the place got pounded. And shortly around 2014, there were a lot of capital contributions that were due from Harvey Nelson that he couldn't make. And they agreed at that time that Randall would take over the 100%, but they didn't have gaming counsel. And so that transfer occurred without Nevada Gaming Commission approval and therefore was void. This application is to rectify that. Randall and Harvey both know they aired a great deal, and Randall especially knows to have gaming counsel in the future. Right now, he really appreciates you allowing him not to be here. He can't talk right now. And, he's got more chemo and surgery coming up. So that kind of brings us where we're at. We're at some point in the future, Randall's ex-wife will apply to be co-trustee and beneficiary of this trust in the future. But right now, we're just transferring the last part of Randall's interest to this trust. Earlier within the last month or so, we got approval to transfer all of his other gaming interests to that gaming trust. It was approved administratively. The trust is in place, and that's where we're at today.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwall. And I'm sorry to hear of the difficult condition, and our thoughts are with you on that. Fully understand what needed to be done. Very pleased that Mr. Gutwall's involved. He certainly will give you top-notch advice all the way through here, including this matter. I'm fully prepared to accept it. I have no questions. Member Sindall.
Yes, I'm so sorry to hear about your father, is it? Yes. I hope he's able to recover, get some rest. And I appreciate the explanation on the error in the previous transfer, and accept that now with competent gaming counsel involved moving forward, you'll be able to comply with the gaming statutes and regulations, and happy to support the application and wish you all the best and your family best.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you, Mr. Gutwall, for that very concise and clear explanation. I too would like to extend my condolences to you and your family. I have no questions. Very straightforward.
Thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion.
Excuse me. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Wish you
Thank you very much. And again, thanks to the board very much for helping us with this.
Thank you, Mr. Gottwald. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, this moves us to restricted item number 2. Please read it into the record.
Restricted number 2 is the application of DBH Enterprise LLC doing business as Apache Joe's and the application of Dylan Hamika for licensure as member and manager. Oh, I apologize. The application of Apache Joe's is for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. Sir, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dylan Hamika, owner and manager of Apache Joe's Bar and Grill.
Very good. So when last you were here is 2 years ago,
Yes, sir.
and there was some thought about with all of what you had going and at your age, the board and commission wanted to give the opportunity to thrive and come back now 2 years later and tell us how things are going.
They're going great. It is truly what they said, a privilege, absolutely. Business is going well. First year, as with any business, it was rough getting everyone back. The business was closed for 13 months, getting all the customers back. People found new homes, new bars to go to. So really just finding the correct staff, the people, welcoming people, welcoming people, and just building it up day by day. So we're seeing more return now, better each and every day, and I'm happy with what the future holds with us.
Very good. So you feel like, have you learned a lot the last couple of years?
A lot.
But tell us something that you learned that's been invaluable from your experience.
Something I want to say is I know that something I learned was that time is quite valuable. I found I made it important to always dedicate time for my family anytime I did have time, because those calls at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. when you're the owner, you got to answer. So it's something I learned. I never thought, and I'm happy I'm in the position I am in now.
Terrific. Well, I am very happy to see this growth, and it's nice when things come to full circle in terms of what we would have anticipated. So we definitely appreciate you being here. I'm happy to support the application, and I want to see if my other board members have any questions, but I congratulate you on doing what you're doing. It's still such a young age, but you're getting great experience and great wisdom as you move forward in your life. So I want to support that, and I certainly will support you.
Thank you,
Judge
sir.
Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Weren't you at UNLV a couple of years ago when you came
Yes,
through?
I'm still
going?
it's going great. I'm still
all
there
done
right
yet,
now.
or?
I have one semester. Next semester should be my last, and then I'll graduate with my degree in finance. So yeah, following my brother's footsteps. So
Nice. You could always go for an MBA too.
yeah, this is true.
Never hurts.
Yeah, that's what my mom would want for sure.
She'd like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in full support of your application, and I have no questions. I just want to congratulate you on a job well done.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Member Sendall.
Yes, I wasn't here. Me and the chairman were not here last time, but I did watch the video from 2 years ago at your appearance before the Gaming Control Board and the commission. And I know, as kind of the discussion went, is you have 3 different people, 5 different commissioners, right? And I understand you have a lot of family, and you're the first one that got the 2-year limited. And I'm sure you're like, what did I do? So I have to talk about that because I just found the whole thing very entertaining to listen to. But again, you took it great, and you got your license, and here you are. Now I got to meet you, and you're still in school, and so you got a semester left. So as the judge stated and your mother wants, you should definitely go do your MBA or do your JD, go to law school at Boyd, and keep it up. But on that, when I read your previous report before us, you're a runner for some of the other stores, or what's your current job workload look like?
Just Apache Joe's is my
Apache Joe's
yeah.
now. Okay,
So
so you're
just-
not serving as a runner anymore.
No. Once the business started running, I told my dad, I said, I want to dedicate as much help as I can. I help here and there as whenever I have time, because he's my dad. I want to help him whenever I can. But once I saw that the workload was really picking up and I need to dedicate more time to just Apache Joe's, I was like, I had to. We say Baba, so I was like, I'm sorry, Baba. I have to. I have to dedicate to just the bar.
Right.
So
And that's smart. And I think that was what I think maybe part of the concern or thought was initially to put a 2-year limited on here. And on that regard, my understanding is you took the restricted license compliance seminar
Yes.
like a year ago,
Yep.
maybe 2 years ago now. And then my other thought or question on this was employees. I think you had talked about how you're waiting to get employees because you want to make sure you're licensed. So are you fully
fully
employed now? You have all the right people, qualified people to assist you? And as to the chairman asked, everything operationally is going well for you?
perfect. Yes, and I have backup just in case someone calls out last minute. I have people on call just to make sure. And I always try giving a few days here and there so they're not just waiting for nothing. So I try doing that, and especially with the kitchen as well, cooks. So that's it took time, but we have the right staff now, and I'm happy with what we have.
Well, great. Well, it's nice to meet you. And
Likewise.
again, wish you best of luck and in your future education and continue in your profession and with your family involved in business. And I think I recognize his face behind you. I think he was another Hamika was before, it's just last month, maybe. Couple weeks ago. There we go. So that's good. You have that support.
Thank you.
behind
It's a pleasure
Happy to-
meeting you as well. Thank you.
Happy to support your application. Thank you, Chairman.
Excellent. So with that, we will accept a well-earned motion.
Thank you.
How was Agent Lombardo? How did you like working with him?
The best of the best.
He's good?
All right.
He's,
All right, we
he's
got to put
honestly-
that on the record.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
With respect to restricted agenda item number 2, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
I believe we have a condition on this item.
We do. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Yes, sir.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Congratulations and good luck. Great work.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Nice to see you again. Excellent. That brings us, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc., doing business as the Brass Tap for a restricted gaming license. You also have the applications of Brian Edwards, Julie Edwards, and Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc., retirement plan for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Brian Edwards and Julie Edwards as trustees and beneficiaries.
Very good. Mr. Donato, welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato. I'm an enrolled agent here with me today. Mr. Brian Edwards and Mrs. Julie Edwards, who is Brian's sister-in-law. And joining us by Zoom today is the applicant's ERISA attorney, Mr. Dauenhauer. Did I say that correctly?
You did. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide just a brief overview of the applications before you today. Following that, we'll have the applicants share some information about themselves, and then we'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
That sounds fine. Please proceed.
Thank you. This location is an approximate 4,230 square foot tavern with restaurant known as the Brass Tap, located at 1171 Steamboat Parkway, Suite 120 in Reno, Nevada. On or about October 14th of 2024, the applicants through Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc., or the company, opened and started operating the tavern with restaurant, which currently does not have any gaming. The company is seeking approval to hold the restricted gaming license for the location that is intended to have 12 gaming machines embedded into the bar top. Although the company would hold the restricted gaming license, the applicants have entered into a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations to be the slot route operator for this location. In addition to seeking approval for the restricted gaming license, the applicants are requesting approval as officers, directors, and/or shareholders of the company. They are also seeking approval for the company's retirement plan to be designated as a holding company and for the applicants to serve as the trustees and beneficiaries of such plan. I would like to take a moment just to address the location's compliance with NRS 463.161. On or about March 19th of 2024, we submitted the company's applications with the GCB. At that time, the location's patron area consisted of both indoor and outdoor space in order to meet the statutory requirement under NRS 463.161, which requires at least 2,500 square feet available for patron use. Effective July 1st of 2025, however, NRS 463.161 was amended to require that the patron square footage consist solely of indoor space. As a result, the location no longer met the statutory requirement and therefore did not qualify for a restricted gaming license. To bring the location into compliance, the applicants have decided to fully enclose the outdoor dining area and convert it into a permanent indoor space. On or about August 7th of 2025, plans were submitted with the GCB to show how the outdoor space would be fully and permanently enclosed. It is our understanding that those plans were reviewed by the AG's office, and it was determined that the proposed permanent enclosure would allow the space to be used by patrons at all times and satisfy the revised statutory requirements. Based on that understanding, the applicants have been coordinating with their contractor, and construction is scheduled to begin in November and should be completed in early of January of 2026 or sooner. If this application is approved, the applications understand that one of the conditions will require photos of the completed construction to be submitted with the GCB for administrative approval prior to the issuance of the restricted gaming license. With that, I'd like to have Mr. Brian Edwards provide some information about himself.
Oh, myself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, name's Brian Edwards, CEO, owner of Edwards Equity Holdings Incorporated. We started this business plan approximately, I was introduced to Jeff through Janet Golden Gaming 2 years ago. And we've been going through this process since then. The bar itself is doing fantastic. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, actually next Tuesday. Projected gross sales are about 2.5 million for the first year. So we're very happy about where we're heading towards. And we are pursuing, like I said, with the gaming license as directed by Jeff with those 12 gaming machines. We did have a little bit of an obstacle, of course, with the patio structure. I mean, initially it was at 2,500 square feet. We were operating forward on good faith. Unfortunately, Nevada legislation changed those directives just a few months ago. So we ended up having to now have to enclose that outdoor structure.
And with that, I can have Ms. Julie Edwards provide some information about herself.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Julie Edwards. I am Brian's sister-in-law, married to his twin brother. Just celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary. I live currently in Spokane, Washington. I'm born and raised in Washington State. I have roots here in Las Vegas. I was living down here in '99, popped up to Oregon, came back working as a branch manager for JP Morgan Chase for the last roughly 24 years. And so we wanted to do something together. We wanted to venture out and make something of our own. And this was an opportunity for us to do it as a family. And so currently we have the structure of me more of a passive representative, but also able to, with my banking background, with my business sense and my management, have a really good head between the two of us to be able to run a great business.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In conclusion, I would note for the record that the applicants attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar on July 17th of 2025. The applicants have also reviewed and accept the proposed conditions on the license. And with that, we respectfully request your approval, your recommendation of approval, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. Could you maybe give a little more detail about this plan under the ERISA Act, how that works?
Yes, so I will let the attorney speak to that.
Sure.
Hello.
So, hi, my name is Lauren Downhauer. I'm a shareholder with Ogletree Deacons. I am up at our Portland, Oregon office. So the way this is structured is that the stock is owned by a tax qualified 401k plan. Again, the 401k plan is it's a scheme that the IRS allows companies to have to provide benefits for their employees. Every 401k plan has a trust And in this case, the trust is the owner of the corporation that will have the gaming license. The plan is the legal owner of the stock of the corporation. The beneficial owners of the stock are Brian and Julie Edwards. I don't know if you have any specific questions about how a qualified retirement plan works. I understand that this is sort of a case of first impression for this board in terms of, who the actual owner of the corporation is.
Yes, it was a unique structure, so I do appreciate your participation here today.
Of course.
Thank you for that. I have no further questions. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. So council, the qualified retirement plan, you said everyone has a trust?
Yes, every plan. So the plan is, I'm going to try to avoid getting into too much technical talk with the tax code. But I think a few things will be helpful. So a 401k plan is called a 401k plan because that reference to 401k is a specific reference to code section 401k of the Internal Revenue Code.
Right.
And so a 401k plan is tax qualified under section 401 of the tax code, and subsection K is just one of the sections of code section 401. When you have a retirement plan, if it is qualified under code section 401, it is required to have a trust, and that trust has to be funded. So all the assets of the plan are required to be in this trust. And the trust itself is a tax exempt trust under code section 501.
And who makes the distributions, the trustors?
So right, the plan has an administrator, and the administrator in this case is under ERISA. It's the corporation. So the administrator is the company, and the administrator acts by and through its board of directors. The stock is owned by the trust, and the trust is controlled by the trustees. And in this case, the trustees are Brian and Julie Edwards.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looks like a beautiful property. I'm looking at the pictures, and I think you're going to do even better when you get these machines.
I do appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's very nice. I have no further questions. I just want to tell you I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
Do you do this in other industries? Does this happen a lot, the structure? Is this becoming more and more popular?
The structure is becoming more and more popular. For a long time, IRS was somewhat skeptical of plans owning, the stock of, it's sort of it's sort of a snake eating its tail, right? So the company sponsors a plan, and the plan owns the stock of the company, so it's kind of circular. Plans owning company stock has been around for a long time. I mean, you may have heard of it in the context of it being called an employee stock ownership plan or an ESOP. Over the years, as people have as 401k plans have become more popular, there's been this other type of plan called a rollover business startup 401k plan, where companies that are first starting, the owners don't necessarily have a lot of capital, but they might have a 401k plan with cash in it. And so the idea is that if the company starts with a rollover of money that goes into the plan, that this rollover business startup plan could then use the assets in the rollover to then help form the business and get the business off the ground. And so you'll see this thing called a ROBS plan, ROBS, and they are becoming increasingly popular. This is the first one I've worked on in the context of a company that needed a gaming license. So that was a kind of a new twist. But these types of plans where rollover proceeds are used to purchase a company that help the company get off the ground, yes, it's becoming, you'll be seeing more and more of these.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting.
You're welcome.
Member Sandal.
Thank you. And what a great family venture that
It
you
is.
are all in. And as I read about your backgrounds, I was even more amazed. We have somebody who has a background in PT, but I was really interested in the fact that you're from Hawthorne.
Yeah.
You went to
yeah.
UNLV and then you like went and studied in the UK?
Yes, yes. University of Ulster in Belfast, Northern Ireland, so where I got my doctorate degree. And
Why?
it seemed
Just for fun?
Yeah, sure. Why
Oh,
not?
okay. Yeah. Great.
I was applying to medical school. I was going to be a physician, a surgeon, and 23 years old, just finished here at UNLV, got my MCAT. I was actually accepted to MUSC, but I had the acceptance letter in my hand, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm like, I'm done. Because you have to be a surgeon, you're looking at 7 more years, and I would have been 31 by the time I was out, and I was just like, and I told to be a surgeon, it's a calling. It's like you have to want to be a Catholic priest. Well, you have to want to be a surgeon. And I was just like, I was 23 and I hit a wall and it was done. So I started applying to physical therapy schools, and one of them was in the UK. And sure, why not? And off I went.
How was that experience?
So after 30 years of orthopedic, sports medicine,
Yeah.
Inpatient, outpatient, acute care, ICU, pediatrics, it's been a rewarding career medically, but it's time to let's have a new challenge. So this is
So you're
this is
done
new.
PT, right? That's
I'm still
that part of
I'm
your
still
career?
licensed as a physical therapist in Nevada and the state of California as well. I still hold active licenses.
But I guess coming into this business,
No, this is
how
all,
much
yeah,
of
I'm
your time
drinking
is
from, I'm
this?
drinking from a fire hydrant. It's
Oh,
it's
okay.
all new.
It's all
So,
new.
but I think with Julie's help and we're heading the right way.
That's wonderful. And so you've never been licensed, so this is exciting. Congrats. I live 3 miles from this place. Candidly,
Oh.
I've not visited yet.
We've been Nebraska.
I have 3 little kids, so it's just
Please,
hard. But I
please.
saw this. I'm like, dang it, I haven't been here yet. And I'm gonna have to
Please,
admit
yeah.
that on the record. But no, it looks great. And I did real quickly for your background, Julie. You kind of said you're in the banking industry and you're providing, from what I read, more of a limited role in the business. You're not even in Reno, correct? Can you kind of
Correct.
tell us a little bit more about your role with the company?
Sure. So and we are kid friendly at the Brass Tap, by the way. So bring the kiddos by.
All right, no excuse.
Yeah. So the vision of the Brass Tap started more than 5 years ago, wanting to get closer to family. I have family in Washington. So, as we came closer and came to fruition of like, this was happening, we had already planned to move to be close to family. And so the passive role is more of the managerial. We put our heads together when he needs to take a day away. I will go down there and kind of fill in the gaps where I can. I do a lot of the online, the socials, and any paperwork that I can get myself involved in as well. As a banker, I helped with the bank account, getting that going and more of the administrative type of things with my percentage of the ownership and the time that I do spend.
That's great. And there was quite a few conditions related to this, and you all are aware of those conditions and worked with Mr. Donato. How'd you get connected with Mr. Donato?
Through Jennifer Madole at Golden Gaming.
Oh, right.
I
you-
reached
yeah,
out to
you said
her
that.
initially saying we're going for a license, and she
right.
said she put me in contact with Jeff.
There you go. That's great. Well, I'm happy to support your application. Look forward to, I did want to say, so is it still the anticipated enclosure for around the beginning of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Whether, yeah. they're
Understood.
pending,
It
understood.
might be done as soon in December, but then we fall into the winter months and the holiday season. So realistically, probably 1st of January.
Well, best of luck. I look forward to coming and checking it out. And congratulations on this next adventure in your family.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
wish you guys all success.
Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion with the appropriate conditions?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. You're aware of the conditions and they're acceptable.
Yes, we are.
And
Yes.
then, if you don't complete and open it up by 6 months, you can always apply for a extension continuance under, what is it, 4080, I believe?
Yes, that's correct. So they don't think they'll need to do that.
You think it's
They're
gonna be
fully
done by then?
anticipate having it by the first of the year, if not, if not sooner.
Okay, great. All right, then with that being said, with respect to restricted agenda item number 4, I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that application as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following conditions. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming. A restricted gaming license shall not be issued until the proposed construction has been completed and the location has at least 2,500 square feet of indoor space which is open and available for use by patrons. Photos of the completed construction must be submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee for administrative approval. Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan must comply with the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15 as it relates to the compliance and licensing requirements governing holding companies. At least 30 days prior to the implementation of any changes to the Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan, documents reflecting said changes shall be or submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair for review and administrative approval by the Chair or the Chair's designee. Within 30 days after the prior year's plan administration has been completed, the trustee or the company shall provide a list of the participants and their interests in the Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan to the Nevada Gaming Control Board for review. Prior administrative approval by the Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to any changes to the person or entity designated as the Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan's administrator or custodian.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Terrific. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 6.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 229 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer,
Good afternoon.
Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc.
It feels like we've seen you weeks ago.
Or earlier today, too.
Yes, that's what I meant.
With me is Paula Graziano, NRSI's president. We're before you today on restricted item 6, which is Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc.'s application for Dottie's number 229. NRSI would like to thank Agent Cortland Spurlock for his work on this application. During the investigations requested the NRSI contact the churches that were in the vicinity of this location.
Yes.
And NRSI sent correspondence to those churches on September 15th, and as of now, has not heard anything back from them at this time.
Okay, so thank you for that. Anything further?
Nothing further. We're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, so the reason that I wanted to talk with you about this was there seemed to be some reluctance on your part to make the required request of the church. There was an attempt to do it, and then that was, as I'm told, not responded to. And then only on the second time did you then send the letter out. And I understand that there may be some reluctance in terms of communicating with the church in this circumstance, some reluctance with the way in which we administer this and ask you to prove this standard. So I wanted to get on the record with you to see if you had some concerns about the way the board does this.
Maybe I could.
Please.
Sorry. Paula Graziano. I just wanted to state for the record that maybe this might have been a misunderstanding, especially from my part. Maybe I didn't understand. We understood the request and we wanted to get clarification on it. And we were requested to write a paper on our side of it. And I thought perhaps that might have been further discussion on it. And then we were told, no, you need to write a letter. And so we did that immediately. So I would like to take the blame for that. And I apologize for any type of miscommunication on it. It's never our intent to not comply with anything that anybody requests from us.
With respect to this inquiry, right, there's multiple things that can go into it, right? Having you reach out to a church or whomever is just one piece of it. We also understand that within the Henderson plan that this is acceptable, and that is another piece of it, right? So that's all fine. And I can tell you on behalf of the board, we hear what some of the restricted applicants are saying about this issue, and we intend to have a dialogue with the industry about it. But until then, the requirement is what it is. But that's not to say we're turning a deaf ear on this issue. We will address it in due course. So yes, we do appreciate the information that you provided. We've heard similar thoughts from others, and we're going to take a new look at the issue shortly. So I wanted to just communicate that to you, and I appreciate what you say and accept that at face value, and I thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, and I hope the agent didn't feel we were trying to avoid compliance. Anytime you guys ask us to do anything, we're happy to do it.
Oh, understood. So we appreciate that, and we look forward to a dialogue as to the matter. So thank you for that. I'm certainly going to support this application, and I have no further questions. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and I appreciate you putting that clarification on the record. I haven't had lunch. It's almost 4:00, and I apologize. When you first started speaking, I would just want to be clear on the record that under Reg 3.010 sub 1, have you made a finding as far as making a sufficient showing of suitability as related to the immediate vicinity of the churches? If you want to just go ahead and make a statement on the record, so we have that on the record, I would appreciate that. Like, I know there's a response provided about the downtown master plan and there's
Right.
other areas. I just wanted you to put that on the record. if
Right.
you
So
could, please.
with respect to 3.010 sub 1, the location is, well, first, it's in a commercial district or a commercial area, which is noted in the reg. It's also under Henderson's downtown master plan. It's an allowed use, which I think supports why it would be a sufficient location. Additionally, the board has, in other situations, looked at in the vicinity of whether there are other gaming operations, and there are a number of other gaming operations in the location. I think that also supports the suitability under 3.010.
Great, and I appreciate that. And just to add, I don't know if you're aware, but I know the board's agents also received feedback from 2 of the 3 churches stating that they didn't have a problem with the vicinity, which I just wanted to put on the record as well. I know it is technically your burden to make a sufficient showing, but were you aware of that, or did you know that? Okay.
Was not aware of that.
Okay, so just wanted to add that to the record as well, but I'm happy to support the application. And still opening end of October, end of this month?
That's the plan.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, I too am in support of the application. I'll note from the photograph, the Emerald Island Casino, which is a non-restricted licensee, looks like they're a little closer to the church than Dottie's 229. So, and Agent Cortland did an excellent job on the application, very thorough, very concise. So I'm in full support of the application as well.
Thank you for that. So yes, with that, we'll ask for a motion from one of my colleagues with conditions.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. With respect to restricted agenda item number 6, I recommend that I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of that agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please read into record restricted item number 7.
Restricted number 7 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 21039 for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Param Maroke for licensure as a member and manager.
Mr. Donato, you're a busy man.
It's been a long day.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jeff Donato, enrolled agent with me today. I grabbed the wrong folder, so I apologize. It's one of those days.
That's fine. Hello.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem.
So with me today is Mr. Amarjeet Marok and also his son, Mr. Param Marok, which is the transferee. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide just a brief overview. Following that, I'll have Mr. Param Marok provide some information about himself, since this is his first time in Nevada gaming, and they'll be glad to answer the questions you might have.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This location is an existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 21039, located at 3685 South Maryland Parkway in Las Vegas. On or about June 7th of 2022, KMAM and GK LLC, or the company, assumed operations of the store, which currently has 4 slot machines. Mr. Amarjeet Marok is the sole member and manager of the company. Since the SRO Century Gaming held and continues to hold the restricted gaming license, the gaming was previously conducted under a space lease agreement, and the company only received space lease rent from the time it took over the operations until February 23rd of 2023. At that time, the company was approved by the NGC to participate in the regaming revenue under CGD's restricted gaming license for the store, and it continues to do so today. On or about April 17th of 2025, Mr. Amarjeet Marok and Mr. Param Marok entered into that certain membership interest gift agreement under which Mr. Param Marok is acquiring 50% membership interest in the company. Subsequent thereto, a transfer of interest application was submitted with the GCB, which the application is before you today. If approved, Mr. Param Marok will be both a manager and 50% member of the company. And with that, I'll have Mr. Param Marok provide some information about himself.
Please, sir.
For having me today. My name is Param Marok. I was born in California, moved here in 2003. I went to Green Valley High School, then went to CSN. I graduated from UNLV. I have a bachelor's in finance from UNLV. Then I continued my education and got a master's from National University from San Diego. And then in finance. For my work history, I worked for 7-Eleven Inc. for 7 years, and then transitioned to SNS Fuels, which I worked for 2 years. Now I consult our family business as a sales consultant. I am a W-2 employee. The things I do is I drive sales, look at profit margins, and see what we can do to make the store better and more profitable.
Very good. Thank you. Question about that. So you still consider yourself, I mean, I understand W-2 employee, but you call yourself a consultant. So how does that work?
So, because I look at overall like profitability for 4 different stores. So when we go for seeing how we can drive really margin in each store by looking at the reports and looking at what we can do with the merchandising. So guiding and helping to make sure we have more profitability for the store.
Understood. How is it to work with your father?
We have every day is a good day, and then some days as family, you know, some days are good, some days are bad, but it's always exciting. You can't beat that working with your parents.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this application. I have nothing further. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I too am happy to support the application, and you could learn a lot from your dad,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
sure, so. The only question I might have is, did I hear you say he was gifted half of the store?
That is correct. So was
Is there any tax issues there with the
So
gift
they did
tax?
consult with their CPA, and we did provide the agent a letter from the CPA, which indicated there was there's no tax implications with
Okay,
regards to
good.
the gifting.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sandal.
Thank you, and welcome, and that's exciting. I know Mr. Amarjeet Singh, you were licensed here back in February 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And for Param, this is your first time being licensed ever?
That is correct.
Okay. And thank you for your presentation and kind of giving us your background and your involvement with the stores. So these stores that you consult over, they're all family owned,
Family
not
owned, that is
necessarily all through your father,
Correct.
other members as well. Great. Um, When will the transfer of the gift take place, or is that upon approval, MGC approval?
So the date is anticipated to be on January 1st of 2026. Once we get the approval letter here, if this application is approved, then we'll then go to the local licensing jurisdiction and seek approval there. And we anticipate effectuating that transfer on or about January 1st of 2026.
And it's
And
my
then-
understanding, Mr. Maroke, you took the restricted license compliance seminar last
Yes, I
year?
did do that. Yes.
Was that helpful?
It was actually really, really cool. Learned some great stuff. And one thing I like when the fun stops, seeing that understanding the brochure has to be in the gaming area, really, really understanding about the gaming in a broader perspective that I didn't see it. So really, really helpful. Recommended for everybody. Any new applicants?
Well, I wish you best of luck. Those are all my questions. I appreciate you being here today, and I'm happy to support the application. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just really quick, just want to make sure it's on the record that this is the first of two other applications before you come in before you. Here in the coming months, we will be on the agenda again for Mr. Amar G. Maroke's other two locations, in which he is currently operating as a sole proprietor, and we are changing those licenses over to an LLC. Once they're over to an LLC, they would then be coming back for a transfer of interest for the 50% of those LLCs that go to Mr. Param Maroke. So just on the upcoming agenda, you will see those, but I just want to make sure you are aware, this is the first of 3 locations that will be coming before you.
Very good. Well, thank you for that heads up on that, and we appreciate that, and we look forward to having you back before us in the coming months. So with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move that we recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 7 to the Nevada Gaming Commission, and there are no conditions.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
I'll just clarify that the motion is as read into the record by Madam Secretary. I support it.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much. Passes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Special Agent Peters for all his work on this application.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, please read in our next item.
You have 2 requests for final approval of a new game. The first item is Family Feud, submitted by PT Services LLC.
Very good. We started with Mr. Pohl and we'll end with Mr. Pohl. Gentlemen, please state your names for the record.
I'm Chandler Pohl, Vice President Legal Counsel from MGM Resorts. We hosted the field trial.
Very good.
I go by Derek Jumphy, Director of Tech and Innovation for the interactive part of MGM's business.
Very good.
And I am Alan Walensky with Playtech, Technical Compliance Manager.
Excellent. So did you have an affirmative presentation?
I do. I have a video of this computer. I was told it's hooked up. I hope you can see it.
Let's see.
So I have it plugged in. I don't know. I can't see the monitor, so I don't know if it's been displayed or not.
It's not. Well, while we're doing that, and hopefully we can figure that out, let's ask the question. Tell us, well, I'll wait on gameplay until we get the video, but tell us, if you would, how the field trial was accepted by players and et cetera. What are your thoughts?
So that's why I have Derek with me. He's the Director of Tech and Innovation. So he has really been spearheading the Glass Box initiative.
Please,
So-
sir.
Absolutely, for the record, Derek Jumphy. So the field trial was very much well received throughout the field. It was about 4 weeks long, started in late August and ended on September 18th. Over the course of the field trial, the game itself, we experienced the wheel was spent about 20,000 times. We experienced all inclusive about 1.5 million game rounds. This is including players, and overall, and overall the positive, we got really positive feedback from all players across the jurisdictions that the game is being marketed in.
Very good. And what was the RTP on the game?
The game has about a 96%
Okay.
RTP.
And so tell me how you gauged the response given the fact that it's in the glass box. Did you talk to players in Europe? How did that work?
Yeah. For the record, Derek Genfi for the record. So how we gauge the response of the game is, so the game actually has a chat window that the players that are playing the game are able to communicate with themselves and with the host. And a lot of that feedback came from what's happening within the chat.
Very good. So are we any closer to looking at a demo of the game? Thanks. So in terms of the failures that you saw in the game, were they within sort of a acceptable range of concern from your perspective?
Right. So with going through about 20,000 spins of the wheel and going through the games, the gameplay issues that we saw were negligible, about 15 to 20 all in total, and a lot of them were related to kind of clapper issues, just getting stuck, right? Which were resolved with preventative maintenance.
Understood. And from the Playtech side, anything to add further?
No, we did submit some of the statistics in our request letter.
Yeah.
And there were 4 different levels of severity: critical, high, medium, and low. And like he said, we only had about 17 of those issues, and they were resolved.
Very good. Would like to see a video of it. If not, if it doesn't work, if you can just verbally describe how it's played, I guess that will have to do.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, we're almost there.
Yep.
There we go. All right, we see it.
All righty, friend. Now, first, we're going to spin the wheel to see who will win. Will it be one of our contestants on one of our teams? We got the Jones family. We got the Smith family. Or will it be one of our mystery bonuses? Those are so exciting. Also, where's the mystery bonus going to end up? Let's see what the wheel has to say. And let's see who our winner is this time. It looks like it's stopping on. Oh, that's right. Gold 3. Congratulations. You're our winner. And our winning number this time is Gold 3. If you bet on 3, you are taking home, let's see, a 10 multiplier. Congratulations, guys. 10 times goes home for you. I hope we had some winners. As you can see, they're very excited. Sure you are too. Let's see what we got.
Survey said?
Yes, we're going to play Survey Says. In this game, you're shown 6 different multipliers hidden under question marks. Your job, pick the question mark you think the biggest multiplier is under. Now, if you don't pick before the time runs out, that's okay. The game will pick for you. All right, friends, good luck. All right, the question is, what's the strangest vegetable you've had in a salad? Survey says. In number 6, we've got pepper. And number 5, it's carrot. Taking home the 4th spot, we have radish. And number 3, potato. Coming in top 2, we have cucumber. And let's see what the number 1, it's eggplant. Exciting, guys. Thank you for playing. Now let's get back to another round and let's get back to the feud. Also, where's the bonus round going to end up? Okay, the wheel's coming to a stop. Coming to a, with it, no, wait. It's the buzzer round. This game works like a ladder. You start at the bottom and you work your way up to win bigger prizes. At each round, you decide, do you play it safe and take your winnings, or do you push on and play for more? Now, if the buzzer sounds before you cash out, well, you get that 5X consolation prize. Let's play. Alrighty, folks, it is time to play the buzzer round. And here we are starting off that first level. We have a times 20 multiplier. All right, guys, every time that makes a decision, it's up to you. Are you going to go for that risk? And okay, if you did, looks like we're up to that times 25. Remember, you have a decision at each time each level. You can take what you have, you can cash in, or you can gamble and try to win more. Now, remember, each time you go up, you got a bigger denomination, you have a bigger risk of that X coming up. And that's what we're trying to stay away from. Can we get this 60 times multiplier? Oh, we can. All right. I hope we still got some players in here. Now's the real big decision. Do you take it home? Do you play it safe? Do you press on that final moment? Let's see if we can get it. Oh, there's the X, guys. That was a fabulous game. Thank you for playing it. That's the buzzer round. I hope we had a winner, and I will see you in the future. All righty, folks. First, we're going to spin the wheel to see who will win. Righty, it's coming to a stop. It looks like yes. We're going to play Fast Money. Let's go. No decisions to be made in this game. We just hope not to get 3 strikes. 10 multipliers are on the board, and for each, the game decides. Do we get the multiplier or do we get a strike? Each multiplier means a bigger win, but 3 strikes and the game is over. Let's play. Let's see if we get this first multiplier. 20x, we're starting off with 20x, and it looks like we're safe and good to go. Moving up to 30. Moving on up to 30x. Will it be multiplier or will it be a strike? We got the multiplier this time. Next, we have a times multiplier of 50. 50 times, we're going to get it. And we got it. Next up, we have 70x, 70x. Let's see. Oh, our first strike. We want to stay away from those. We only have 1 in, but let's not get 2 more. Moving up to 80x. Looks like that's in our back pocket. Now let's go on to this one. 100. Are they going to give us 100 times multiplier? That's huge. Let's just hope to stay away from those strikes, guys. And looks like we sealed it in at 100 times. Now we're moving up to a 120 times multiplier. That's huge. Let's just stay away from those strikes, guys. And looks like we got that in our back pocket. 150x. Oh, no. There's our second one, guys. There's our second X. There's our second strike. We want to stay away from that. Moving up to 180. Looks like we grabbed that one. And finally, a 200 times multiplier. Are we going to take home this big one and stay away from the final strike? Looks like we have. Thanks for playing Fast Money. Now let's get back to the wheel.
Very good. Thank you for that. Looks like a lot of fun. Do you, Mr. Pohl, or whomever, see usage of this game outside of the glass box? That's something that's in consideration?
For play in the state of Nevada?
Yeah, is that something that's a progression for this? Hard to say, maybe.
I think that the company would be open to that.
Yes.
It's just a matter of technologically, I think, can it be done?
Yeah, Derek Jen, for the record, yes, this is something that we're excited about, right? We see a lot of interest abroad with the game, and we'd like to consider it for the state of Nevada.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I have no further questions. I'm happy to support this. Judge Assad.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm in support as well.
Member Sendall.
I just want to be clear. So this is the first portion, right? This is the Family Feud portion, not the wheel part.
That's correct.
The game itself.
The game itself.
We have a second one.
Understood. And so just for the record, no one can actually touch, well, I guess that will be the second part of it, I guess. But the Family Feud part, I guess, and the game entertainment side, I don't know if you already sort of talked about it, but my understanding from reviewing the report is you received mixed opinions from the players, and how do you see this moving forward as far as being received or making any tweaks to how the game's set up at all?
Yes, for the Derek Genfi, for the record. So in terms of the game itself, the base game's not going to change. I think how we see it going forward is really integrating more of the live from Las Vegas component. So really just thinking about how we make it feel a lot more like Vegas, right, to the international player.
Gotcha. Okay. And then my understanding is PT Services has holds the IP interest in the Family Feud, and that was received back in July of 2023.
That is my understanding as well.
Okay, great. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Let me say for the record, any recommendation or approval is not intended to encourage or induce infringement or any other area regarding intellectual property that may be owned by or licensed by any other entity. Do you all understand this?
Yes.
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 Very good. With that, would either my colleague care to make a motion for approval?
Yes, I'll make that motion. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. With respect to the game, excuse me, Family Feud, case number D 2025-0023, I recommend that we approve said game.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
I just want to confirm that you are recommending for approval to the
Yeah.
commission.
That's what he said.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving quickly then to the next item related to this one.
The second request for final approval of a new game item is Big Six Mega Money Wheel submitted by TCS John Huxley.
Very good, sir. Please state your name for the record.
John Garcia, Technical Manager with TCS John Huxley.
Very good. And did you have a presentation you'd like to make or?
No, I have brochures if you guys want to see what the actual wheel is, if that'll help. No presentation though.
Okay. Anything further from the MGM side?
No.
Because it's essentially the same wheel.
It's for Derek Jim for the record. It's the same wheel that we just saw in the video.
Right. Just with a different, just an unbranded version, if you will.
Correct.
Correct.
Very good. Well, I'm happy to support the approval of that as well. Judge Assad.
Yeah, I am as well. MGM wants it and it's good enough for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Sandal.
Thank you. So there's no electronics on the actual wheel as far as components. Is that correct? Can you explain that and then what the maintenance is required to keep this in
There
check?
is no electronics. It's pretty much it's made out of wood, metal pins around 54 metal pins and a clapper in the middle.
So then how does it move?
Oh, there's a set of bearings in the center spindle that
Okay.
will spinning.
And that's triggered by a person pushing it or hitting a
Correct.
button or something?
Dealer pushing the wheel.
Okay. And then what's the maintenance required to test, like to make sure as time goes on that?
No, there's weekly maintenance to make sure the bearings are spinning okay, and also the metal pins are nice and intact. And then there's monthly procedures where we actually replace the bearings, change out the clapper and stuff like that.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. Happy to support and look forward to walking through the MGM and seeing it in live. So
Thank you.
thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Member Sandal. With that, we'll take a motion.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. With respect to the Big Six Mega Money Wheel, case number D 2025-0035, I recommend that the Gaming Control Board approve said game.
Before we allow Madam Secretary to call the roll, I want to say for the record, any recommendation or approval that is not intended to encourage or induce infringement or any other area regarding intellectual property that may be owned by or licensed by any other entity. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Very good. And with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank
Best
you.
of
Thank you,
luck
Chair.
with it. Madam Secretary, I believe our next item is our informational item.
You have one informational item, and that item is the schedule of meetings for 2026 for the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Nevada Gaming Commission.
This item is informational only and no action or vote is needed as it is merely to let the public know of the proposed meeting schedule for 2026. This schedule includes dates, locations, and meeting times that are subject to revision. Very good. Madam Secretary, this brings us mercifully to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's first go to Carson City. Is anyone wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. Seeing none. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? If you desire to do so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing none. That will close our public comment section, and thus we conclude the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of October 2025. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We stand adjourned.